Respectable, but I am here to help at your pleasure, Silas smiled. But Oren saw the gritted teeth. This guy is totally out for himself, Oren thought. We need to get all we can from him and bail. I should see what the other countries are like. He made a mental note to check out the history section. Silas excused himself, as he had more meetings. Running day was a full-time job. Daniel went back to his room to read his book, and Oren wandered aimlessly through the stacks of books. He'd put together about 7 books total to read when the door opened again. You finish already, Daniel? Oren asked over the bookshelf. It's not Daniel, a voice said, as Oren heard the door lock. Chapter 19. Oren fell into a squat, cast camouflage, and pulled up his map. If Daniel was near enough, maybe he could scream. If he couldn't hear, Oren could toss enough buffs on him, using the party view option, to cast spells from a distance. Instead, he saw a second dot approaching him on the map. Maddie? Lady Catanzano was dressed in her leather armor and holding a spearhead. No, it was a tiny spear. The shaft of wood was only about a foot long. Hi, Oren. Maddie rounded the corner and looked confused as her eyes slid off him. She squinted and tried to focus on him. What are you doing here? Oren stayed low. He primed an inverted debuff in case this was an assassination attempt. Her eyes still looked above him, but his voice gave her a direction to look at. It is my house. That spell of yours is amazing. I didn't realize you were stealth, too. You locked the door. Oren spoke, and then tried moving to the side. Better to be somewhere else if she threw her short spear at him. I wanted to talk. Maddie kept looking at where he had been. I didn't want my father to overhear. Is that all right? Maddie and Oren had not had the best relationship. Sure, he'd saved her life with Daniel, but then she had wanted to kill him. She'd paid them off for the quests they'd given her. But Oren believed both Silas and Maddie thought of him a waste of space. So when Maddie said she wanted to talk with him, he had only one response. No, I'm good. Bye. Maddie's obvious privilege shone through. She pouted prettily, but must have felt silly with no obvious response coming from a nearly invisible Oren. She tried demanding instead. You can't leave until I dismiss you. She actually stamped her foot on the ground. I'm in charge here. Sorry, Princess. Daniel is in charge, not you. Oren tried to move quietly by her, but had spoken too loudly and too near. Maddie held her spear out in his direction and twisted her wrist. The short spear burst in length, growing into a full spear in an instant. The metal sank into the wood a handbreadth in front of Oren's nose. Oren dropped his and backed up with his palms facing Maddie. Okay, no need to get stabby. Maddie had blanched. I'm so sorry. I thought you were so much farther back. I shouldn't have. She started to cry. Oren had never had a girlfriend. Sure, he'd had a few crushes, but standing next to Daniel did him no favors. So he had no idea how to react to a girl his age crying in front of him, after she had nearly impaled him. Maybe try again? He questioned. What are you doing in the library? Maddie retracted her spear so it was small again and wiped tears from her eyes. Oren noticed they shimmered in the morning light. I really just came to talk. We are in a party now and should get to know each other better. I know you probably hate us, but you should know. We only did what we thought best. If all you are going to do is give excuses, I will make my way back to my room, thanks. Oren did not move, though. Best not to chance it with her magical weapon. No, that's not what I want to do. I am sorry. I did see how close you and Daniel seem, but I think part of me was too excited to meet a true hero to consider your feelings. She took a step toward him. But since we are going to be fighting together, I do not want bad blood between us. I mean, we are going to be protecting each other's backs out there. So, truce? She put her hand out. Part of him wanted to push by her and leave. He couldn't teleport, as he had found out last night. The third hazy trap around the house was an anti-teleport rune set up to keep away thieves and killers. The other part of Oren craved another friend. Maybe she really means it. She seems friendly enough with Daniel. Why couldn't I have a friend who is a girl, too? Maddie noticed his pause and let her hand droop a little. I mean, I get it. I'd hate anyone who tried to keep me from being on a hero's team, too. Just know, we are a team now. I will fight for you now that Daniel has decided that. Oren grabbed her hand just as she turned to leave. Just don't be so commanding. Our party should be equals, he smiled. Maddie beamed. Thank you. I won't let either of you down. Father said he wanted to talk with Daniel more before he goes out again, but I heard you were still a few levels down from us. Maybe I can get Sir DeGee and Sir Bennett to take us out for the day. Some more cloud sabers were spotted near the southern forest line a few hours out. I'd rather wait for Daniel, Oren responded. But I have been slacking on my training. Maybe a few rounds? Maddie nodded. Oren landed on his back again. Maddie's spear skills were only level 1 according to her, but Oren's dodging skill had yet to level. 93 out of 100. While Oren could hit her with the light strike, Maddie's own magic could reflect half the damage back on him. Daniel had not been kidding when he said her light magic was on another level. In their first practice fight, Maddie had cast Shimmer Sight on Oren. 10 minutes later, when he could see again, she'd laughed and said she'd thought he could dodge it. While Light Strike was low damage but unerring in hitting a target, Maddie had to manually aim her spells. She said Shimmer Sight was best used against stationary targets, a first strike type of spell. Oren had pulled it up. Shimmer Sight send a ball of light floating toward a target. Brilliant lights explode across the target's vision for 10 minutes upon hitting. 20 MP minus 15 AP. That's quite the spell, Oren commented. Maddie smiled at the compliment. They'd taken turns casting a few spells, Oren showing her both the increase will and inversed version. Unlike her father, Maddie did not hold down her breakfast when she lost 3 points of will. That was enlightening. Maddie wiped her mouth and pulled her spear to full length. Weapons? And that was how Oren learned the hard way that even one level in a weapon meant all the difference. Brant had shown up and stood smirking as the lady of the house beat the intruders soundly. Every once in a while, Oren slipped past her with his sidesteps, but more often than not, Maddie just left him on his ass. Her laughter filled the small courtyard turned battleground. Every time Meditate filled up enough of his MP, Oren topped off his increased dexterity, but he simply could not get through Maddie's guard. So, what else you got? Oren huffed as he put the bow staff back on the small weapons rack. He'd failed with the staff, sword, spear, and even tried a mace before realizing how terrible that matchup was. A few different light attack spells, Maddie glowed in victory. Anything worth showing off? Oren's entire reason for sparring with Maddie was to try and help Daniel create a better fighting strategy. I've got something like your light strike, just a beam a little bit tighter in diameter than yours. It can cut through a target. Then I have a few party trick spells, floating light butterflies and things like that. Not useful in battle. Maddie waved her hand at the last. Oren shook his head. If they distract for even a second, anything could be useful. Do they cost a lot of MP? 1 mana per butterfly, or 2 for each light stream. Light stream? Instead of answering, Maddie pointed and let out a flash of blue light from one finger. It shot into the air and splashed as if hitting a roof. Like a firework. Nice, Oren complimented. Wait, can you do different colors? Yes, why? Oren smirked. I think I've got an idea.
Chapter 20. How many different colors can you make? Oren asked excitedly.
I have no idea, Maddie responded, as Oren grabbed the staff and sword. He walked to one end of the courtyard and stabbed the sword into the ground. Does it do any damage? Oren asked, walking to the other side and wedging the staff so it stood up. He tried to straighten it, but gave up quickly. It did not matter for his experiment. Not much more than your light strike. Maddie was intrigued and caught up in Oren's fervor. But you have to aim it, so you can hit a specific area instead of a monster if you want to, right? Yes, but Oren, why would I want to do that? This spell was something I should never have wasted a point on. It's weak and pointless. Oren smiled as he stood next to Maddie. You know, something I keep reading is that everybody is so focused on overall damage output. Why? The party wants to take down the monster quickly. If you don't, it is more likely that someone gets hurt, Maddie explained, as if by rote. I don't think that is the reason. Oren took the spear and drew faint lines in the sand of the small, enclosed space. He split the rectangle into thirds. I think everyone wants bragging rights for doing the most damage. I think, Maddie began. Hold on, listen. You get the same amount of experience whether you do 1 or 99% of the damage to a monster, right? So why don't groups have more healers? Every healer has at least one offensive spell, but party structure is based on single battles. What if, instead, we played to our strengths and did just enough to hit each creature, distract them, and herd them into the meat cleaver that is Daniel or Brant? You were good with that spear, but honestly, Daniel could probably wipe the floor with you. Maddie stuttered and tried to come up with a retort. No offense, you still kick my ass easy enough. But that's the point. Here, look. Oren had finished setting up his grid.
The courtyard had been split into different sections, with the sword and spear at the left and right portions. Oren and Maddie stood in the middle. Let's say both of the weapons are monsters. We have the whole party here. Me, you, Daniel, Brant, and another fighter. What would happen? Maddie looked around for a second and played along. Daniel would take one, while the other fighters took the other monster. We would support whoever needed help the most. After one fell, the other would be the main target. Classic strategy. But what if we did this instead? Oren pointed as he talked. If both monsters are rushing us, could you hit one with Shimmer Sight? If they were coming right at us, yes. It's hard for most monsters to dodge a charge, but then whoever took it on would have to deal with it flailing about. Monsters are still dangerous when they can't see. What if we ignored it, though? Maddie looked stumped. Why would we do that? We need to kill it before it attacks. Would it attack if it couldn't see? Maddie paused. I don't know. So, if you see 2 or even more targets rushing us, you hit one with a red firework. We know that's the target you are going to hit with Shimmer Sight, and we focus on the others. You can also come up with other signals. Toss out a yellow if someone needs help reinforcing. Throw a green on something we should all target faster. You be the eyes telling the pieces where to move. You'll be playing Kala, while the rest of us are the pieces. That seems like a lot to keep track of during a fight. Maddie shook her head as she realized the pressure Oren was hoisting onto her. Oh, don't think you'll be in it alone, Oren smirked. I'm a backline fighter, like you. I think if we stay close, we can have the melee fighters take out most anything while we orchestrate the battlefield. Brant, come over here, Oren called to the knight. Let's try it like this. The weapons are monsters. Direct us. I'll be Daniel.
Maddie pursed her lips. Yeah, give me a break. Oren explained what he wanted Brant to do. Attack a staff in the ground? Brant had obviously not been listening to their conversation. It's a big monster coming to kill Maddie, Oren explained. Brant stood up tall and drew his sword. Maddie, it's your show. Oren handed control over. Maddie had been raised to take over her house someday, but bucking the tried and true method of an every-man-for-himself fighting style threw her. She hesitated. After a few seconds, Oren tapped the spear butt on Brant's turned back. Dead. What? Brant turned around at the gentle ting. We're dead, Oren explained. She hesitated. The staff monster barreled into us, and she didn't stop the sword monster. We got pincered. Dead. Maddie scowled. Okay, again, Oren smiled. On your mark. Maddie drew herself up and tossed a red firework light out at the sword and a green one at the staff. Brant and Oren, take out the green. I'm casting shimmer sight on the red. Brant blurred, and the staff was in two pieces. Oren hadn't meant for him to actually attack the weapon, but forgot Brant was pretty literal. Great, now onto the sword monster, Maddie pointed. Okay, we don't need to destroy more stuff, Oren quickly cut in. You see what I'm getting at, though, right? You want to use battlefield tactics against monsters, Brant stated. Basically, yeah. Brant scratched the side of his head. Won't that put more pressure on us? I mean, I'll do as the lady demands, but it'll just tire me and Daniel out if the party doesn't do any damage. Who said we won't be doing damage? Maddie will just be directing our focus instead of everyone fighting whatever they want. We'll have to learn to trust each other. If she says run, you need to run, because she signaled Daniel to blast the whole area. If she says charge, you better expect me to buff your strength up to maximum. Stuff like that.
Brant looked at his sword for a long moment, then nodded. I trust her already. I like this plan. But who will keep her safe if something slips by? You? Oren smiled. I promise you, Brant, if something gets close to us, I'll teleport us both out. You have teleport? Brant and Maddie yelled at the same time. Fuck, not again. After calming Brant and Maddie down enough, Oren went back to his room. Well, Daniel's room. Daniel was waiting. This damn book, he spat when Oren closed the door. This damn book is the worst. Hello to you too. Oren tried to lighten the mood. You seriously couldn't read it? Daniel asked hopefully as he handed the book over to Oren. Oren looked down and saw only blank pages. Sorry, Dee, Daniel sighed. Okay, here are the highlights. This isn't just a guide for heroes. It's a history book. It describes all the ways past heroes tried to stop demon lords from coming back. Because they always do, Oren. They spawn from places of dark essence. It's like hell magic from the description. So what do these idiots do? They try to reshape the world and end up destroying it instead, or creating seas of fire. And those are the ones who succeeded. Some of the information is helpful, like, I wish I had found it before helpful. I've been stressing so much about points, but at level 10, I get some choices. I can basically add a moniker to my hero class. The dude who killed a demon lord 1,000 years ago and then made the Sea of Fire? His name was Darius. He decided on fire, the fire hero. How original. But whatever I pick has consequences, and there are only a few known paths. I think Darius might have started this leave a note for future heroes thing. But I'm spiraling a bit here now. Calm down. Oren put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. Should I cast Calm Mind? Daniel nodded, and Oren dosed up his friend with some sweet mind magic. Daniel sighed. That's better. The book has a lot of great information, but none of it is organized. There will be a long paragraph about the best skill choice progression. Then someone else writes at the end, "This will make you easy to kill by X magic type," and "do this instead." It is so frustrating. We'll figure it out. We can lay out the options and pick one that works best with what you want, Oren said. How do other heroes end up finding the book? Or is it just luck? There's a skill that one of them created that makes people want to give it to us. I think it's the same one that lets only heroes read it. Through the ages or something. Oren froze. He recognized the name of that skill from when he had been looking at time and space magic and skills, trying to piece something together to get back home. Daniel noticed. No fucking way. Oren pulled up his store. He found it easily. Through the ages. A unique skill created to pass knowledge through the ages. Only those with the skill, or those deemed as the chosen target, can read and write information using this skill. -2 AP. Daniel shook his head in disbelief. You are a fucking cheat code. Did you already buy it? I don't have to. I think hero is the chosen target, so I can already read and write in the book. Should I? Oren whispered. I don't want to impose on your hero gig. Please. Daniel dramatically wrung his hands together. Save me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Oren grimaced as he used 2 of his remaining points. Down to 6. We really need to level more. The book wiggled in Daniel's hand. Then lines of ink crawled across the paper. It looked like a madman's manifesto. Different handwriting, different color ink, drawings typically found in high school textbooks. Seriously, who draws genitals on the Holy Hero book? I can see why you've been having trouble. Oren nodded. Yes. Daniel threw the book to Oren. Have fun decoding. I can't stand this shit. Did I see Brants down in the training yard? I need to hit something. Sure, just leave me here to figure out the musings of crazy people, Oren yelled at his friend's back. Thanks, buddy. I owe you one. Daniel had come back after 2 hours, bruised but happy. They spent the rest of the day locked in the room. At some point, a maid brought lunch and another magicked and actual bed for Oren. The suite had more than enough spare room for it. By dinner, Maddie had shown up to ask for them to join her and Silas for dinner. They'd declined, electing to receive dinner in their room. Once the moonlight shone through the window, Daniel and Oren had decided to stop until morning. The following day saw them decipher enough of the book to break it down into parts. It had only taken another solid 10 hours of locking the door and taking copious notes. The first half was generally about demon lords, spotting signs for increased activity, best tactics, and levels for when Daniel should take certain skills or spells. At level 50, his class gave him the Demon Seal skill that had stressed him out for so long. Level 50 is far away, though, Oren had countered. Daniel had waved away his concerns. By the time we get to level 50, I should have a much clearer idea of my strengths anyways. Maybe I won't even need the seal. The remainder of the book described different paths the hero could take at level 10. Fundamental nature monikers like fire, wind, water, earth, metal, and ice were common and safe. Other heroes had tried stat paths like dexterous hero or strong hero. At some point, those had plateaued. Of the nearly 20 heroes they could differentiate, only one had gone another route, magic hero. His notes were the most sporadic, crossing out lots of what the nature heroes had written and describing them as short-sighted fools who did not understand what they were talking about.
He theorized that the moniker gave insight into a particular skill field. That was why every hero should choose magic, as it covered the largest spread and allowed knowledge that touched almost everything.
So, the broader the moniker, the better? Daniel scratched his head as Oren put their findings together. They'd already decided to burn all their notes as soon as they finished. Some of the secrets they'd found were too valuable to share right away. I don't know if he's right, Oren argued. Remember, he couldn't explain why the metal hero could take on people with his axe that had a higher level in weapon proficiency so easily. And the magic hero really focused on long-range spellcasting. I mean, he ended the war at level 40 by just wiping out an entire city. Sounds like he nuked it, Daniel shivered. Oren agreed. That section had been particularly brutal to read. So, I think you should really go with your gut, Oren suggested. But all the other tips and level-up tricks are nice to have. How soon are you running down to buy those plants? Daniel grinned. Tomorrow, Oren confided. It's not like I could do it today. He looked out at the setting sun. Another day of potential leveling gone. One of the heroes had listed different ways to increase skills and upgrade spells. One she'd mentioned had stood out to Oren immediately. Meditate. Meditate currently allowed him to regain 1 MP per minute, or 60 MP an hour. It was passive, and he forgot about it most of the time. Other spellcasters had to drink MP potions or sleep to regain their mana. It was already a cheat for Oren to have it. Plus, any regained mana wouldn't count against his daily mana use before being overexerted. The Ice Hero had written about a few plants used to calm nerves or increase clarity during regular meditation rituals. She'd played with them and found a certain combination allowed for a temporary increase in the regeneration.
For 1 hour, the regen went from 1 MP per minute to 1 MP per second. The downside was it was only usable once a day. She'd tried it twice and burned out her skill for a week. No mana regeneration except through sleep like all the other normies. Oren was going to get some of those plants and make a few of the regen potions, as it was not an actual alchemy skill but rather mushrooms floating in water. He also planned to finally pick up some MP potions. Although such potions were supposedly expensive, they'd decided the price worth it. With the extra MP, Oren could heal someone in an emergency. As HP potions cost almost twice what an MP potion did, it was another loophole to be exploited. I'll keep reading our notes for now, Daniel said. Maybe something will click for me. Thanks for the help. I never would have gotten through this without you. You would have managed. Oren rubbed his eyes. All the reading had worn him out. I'll burn these when I'm done. Daniel waved his hand over the paper they'd commandeered. Get some sleep. Oren passed out before his head touched the pillow. Chapter 21. Daniel woke Oren up a few hours later. The night was heavy, and moonlight streamed through the open window.
Wake up.
What?
Oren sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Daniel, it's gotta be midnight. Sorry, but this could not wait. Daniel practically bounced as he sat on the bed. I figured it out. Oren struggled to get a hold of the conversation. He had really been out. Oren, do you hear me? I figured out what the entire book actually means. I know what my moniker should be. Daniel looked more alive than he had in days. You look hyped. Did you drink more coffee? Oren finally pulled his head off the pillow and sat up. 2 cups. You are missing the point. Daniel paused for effect. I can get us home. Oren paused and then focused on coming fully awake. What? How? What do you mean by what the book actually means? How long until we can go? Daniel pulled out the different sheets of paper they had written their notes on and separated a few into a stack. He handed the stack to Oren and asked, What do these have in common? Oren pulled the papers close and started flipping through them. They were the notes on the different heroes that had written the book. Oren had started a list of their names, then of the skills and spells they used, before finally just giving each one a page with all the information they could gather pertaining not to the advice, but the status and abilities of each hero. "These are some of the hero profiles I tried putting together," Oren started. But Daniel shook his head. "No. Well, yes, but no. What do these particular profiles have in common?" Oren looked through them again. Both male and female heroes. The magic hero was here, but so was the metal hero. A fire hero and an ice hero. No stat heroes, just a handful of elemental monikers. "I don't get it," Oren gave up. Daniel frowned, but explained. "These are the best ones. The ones who didn't plateau."
The other would choose the same name, based on the success of one of these guys. But it did not always help. Like the other ice hero. He tried to replicate the earlier ice hero, but his notes complained that he could not get the same spells as her. He ended up just giving up toward the last of his notes in the book and went back to using his bow and arrow, remember? "And?" Oren asked. "That was the problem. That is the problem. I can't choose something based on what others have done. Your class shows that there should be other options out there." Daniel stood and began to pace. So I started thinking about why each one of these had chosen their particular moniker. "Look." Daniel turned back around and pulled the notes from Oren's hands. He riffled through until he found the metal hero notes. This guy. I went back and looked at some of his sections. He complained early on that he just hated using anything but his axe, remember? There was an entire section before he hit level 10 on discussing whether it was worth it to take fire or wind. Oren nodded. The metal hero's early notes had been rambling and fell into logic loops as the guy had tried convincing himself to take one name after the other. He decided to take metal as his name because he just was so over thinking about it. But it worked perfectly for him, because that was what he was actually focused on. Do you get it? "You woke me up for a lecture? Get to the point, Daniel." Daniel frowned. "Yeah, sorry. I'm going to be the dimensional hero and get us home." Oren tried to process what he'd just heard. "Huh?" "I'm picking dimensional as my moniker at level 10. I still don't get it." "I'll be able to create a wormhole or something and get us back home." Daniel was smiling ear to ear. Oren chose his words carefully. "You are an idiot." Daniel's smile slipped. "You woke me up to tell me you want to pick wormhole hero so that you might get a skill to get us home?" Daniel was full-on scowling now. "Dimensional hero. And yes, basically. What the magic hero got wrong is intent. The reason behind the moniker makes it more powerful. It has to line up with what you want." "How do you think the system is going to react to you essentially saying, 'Fuck off with that hero shit'?" Oren asked. "No, that's the genius of it," Daniel began. "It will also help with how I want to fight. Blipping around the battlefield, swatting down monsters left and right." Oren pulled up his store and searched for blink, dimension, and a half-dozen other words he could think of. Nothing. "I don't think something like blink exists, or at least I can't find anything in the store for that." "That doesn't mean it doesn't exist," Daniel argued. "That's true," Oren conceded. "I agree with your theory that the name probably goes further if it jibes with you as a person. I just don't see you as dimensional." "That almost sounds like an insult." Daniel folded his hands over his chest. "Whoa, no," Oren shook his head. "I'm still waking up. Let me pick a better sentence." He paused and spoke. "I really do like your theory. I actually think it's totally on the money. But I'm not sure the word you picked describes you. Sure, it describes what you want to do, but how do I say this? It just feels off." Daniel went into full pout mode. Well, that's what I'm choosing. Then great, Oren said. It's your choice. I'm just trying to be a sounding board for you. I support you 100%. Now you are just being an asshole, Daniel complained. You come up with something better then, Oren shrugged. No, really. If that is what you choose, I support you. I don't know how this all works. I'm flying blind, just like you.
But maybe we can brainstorm some other things, just in case dimensional isn't allowed. Daniel paused at that. That would be okay. I actually had already considered Time Hero, too. Because, time travel, and maybe I could pause time. Oren doubted that would work any better than dimensional, but did not want to piss off his friend further. There you go. Having options is fine. The book said you have 10 minutes to choose a good moniker anyways. One of those could work. Daniel nodded along as Oren agreed with him finally. Daniel, you really should get some sleep, Oren suggested. I think you're going a little manic. Just a few more hours. I want to double-check. Daniel stopped talking when Oren threw a pillow at him. That was not a suggestion. Shut up and sleep, Oren demanded. You are not at level 10 yet. We can discuss this tomorrow. You look like shit, and I know how crabby you are when you don't sleep. I am not Daniel dodged another pillow. Okay, fine. Daniel crawled into his bed and gave Oren the cold shoulder for being the responsible one. Dimensional or Time Hero, Oren thought, as he tried to get comfortable again. I do like the idea that it should be tied to his abilities or fighting style, or even just who he is as a person. But what would work? Oren thought about it as he closed his eyes. Daniel was his friend, but he was also popular. People liked him and were naturally drawn to him. He excelled in most everything he put his mind to, like a force of nature hurtling toward his target. The last thought he had before sleep took him again was, what would I choose if I were the hero? Oren woke before Daniel the next morning. Daniel grumbled and pulled the covers over his head. This is why I made you go to sleep, Oren said loudly and very close to Daniel's head. Come get some breakfast when you wake up. Oren walked to the door and felt his body move to the side. Daniel had thrown a pillow at his back. Minus 94 out of 100. I could have been dodging pillows. Oren took a few of the books he'd squirreled away and found Brant and Maddie finishing some pastries and coffee in the smaller dining room. The larger dining room was only used for political dinners and such. Morning, you two, Oren greeted them as he piled a few different cinnamon buns and a side of bacon on his plate. He took the entire pitcher of coffee. It might be enough for him. Good morning, sir, Brant responded. Good morning, Oren, Maddie smiled his way. Is Daniel still sleeping? Brant, I've told you already. I'm not a sir. Just call me Oren. He poured the first of many cups of coffee to come. A small dash of cream, and he sipped. And yes, Maddie, the sleepy hero is not up yet. Maddie snickered at the joke. What are you reading, Oren? Brant asked. Oren pushed the two books he'd brought down across the table. Just an alchemy book and a spatial magic book. Spatial Magics and Alchemy and You were two of many books he'd picked up at the library. He had gotten the alchemy book to look up more on potions, health, and mana. Spatial Magics was in case there was some hidden path to getting teleport powered up to interplanar travel. He and Daniel still needed to get home somehow. Are you interested in alchemy? Brant asked eagerly. A bit. Oren talked around mouthfuls of almond croissant. I'm not sure I would ever pick it up, but I was interested in how potions work. Mostly mana potions, to be honest. There are benefits to knowing how things work, especially when those things go into your body.
Brant nodded along. You know, Sir Bennet here is an amateur alchemist himself, Maddie teased the knight. He blushed and ducked his head. Really? I didn't see that know that about you, Oren corrected his mistake. Identifying people wasn't something you just admitted to. No, Lady Catanzano jests, Brant mumbled.
It is just a hobby. I have no skills, nor would I waste them for such an endeavor. Alchemists take few apprentices, and books such as these, he pointed to the book, are for beginners only. The true knowledge is hidden behind years of training. So, save me some time, Oren segued to keep the conversation going. He hadn't ever heard Brant speak this much. What's in a mana potion? Why can we only use a few of them a day? Can I make one if I have the ingredients?
Well, the ingredients for low-tier mana potions are easy enough, but each adds their own something. For instance, I could mix up a mana potion myself, but it would restore only about 10 mana points if I were lucky. To take a side trip, you can only use 2 or 3 potions a day, and that is inclusive, so 2 or 3 mana or health potions combined. The reason being, your body is taking on somebody else's mana or health.
Wait, what? Oren had not gotten past the introductory paragraphs yet. This was all new to him.
When you make a potion, you infuse a bit of your own mana or health into it. It's how you get the ingredients to merge and store even more residual mana or health, the natural mana and health that permeate the air and earth.
Is that how we gain our mana and health back with rest?
Oren was learning more from Brant than he had in multiple books. Yes. Tap into that potential residual mana and use their own mana along with the ingredients to capture more. Depending on where you bought the potion, you might have more residual mana than personal mana, which results in being able to use an extra potion or two. You'll feel it when you drink the 3rd potion in one day. It's like a small animal is inside your stomach, trying to claw its way out. You will not want to drink a 4th.
What happens if you do?
If you are lucky, you die, Maddie said seriously. Some people lose the ability to do magic or activate a skill.
Others go blind or have lifetime ailments that no healing can cure. Brant continued. One squire I knew drank an extra health potion during an expedition. He had taken point to prove himself and kept getting hurt. He had hidden a reserve and started screaming. He hallucinated dark figures coming from the trees. He never recovered and lives in an asylum now. Damn. Oren felt shaken. He'd been lucky his cycling hadn't ended the same way. But wouldn't making your own potions mean you could take more? With less foreign mana in your body, it would make sense, right? Brant smiled. Exactly. That is why I considered taking a few skills at first. But even with the best efficiency, an alchemist can only take an extra 2 potions a day. Oren took the carafe and filled his cup with coffee again. Why? Wouldn't that just be like drinking your own mana? Are you sure you haven't read this book? Brant laughed. You're asking questions that took me years to think of. Oren shook his head. The way it was explained to me was like this. Brant leaned across the table. Do you know what dust is? Dead skin, mostly, right? Oren responded as he took another pastry off the plate. Yes, actually, Brant stumbled. Never mind. So our bodies are constantly shedding. You are not the same person today that you are tomorrow. So your mana is actually different from day to day. Of course, the longer the time between making and using a potion with your own mana, the more it essentially becomes the same as a regular store-bought potion. I guess that makes sense. Oren scarfed the last pastry and sat back with his 3rd cup of coffee. Thanks for the primer. Brant had really come out of his shell talking with Oren. Morning, all. The door opened, and Daniel shuffled in. Any food left for me? Of course, sir.
Brant stood and hurried around to pull a chair out for Daniel.
Would you like a pastry? Or I could have the kitchen make you something.
No, Brant, a pastry is fine.
Daniel sat. I can get it. Brant looked around and half bowed. I better get to work. If you both would like, we can go out today. I have pinned down another litter of cloud sabers. Daniel looked at Maddie and Oren for confirmation. Both nodded. Sure. Do we have someone else for our fifth? Daniel asked as he dug in. Sir de Guy has volunteered his time, if that is acceptable, Brant answered. Daniel responded, I think that would be great. While Oren sipped his third cup of coffee, savoring the taste, Maddie explained the strategy they had created. Daniel listened and nodded along. That sounds perfect, he commented after she finished. It leaves me free to focus on kiting and killing without needing to worry about everyone else. I trust you and Oren to direct us. Maddie's pride at the compliment was evident in her smile. I already explained everything to Brant, too. He was hesitant to leave me unguarded, but I put my foot down. But what is kiting? Daniel had just stuffed the last bit of breakfast in his mouth and tried to talk, but choked. Oren answered for him as he poured water down his throat. Basically, kiting is getting a monster to follow him without actually being able to attack him. Kind of playing keep away while someone else does damage. If D can keep a few monsters targeting him, then that is even less we need to worry about. Maddie smirked. You two really do make a good team. I'm glad this worked out. Daniel finally choked down the rest of the food. Yeah, I guess we can keep him around. After breakfast, Oren got dressed in his armor and cleared out his dimension hole. Now that they had a place to stay, he put the extra clothes in a drawer and condensed what he was bringing.
Hey, Daniel, do you think I have time to grab a few mana potions and maybe try and find those mushrooms for the regen potion?
Yes, you have time. Daniel was strapping his leg armor on. I won't let them start without you. Do you want me to come with? No, I need to stretch my legs anyways. Oren punched his friend as he passed him. You would just slow me down. Daniel rolled his eyes. Just meet us by the southern gate in about 2 hours? Oren gave a thumbs up as he left. He departed the Catanzano house and made his way back toward the Merchant Street. He asked a random person who had the best mana potions and was pointed to one store. However, somebody else heard him ask and offered another suggestion. Within a minute, 4 people were arguing about the benefits of lower cost versus higher mana payout. Oren sneaked off with camouflage. He ended up at the alchemist's friend. The old lady behind the counter pointed out the different costs of mana potions, with different amounts of MP restoration for each. For 5 silver, a mana potion could restore 50 MP. 1 gold would restore 100 MP. Every additional 50 MP cost another gold piece. Oren didn't feel the need to shop around too much. It was a weird feeling, having so much wealth. He had not grown up poor, but with his mom working long hours to keep up after his dad left, he'd learned to budget pretty quickly. He bought 10 100 MP potions. The vials were small test tubes, and the lady explained that they could be kept on a thin belt with clasps for easy drinking. The glass was magically tempered so it would not break, and he could get a small discount if he used them over and over. The belt was only 2 silver, so he bought 1. 10 gold and 2 silver poorer, Oren asked, Do you stock penadrop mushrooms? The lady peered over her glasses. Are you an alchemist? No, ma'am. Oren gave his best innocent smile. I just dabble a bit on the side for fun.
Peanut drops aren't used in too many things, but I think I have a few in the back. Would you want a certain amount of clippings or a mother shroom? I don't know, Oren answered truthfully. A mother shroom will let you grow more peanut drops, but it'll take a few weeks before you can start clipping for use. I'm pretty sure I have an extra one that I could sell for 3 gold. If you just want some clippings, I can sell you about 4 ounces for 3 silver. Oren was tempted to just buy both, but he had a full day of fighting ahead of him. Just the clippings for now, he decided. And if you have a mortar, pestle, and some spare vials, I'll take them too. Oren ended up spending a gold piece total for the peanut drops, 10 vials, and a nice mortar and pestle set. He would try and make the regen potion later. Oren hurried toward the southernmost gate. He didn't notice he was being followed. Chapter 22. Daniel and Maddie were waiting for Oren inside the gate. Brant and Jude were talking with the guards, probably getting permission to bypass customs completely. A slow-moving line of people entered and exited after answering a bored guard's questions. "You get what you need?" Daniel asked, as Oren waved to Maddie. "Yes, I did." Oren moved his cloak to the side and showed off his new belt with vials of murky potion sloshing about. "That looks disgusting," Daniel recoiled. "Shouldn't they be blue?" Maddie chimed in. "Why would they be blue?" "Mana potions are always blue in video games," Daniel muttered, so only Oren could hear. "Do health potions look the same? Like sewer water?" "They look basically the same," Oren responded. "But health potions have a green stopper. These are white." Oren unclipped a white-topped mana potion from his belt and handed it to Daniel, who held it up against the sun and tried to peer through it. "I'm glad I don't have to drink these too much," Daniel shivered. "They really do not taste like much," Maddie said. "But I do know a person or two who always plug their nose when drinking a potion." "I did that one time," Brant interjected as he joined the group, "when I was still a squire. Are we ready to go? We are going to take horses down the road a ways, then leave them picketed. We'll have to hike for the last few miles. Reports coming in say at least 1 litter of cloudsabers, but we've also been getting word of people hearing screams from deeper in the forest. A tree lurker shows up and we all run, understand?" "What's a tree lurker?" Daniel asked. "Nasty monster that sits in trees and grabs you with its vine arms as you walk by. They don't kill you right away, though. They pin you, cut you up, then, when you open your mouth to scream, they shove—" "That's enough," Maddie stomped her foot. "We do not need to tell horror stories before going into the woods. It is bad luck anyways."
Maddie strode away quickly, joining Jude on the other side of the gate. "What do they do?" Oren asked quietly. "They grow more lurkers inside you, keep you alive with some sort of milk for a few weeks. Then the offspring rip you apart as they hatch. Nobody survives meeting one. They're too damn smart and impossible to evade. Huge rewards for killing one, though. They were bumped up to 5-star monsters a few years back." Oren pulled his trusty bestiary book out and looked up tree lurkers as they joined the rest. He nudged Daniel and showed him the rough sketch next to the small paragraph describing its tactics. "Fuck," Daniel drawled. "That's what almost got me, huh?" "It seems like it. Look at how much they will pay for a body of one of these," Oren pointed. "I would be happy never to see one of those things again." Daniel shivered at the memory. "To think I could have been used as a live breeding factory." They got closer to the group. "You do realize we are going to have to ride horses again?" Oren asked. Daniel smirked. "I've been getting better. Not everybody spent a week lazing about." Oren groaned when he realized he would be the slow member in the group today. Despite a few accidental gallops and only 2 falls off the horse, the party set a good pace and kept Oren in the middle. He got pushed back on his saddle as many times as he almost fell, but his horse simply kept pace with the other surrounding equines. Daniel had added Jude and Brant to the party, rounding out their 5-person group. Jude had agreed to try Maddie and Oren's strategy, and even gave a few extra tips, including one important topic they'd forgotten to consider. "What will you do if we need to run?" Retreat was such an obvious thing to plan for, and Oren had completely missed it. Maddie had looked a little ashamed, too.
Don't beat yourselves up, Jude said, as he stood tall in his saddle, looking around the long grass.
Every plan can be improved, every strategy made better, but you will always forget something. That is the thing the enemy will spot first. What about just a few black bursts around everyone? You see darkness around you, run, Daniel suggested. Would work until we found something that uses darkness to attack, Brant responded. Jude nodded in agreement. As the group continued to discuss the merits of different colors for different actions, Oren found a good purchase on his horse and finally felt comfortable enough to look up cloud sabers in his book. Lithe felines the size of a small horse. These monsters use magic to walk on air. They cannot fly, but can turn on the spot by creating small puffs of clouds that allow quick turns, swift ascents, and brutal attacks from above. While their claws are sharp and deadly, the bite of a cloud saber can mean death. So, how do you kill a cloud saber? Oren asked. Brant had ridden ahead to check out a wagon that was sitting on the side of the road. Jude answered. You need to get it on the ground and then crush or take off a foot or two. It is harder for them to be as agile when they can't create their little air cushions. Air cushions? Oren watched as Brant waved from a distance and a small man waved back from the side of the wagon. A broken wheel sat on the ground next to him. Yeah, they use a small air spell on each paw that gives them a movable wall to run on. It only supports their weight for a moment, but they are already naturally quick. Jude was watching Brant, too. Please, don't let this be a bandit attack, Oren thought. I just want to get some normal levels. Oren suddenly thought back to the man he'd killed. Tears threatened to spill over. You okay? Maddie asked. Oren grunted and nodded. She looked at him with pity. Brant was heading back and signaled all clear. Folks hit a rut and snapped a wagon spoke right off, he explained as he drew near. Nothing to worry about. Oren very much worried as they passed by, but to his surprise, nothing happened. They continued down the road for almost 2 hours before heading off into the tall grass to the south. The forest Oren and Daniel had appeared in could be seen in the distance. We'll bring the horses off the road a bit, just to be safe, Brant explained. The forest is only a mile or two over there, but we might have to cut in for a bit to get where the runners have reported the saber sightings. Runners? Oren could not wait to get off the horse. His inner legs were feeling chafed, and it was taking all he had to not heal small wounds on himself. Pathfinders, trackers, or even the occasional druid, Brant continued. They get paid by the guild to keep an eye out for dangerous monsters. Anything that the lords would pay to exterminate for the safety of the people. They found a clump of large bushes and tied the horses together and then to the brush. Jude got down and hobbled the horses' legs as well. They'll be able to make it to the road if they smell anything approaching, but won't wander unless there is danger this way, he explained, as he finished tying everything off. So, I think we should all stay close, Oren suggested. I have a skill that lets me boost all 4 main stats as long as you stay within 50 feet of me, but it doesn't say how long it lasts. Is it like your other increase spells? How long do those last? Maddie asked. At level 1, those last 5 minutes, he answered. It's probably better to use that before battle then, Brant suggested. If it only lasts 5 minutes, better to not waste the mana now. Does it cost a lot? Nearly my entire mana pool. Oren checked the spell. Utility Ward. Maximum possible level 1 strength, dexterity, will, and intelligence increase to yourself and your party within 50 feet. 100 MP. Definitely save it then, Brant said. And then get a potion down your throat as soon as possible. If shit goes sideways, take Lady Madeline and teleport to this location. Priority 1 is everyone's safety. Priority 2 is getting Daniel to level 10. Priority 3 is clearing any monsters we can from the surrounding area. There are a few small towns out this way that will appreciate the help. Jude stayed in the back as Brant and Daniel took point. Maddie and Oren stayed in the middle as they crossed the grasslands to enter the forest. Oh, I should use map, Oren thought. He pulled up the small interface and saw the other 4 party members appear as blue dots. The horses behind him were white and still clumped up together, but were nearing the edge of his 1-mile radius map. The forest was empty. Guys, I have map, and the forest seems clear. Brant quirked his head as he looked back. You are a multi-tool, aren't you? Maddie stepped closer to Oren and asked, How far have you progressed your map? I have party, monster, and trap view. Oren saw no reason to hide the skill. They would all figure it out once he started being a radar machine in the forest. Do you know a lot about map? I haven't had time to research it too much yet. You are the strangest person I have ever met, Maddie admitted. Most adventurers do not purchase a spell or skill unless they have their entire path plotted out. Not to mention, you can pick up abilities from completely different builds. She shook her head as the trees started growing closer together. As far as I know, map will let you see anything you want to search for. Mining communities use a mapper to target different veins of precious metals, or parents might hire a tracker to search for the smallest traces of a lost child. I don't know all the particular sub-skills, but map is one of the largest skill sets available. That's enough talking, you two, Jude whispered from behind them. We're in it now.
Oren focused back on his map. Despite it only giving him sight to within a mile, being able to see through the trees gave him a view better than the rest of the party. I wonder if I can share the view. He tried to toss the blue box to Maddie, but nothing happened. She raised an eyebrow at his hand motion. I was trying to share my map with you, he whispered, and shrugged. They moved slowly through the forest. Oren saw red dots appear at times on the periphery of his sphere of vision, but whatever monster had crept out of the darkness quickly turned and ran at picking up the scents of all 5 of them. An hour into their slow crawl through the forest, Brant held up a hand. They all gathered to him. Cat scratches, he mouthed, and pointed at the tree nearest him. Large furrows had been dug out of the tree. Oren noticed several trees in the area were also scratched bare of their bark. Oren saw a red dot appear and then move fast toward the party. Incoming, he whispered, and pointed in the direction of the moving monster. A light blue cat appeared between the trees ahead of them. It looked more like a panther, but had the bulk of a tiger. Muscles rippled beneath its short hair as it charged along the forest floor. Oren used Identify. Cloud's HP 95/95. Brant and Daniel drew their swords while Jude twirled his hammer once. The 3 of them stepped in front of Maddie and Oren. Maddie splashed a green firework in the saber's face. The spell didn't do much damage, only a point or 2. The cat's eyes flashed as it lunged toward her. Daniel let out a yell to catch the cat's attention. It turned with all its momentum, not slowing a bit. Oren caught the smallest puff of air where the big cat's paws hit an invisible wall a few feet up. It creates air walls to jump in different directions. Oren cast Utility Ward at level 1. An extra 5 points to each stat ticked up, and his mana pool increased by 50 MP. He popped a vial off his hip, flicked the wax top off with his thumb, and drained the liquid down his throat. The potion tasted like a day-old green juice, grassy but not disgusting like he had feared. Oren felt his mana fill back up rapidly. The cat got close enough for Daniel to swing at it. He held his stance until the last second and swung from the right. The cat barrel rolled, and the sword tickled the monster's whiskers. Daniel had missed. Brant did not. As Daniel's sword whiffed, Brant struck with a piercing attack. His sword dug into the cat's shoulder and dug a long furrow along its left side. The blue feline sprang off another burst of air and landed in a tree above, hissing down as drops of blood fell.
Oren tapped it with a light strike so he would get the experience, and tried to see if he could do anything else. HP 73 of 95. It's at 73 of 95 health, he yelled. The Cloud Saber eyed him and then dove. A 200-pound cat falling from 2 stories above him should not be that quick. Jude appeared from the side and smashed his hammer into the saber's side. It was close enough that Oren and Maddie heard the cracking of ribs. The cat twirled in the air, hitting a tree with its back hip. A snarl and yelp of pain echoed as it hit the ground. Daniel used a burst of speed to glide across the forest floor and stuck his sword into the cat's head. The back legs twitched once, and the fight was over. Experience gained, 160 XP. Oren looked at his status. Level 7, 450 out of 700 XP. The fight had been harder than fighting a dire rat, but for that much experience split across 5 of them. Oren did the math. 800 XP for one monster? That would level him if he were able to kill one alone. Oren, check your map. Daniel wiped the blood off his sword using the saber's fur. Oren looked back at the map. He'd never closed it. 6 red dots were traveling fast, with a 7th appearing as he watched. 3 from the same direction as the one they had killed, and 4 from a bit more south. 7 more, 3 from there and 4 from over there. Brant and Jude shared a look and moved a bit closer to Maddie. No, stick to the plan, she ordered. But, Brant began. We will do this right, she demanded. Do not embarrass me in front of the hero. Brant and Jude set back up next to Oren. You'll need to try and hit a few with Shimmer Sight, Oren suggested. I'm going to boost up your intelligence and will with my level 2 spells. It will only help a little, but... He trailed off. He felt useless without more than Light Strike to do damage. Sounds good. Maddie breathed heavily as she prepared, obviously nervous. Oren cast Increase Will and Increase Intelligence 5 times each on Maddie at level 2. With his boosted stats, the cost wasn't quite at 100, but he went ahead and downed a second potion. This is going to be expensive, he thought, as he felt his mana filling up again. His stomach fluttered as the potion worked. Then it settled back down. Oren felt he should be able to take 1 more potion today. I really don't want to turn to cycling. I might have to call it after this fight. The first 2 sabers appeared from the secondary direction, with another 2 close behind them. Moments later, the other 3 toppled over each other as they ran along the footprints of their fallen brother. They used air puffs on their feet to run upside down and balance back out. Maddie tossed a red firework at the 3 on the right and a green toward the 4 on the left. Oren waited. The sabers were getting closer and closer. Maddie? Nothing happened. Maddie! Oren prepared to jump forward and teleport the 2 of them out of danger. Maddie cast 3 Shimmer Sight back to back to back. 3 perfect casts. Oren watched as one hit the lead cloud saber between the eyes, the second splashed across another's nose, and the third tried to bite the glimmering ball of light, only for it to encompass its face. 3 sabers were blinded and fell into each other, scratching and biting. Oren threw out 3 light strikes. The 3 melee fighters had stood against the 4 remaining racing cloud sabers. Daniel yelled something Oren could not hear and dashed into the middle of the 4 monsters. Daniel activated his Windblades skill. Oren realized how much Daniel had grown in the past week. While that first time he'd used this skill against a few rats, the monsters had been shredded. But Oren had also taken a small hit from the blast wave. Daniel had been working on control. The 4 sabers were thrown hard, hitting trees and rolling across the ground.
Large slices of fur and meat had been sheared off and lay in bloody chunks around a heavily breathing Daniel. The sabers were slow to get back up. Jude and Brant took the initiative and finished off 2 of the sabers before Oren remembered he had not hit these 4 yet. He cast 2 more spells on the struggling cloud sabers. A small burst of light that looked like a laser hit each one a second later, burning a small hole into their brains. Oren looked over at Maddie and gave her a thumbs up. She was pulling a potion from a bracelet on her wrist. She drank it and sighed. "We still have 3 left over here, guys." Finishing the 3 remaining sabers was quick work without their sight. Although they could smell the party easily enough, they were more likely to hit a tree or each other when they tried to strike. Maddie and Oren let the other guys take turns whittling them down. Daniel and Brant cut off limbs while Jude used his hammer to make bloody pancakes out of feet. Experience gained: 800 XP, 160 XP times 5. Level 8 obtained.
Plus 10 AP. Oren looked at his status again. Level 8, 550 out of 800 XP. I'm almost to level 9, too. These things are totally worth the extra headache, Oren thought.
"Oren?" Daniel called out as he sat back on his knees. He waved frantically.
"Daniel, that was amazing," Oren gushed. "I'm level 8 now. Did you get to level 10? Did you choose your moniker?" "I hit level 10, but shut up. I got a prompt that said I had 10 minutes to select my moniker. That's all it says. It has a list of suggested shit below, but it is all fire and wind and stuff like that. I tried to enter dimensional in this prompt and it said not accepted, and my time went down to 5 minutes. That's fine. You still have time to, Oren started. I put in time next. The system declined that option too, and now I have 2 minutes left. Daniel looked panicked. Oren, what do I do?
Chapter 23.
Oren wasted no time. Try space. If that does not work, go with wind. If the timer hits 0, we don't know what will happen. Daniel did waste some of his precious remaining time by asking, Why space? I don't want to summon comets or something. Wouldn't it be better to try? Oren interrupted him. Space is more than comets. Think black holes, gravity, and interstellar travel. You already have a magnetic personality and draw people to you. Look around. You have Maddie, the daughter of a Lord of Day, fighting beside you. You have Brant and Jude here. I'm here. Space might allow you to find a way home, but more than that, it fits you, I think. I kept thinking about what word was most like those past heroes' monikers, but that still fit you. Space. You fill up a room when you enter. People gravitate toward you. You are a sun burning brightly that keeps us alive and thriving. Daniel's eyes widened as his friend gave him compliments deeper than the love letters his past girlfriends had written. Oren watched him process his words, and then steel determination flitted across his face. I won't need to choose wind. Space is going to work, Daniel said confidently. The party held their collective breath as Daniel looked at a blue box in front of him. He let out a sigh. Space hero accepted. Maddie had suggested continuing a bit more, but Daniel had wanted to get out of the forest before he read any more of his level prompts. He noted he had a lot. They made their way back to the horses and put together a late lunch. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun was high in the sky. The bushes gave a small amount of shade as they all sat down. Oren pulled up his status, too.
Name: Oren. Class: Utility Warder. Level 8, 550 out of 800. Ability points: 16. HP: 90. MP: 92 out of 130 plus 50. Strength: 9 plus 5. Constitution: 9. Dexterity: 9 plus 5. Will:
13 plus 5. Intelligence, 11 plus 5. Abilities, Mind Bastion, Dimension Hole, Identify, Blood Mana, Meditate, Map, Party View, Monster View, Trap View, Zoom, Sidesteps. Spells, Calm Mind, Heal Small Wounds, Increase Strength, Increase Dexterity, Increase Will, Increase Intelligence, Camouflage, Light Strike, Inverse, Teleport, Ward, Utility Ward. Oren pulled up the store icon and noticed blinking exclamation points next to all his level 2 stat increase spells. After how quickly he had gone through his mana pools during the fight, Oren knew exactly what weakness he wanted to shore up. Mana Pool. Increase MP by 100 MP, one-time purchase, 10 AP. Would you like to purchase for 10 AP, yes or no? Yes. Oren felt something inside him bubble up. He felt like he had chugged a soda without breathing. He burped loudly, and everyone looked at him. Sorry, purchased something. Maddie shook her head and went back to tying the pelts from the cloud sabers into a bundle. Brant had skinned them quickly before they left. MP 193/280. Yes, Oren cheered internally. Now I can cast a lot more before needing a potion. He looked at the potions on his hip. All would restore only 100 MP. I should have thought ahead. These are wasted now, I guess. Maybe Daniel can use them. Daniel was still sitting a few feet from them, smiling as he read blue box after blue box. Nobody had interrupted him since they had returned. Yo, D. Oren did not hold his friend in the same regard the rest of the party did. Jude shot him a glance. When are you going to come out and play? Shut up, Daniel retorted. There's so much, and so many choices now. I'll fill you in later. Oren considered pushing an increase spell to level 3, or even bringing Heal Small Wounds up, but held off. Once Oren, Maddie, Brant, and Jude had eaten their fill of cheese and bread, Jude brought a small tray over to the hero, who was still ignoring them. Eat something, sir, Jude prodded. Daniel just nodded and ate mechanically. You think everything went okay? Maddie asked nervously. If anything had been messed up, her father would probably blame her. Yeah, he gets like this, Oren responded. He'll probably pop out of his trance and then not shut up until we get back to town. True to his nature, Daniel finished up and turned around with a wide grin a few minutes later. Oren, you are a genius. Daniel clapped his friend on the back. I know. Oren sat up and stretched his arms over his head. But why don't you tell me why? Daniel smirked as he sat down with the group. First thing, Space Hero gives me 10 points every 10 levels to spend. Of course, I dropped them all into strength. Daniel reached out and picked up a saddle. They had removed them while the horses waited, and put them across a log to remain somewhat clean. Daniel picked up the heavy leather like it was a dinner plate. He gently placed it back down. 10 points? Jude exclaimed. That's the highest I've ever heard of. I only get 6, and the rest of the guards hate me for it, you lucky bastard. Daniel just smiled and continued. I also get access to space magic, which actually merged with some of my current skills. Pull attention changed to gravity well. Instead of just grabbing a target's attention, it physically pulls them toward me as well. Eagle Eyes became Telescope. It doubles what Eagle Eyes gave me in terms of sight. But the best thing is it allowed me to upgrade Dash. What did Dash do? Oren asked. Stupid question. That was how you would get a burst of speed, huh? Daniel nodded. But now it is called Shooting Star. He shared a blue box with everyone. Upon activation, you can move in straight lines at incredible speeds for 2 minutes. Speed increased by dexterity, 10 MP. Is that better than Dash? Oren asked. Dash costs more and was a one-time move, Daniel explained. But the best thing is all the new abilities I'll be able to unlock. I want to keep reading more before I upgrade. It's just pages and pages of stuff. We can head out now then, Brant suggested as he stood and started to clean up the mess they'd made. We can make it back in time for dinner. Sounds good to me, Oren agreed. When we get back, is there a way to get a lot of pillows? Pillows? Maddie asked, confused. Yep, Oren nodded. I'm also going to need someone to throw them at me. Brant and Jude exchanged a glance and laughed. What? Jude tried. What nonsense is this? Daniel threw a pillow at me and it activated my sidesteps, Oren explained. Brant and Jude shut up immediately. That doesn't work, Brant countered. If it did, everybody would know, Oren shrugged. It did for me. Maybe the hero has to throw it, or maybe people just think it has to be a weapon dodged. It wouldn't be the first time people did something only because this is the way it has always been done. Brant and Jude started debating if this was a viable option to pursue, as Oren tried to keep up in the conversation. Is this why you wanted to keep him around? Maddie asked Daniel. Because he always comes up with the strangest ideas? It is part of it, Daniel smiled, watching his friend arguing with the two knights. He's perceptive. While he has a hard time seeing the forest through the trees, he picks up on things faster than I ever could. And he's thoughtful. I bet he suggests Brant and Jude get a book on sidesteps just to help the party. He might even try to pay for it. That would be too expensive for a theory. Maddie picked herself up and tried to lift a saddle. Daniel helped her. That wouldn't matter to him. Daniel set the saddle on the first horse and then grabbed two more, letting Maddie finish the straps. He wouldn't even see it as a cost, just an investment in the people around him. Focusing on the big picture. I would worry if Brant or Jude would stick with us long term. Sure, I'll help them both as much as I can, but Oren will get lost in helping them maximize their classes. So the two of you complement each other's skills and weaknesses. Maddie pulled the last clasp tight. I get why you wanted him in the party so bad now. Daniel settled the last saddle down. No, it's really none of that. He's just my friend. Daniel sighed and yelled, Oren, do not make Jude throw mud at you. They made good time back today. Jude and Brant offered to take the horses back, and Maddie followed them back to the Catanzano house. So, what else do you guys want to do today? Maddie queried. I'm going to just play around with my new store options, Daniel replied. See if I can chart a good path forward. Oren laughed. You aren't going to go buy Gertie? Daniel stopped in the middle of the street. Holy shit, I can probably get it now, right? What's a Gertie? Maddie looked confused. Yeah, I'm going to go get it. Daniel's eyes glittered crazily. It's a sword that he's been drooling over since we got to town. Oren chuckled as he explained to Maddie. They had to take a few quick jogging steps to catch up to Daniel. Oren did some quick math in his head. Last time, Daniel's 14 strength, with the addition of Oren's 5 increase strength at level 2, that came out to an extra 15 strength, had barely moved the sword. Daniel was now at 24 strength as his base, with the extra 5 from Oren's utility ward still running, equaling the same as the boosted 29 from his first attempt.
Oren went ahead and tossed 5 level 2 increase strength spells on his friend as they neared the blacksmith shop. If his math was correct, each cast would increase his strength by 4 points, or an extra 20 strength. That would put him near 50 total. If a fighter started at 10 strength and spent 10 points on strength at level 10, 20, and so on, they'd have to be level 50 to have the same strength that Daniel did right now. As they entered, Oren admired the ceiling again.
The way the interlocking metal flowed and moved to clean the soot was fascinating. Daniel wasted no time and went right up to Jovi. He gave no preamble and just laid it on the line. "I'm here to buy Gertrude, sir." Jovi laughed and gave a few more instructions to the apprentice, hammering a short sword into shape. "It hasn't even been a month, and here he comes to try again." Jovi pulled the stool over and reached for the massive sword. "No charge up front, but if you can't give me a clean swing, I'll not take her back down for a year." As he put his hands on either side of the hunk of metal, Jovi turned and yelled, "Oi, Franklin, bring out the armor dummy." A boy of 11 darted into a side room. He returned pulling a canvas doll larger than himself across the ground. Franklin set the wood and canvas man up in the middle of Jovi's corner, far away from any working forge. Jovi nodded at him and hefted the sword into the air. He took 2 quick steps down the stool and held the handle near Daniel. "Even a down slash would be enough, but don't hurt yourself, boy," Jovi began. "You can always come back next year and—" Oren watched his friend take the hilt in both hands and lift it straight up like Arthur and Excalibur. If Excalibur had eaten a car, grown a few extra feet, and weighed a few 100 pounds. Jovi's face lit up as Daniel took a few steps and then swung, not from above, but a diagonal angle.
He miscalculated the weight at the end and had to twirl with the sword, but Daniel had cleaved the armor dummy in 2. Daniel stood breathing heavily as he put the flat of the sword back up on his shoulder, the blade pointed away from his neck. 200 gold, right? Daniel asked, smiling broadly. Chapter 24. Daniel was all grins as he left with his new sword over his shoulder. Maddie was aghast at how much he had spent. "It'll be worth it," Daniel repeated for the 3rd time. "Just imagine how hard I can whack a monster with this thing." "You still need my buffs to actually wield that thing," Oren joked. Well, half joked. "I have a few ideas on how to fix that," Daniel muttered. He turned back to Maddie and Oren. "Did you guys want to do any shopping?" Maddie shook her head. Oren considered getting a few new potions, but decided it was not worth it right now. He could always grab a few tomorrow. "Let's just head home," Oren suggested. "I'm getting hungry anyways." They made their way back to Maddie's house. Oren waited while Daniel took the first shower. Oren looked around at the marble bathroom with old-timey plumbing. Thick pipes would pump water over his head. Daniel had explained the pricey contraption used his own mana to get the water hot. Oren spent half an hour just soaking. When they finally dressed and went down to eat, Lord Catanzano welcomed them in the dining room, along with Maddie, who was all dressed up. "I hear you had success today," Silas began, "but that you spent nearly all your money on a sword. I hope you don't intend to ask for loans." Daniel waved off his concern. "You have nothing to worry about. I have more than enough to pay for things. The blacksmith told me the sword was made for a high-level orc woman, so it should last me quite some time." Silas raised an eye. Oren also looked at Daniel in askance. He blushed. "I might have spent some time there just chatting him up." Maddie let out a laugh. "More like every day, for hours." Silas looked at his daughter, laughing with the hero, and relaxed a bit. He raised a hand, and the staff brought dinner in. As they ate, Maddie told him of the strategy that Oren had come up with, and their success with the fighting tactics against the Cloudsabers.
Raced right into the middle of the pack of 4, and they just exploded, Father, Maddie regaled, as Silas sipped his wine.
Cleaning up the 3 that I had blinded took only a few moments after that.
"And you received experience on all 7, Silas queried.
"Yes, sir," she responded. "I think everybody got fully split experience on 5. Somebody missed 2 of them, as I got a bit more experience than I should have." "That was me," Oren admitted. "I wasn't quick enough on the draw."
You'll need to do better, Silas said simply, and held his glass up for more wine. An attendant rushed forward with a bottle to refill it. I think Oren proved himself well enough, Daniel defended his friend. No, he's actually right, Oren said, surprising Daniel and Silas. I let my guard down for a second and missed some easy XP. The table was silent, except for the sounds of forks hitting plates. But Oren helped Daniel when he leveled to 10, too, Maddie continued after a minute. Daniel was having some sort of trouble, and Oren helped him fix it. Trouble, Silas asked a lot with his one word. I tried to bite off more than I could chew, Daniel answered vaguely. Oren helped remind me of who I really am. Oren was sure Jude and Brant would have given Silas a full rundown by now of everything said, but he still appreciated his friend talking him up. Would you be willing to share your upgrade? Silas asked pointedly. Daniel looked at Maddie, then Oren. He could tell Daniel had the same thoughts. Silas already knew and was asking for politeness. Daniel gave in. Space hero. I will admit, not what I would have thought, Silas continued, like Daniel had told him the price of an item he was selling. Space magic always ends up messy. How so? Daniel asked, intrigued. Those who look to the stars rarely understand the forces they are playing with, Silas said. Oren was sure Silas's eyes had touched on him for a moment.
I'm no astrologist, Daniel said as he finished the last of his vegetable medley, but I paid attention in school. Oren almost corrected Daniel's mistake out loud. He meant to say astronomer. Astrology is what your girlfriend used to explain why she was being a bitch. He caught himself as he opened his mouth, though. No reason to tip off the Catanzanos. I don't know this word, Silas admitted. I've heard that other heroes come from worlds with different levels of scientific backgrounds. One historian even says some heroes never believed in magic, or it did not exist in their worlds. Magic was just fiction in my world. Daniel pushed himself back from the table and leaned in his chair. No such thing as dragons, unicorns, or monsters there either. Most fascinating. Silas leaned forward over his empty plate. Tell me more about your world. Daniel shrugged and told Silas about cars that people use to travel faster than horses, planes that let humans fly, and cell phones, the tiny boxes that let you talk to anybody, anywhere in the world. Surely there were some distance restrictions. Silas's eyes were wide, like a kid on Christmas morning. Not that I know of, Daniel replied. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with satellites. They could beam the data around or something. I honestly don't know. The word satellite sent Silas into another round of questioning, and soon even Maddie had had enough. Father, it's late. We should all get some sleep. Silas blinked and looked at the window. The sun had fully set. I apologize. He brushed the front of his shirt and pushed his wheelchair from the table. I have work to do. Thank you, Daniel. And you too, Oren. With a nod, he left the room. Maddie followed close behind. Oren and Daniel made their way back to their room, full and tired from a long day. Oren fell on his bed face down. He mumbled into his pillow. Oren, you just made sounds, but no actual words. Oren lifted his head. Do you think I should level anything? How many points do you have left? 6. Anything totally necessary? I think more strength increase for you might be worth it. Oren flipped on his back. Especially if you plan on taking that thing out with us. Daniel had leaned his sword against the wall. The table had started to creak when he'd rested it on top. Oren looked over what he wanted to do and what he had. With only 6 current points, he could get 2 of his increase stat spells up to level 3 based on what he'd read. He wanted to try upgrading Dimension Hole too, but did not see the point in that currently.
Heal small wounds costs 6 ability points to level a third time. He could level Utility Ward once for only 5 ability points, but that would cost nearly his entire mana pool to use. He'd thought about the Camouflage Ward as well for only 5 points, but wasn't sure Jude or Brant could ever be the quiet type, even with magical camo. "I'll be fine," Daniel smiled. "While you were in the shower, I went through a few more of my boxes. Do you remember what else happens at level 10? Oren pursed his lips, then shook his head slowly. "No, I do not, O great hero. Enlighten me." Daniel threw his pillow. Sidesteps did not trigger, and Oren took it on the face. "I obtained level 10, Daniel said mysteriously. "Yes, you did." Oren copied his weird voice. "And?" Daniel smiled. "I completed the quest." Oren had forgotten about the quest. More likely, since the reward was unavailable to him, he'd just not thought about it at all. Obtain level 10 reward, Hero Kit level 2. Unavailable. Reward. What did you get? First, all my level 1 weapon skills went to level 2. All of them? That's like 10 skills, right? Oren pulled up sword proficiency. Sword proficiency, level 1. You are adept at using swords. Minus 10 AP.
How much does it cost to go from level 1 to 2 in a weapon skill? Oren asked. I have 9 weapon skills that went to level 2. Daniel smiled. And level 2 would have cost 20 ability points per skill. Now I can see it'll cost 30 to go to the next level, but I probably won't spend that. That's insane, Oren muttered as he did quick math. 180 points worth of skills for a reward? That's 18 levels. Wait, why not upgrade to level 3 for swords now? I don't get it. Daniel flicked his hand toward Oren. The second thing I got. Daniel, Hero level 10, is sharing a quest. Quest. Obtain level 20 reward. Hero Kit level 3. Unavailable. Reward. Would you like to accept it? Yes or no? Oren whistled low. The reward is still unavailable to me. Accept it anyway, Daniel suggested. You can share it for gold if nothing else. Damn, we could do that, huh? I don't know, Daniel shrugged. But I'll probably share it with Maddie, Jude, and Brant. Brant hit 19 the other day. I'm not sure about Jude, but Maddie is also under 20. Jude was around 15, if I remember correctly, Oren offered, as he accepted the quest. So we can see if Brant gets a reward, Daniel noted. That way, we will at least know one way or the other. Sounds good to me. Oren felt sleep starting to creep up on him. Riding a horse was the worst. Good night, Dee. I'm about to pass out here. Same. Daniel checked the position of Gertrude one last time. See ya in the morning. After an early breakfast, Daniel and Oren tried to recreate the sidesteps pillow debacle. Daniel gathered about 20 pillows and threw them at Oren. It only took a few minutes before Oren triggered an evasion. Sidesteps, 95 out of 100. Yes! Oren yelled. Shut up! Daniel covered his ears. Some people might still be asleep. It's only around 8 a.m. Do you not see what this means? Oren asked. Team building exercise. Huh? We are going to get sidesteps for everyone and then have a pillow fight. You cannot be serious, Daniel groaned. There is no way anyone is going to take this seriously. Daniel was wrong. Brant and Jude were completely open to having a massive pillow fight in the courtyard. Maddie also chimed in, and the 4 party members besides the hero were talking loudly when Silas rolled in. What is going on? Maddie ran to his side. Father, Oren found that thrown pillows can trigger growth on a skill, sidesteps.
Oren had to share his skill and then stand there as everyone threw more pillows at him. His luck was holding on, and sidesteps triggered twice. Sidesteps 97 out of 100. Brant, go find the book on this skill. Jude, go talk to Kevin about available funds. I might have every knight in my household participate in this. Daniel moaned at the image of a house-wide pillow fight. Brant returned quickly with a book entitled Dodging Death, a fighter's collection of useful skills. Sire, the skill caps at the 10th level with a 10% chance to evade an attack, Brant read. There are better options for evasion, but there is nothing in the book that talks about using a non-lethal attack to trigger the skill growth. Silas read the passage himself and looked around at the 4 faces watching. 5 faces, as Jude approached from talking to the Catanzano's treasurer. Let's buy one and make sure it is not a fluke of Oren's class. Silas and Jude talked money, while Maddie approached Oren. Do you realize what this means? Yeah, he smirked. Do you want to be on my team? Maddie looked confused. What? No, not a pillow fight for triggering the skill. Do you realize what this means for Day? You just upset an entire industry. Anybody who can create a skill book for sidesteps is going to be rich overnight. Of course, Father will figure out who can make the books and employ them before the information is released. But beyond that, she put her hand on his shoulder. More people will live because of you. Even a 10% chance of evading an attack can mean life or death. You made everyone's life a little better today. She smiled and walked away. Jude left to hit up a local bookstore that sold skill books. Daniel straddled up alongside Oren. I should be getting credit. I'm the one who threw the pillow. Oren raised an eyebrow. But I'm the one who pissed the hero off enough to throw it in the first place. They bickered back and forth, laughing at each other. Jude returned within the hour with a single book. Silas handed it to Maddie. Me? Shouldn't Sir Bennet or... She tried to push the book back into her father's hands. If this works, I'll outfit the entire party. Eventually, the entire house. Silas smiled at his daughter. Oren saw a softness in his face for the first time. Maddie gulped and opened the book. A second later, she nodded. Brant and Daniel were already waiting behind her and chucked pillows at her. They slapped against her head and she fell forward a step, laughing. Nothing yet, she chuckled. Silas watched as the 4 young men continued to throw pillows. After a few minutes, he called for a stop. It looks like it might have just been another oddity for Oren's class, he sighed. Oh well, he turned his chair around and began to wheel himself back to his office. We can still all beat up on Oren, Daniel smirked. Maddie threw a pillow at Oren, who caught it and threw it back. Maddie was facing him, holding the pillow, when Brant threw another one. Maddie dodged to the side. Holy shit, she looked at her status screen. It worked!
Chapter 25.
After Silas confirmed Maddie's status, the man moved quickly. He sent Jude back out, brought in his secretary, and put together the beginnings of a new business venture in the space of a few hours. Why is he on such a warpath? Oren asked Maddie. He's got everyone running around like the world is about to end. Maddie looked around and then pulled Oren around the corner. Spies. Here? Oren turned on his map, but saw only the normal household members and his own party, minus Jude and Brant. Everywhere, Maddie confided. It's part of being one of the houses of Day. On the surface, we all help each other and work for the common good. Behind closed doors, they all try to bankrupt each other and take more power. So, your dad thinks the other houses will catch on and try to get a piece of the pie? Oren caught on quick. Yes. So, he'll move to take over as many skilled book creators as possible, possibly throw out a few false leads, or even have Sir Deguy plant them. Maddie kept her voice low. What's my cut? Oren asked jokingly. He'll give you a fair percentage, Maddie answered disinterestedly.
but we should really be worrying about the best way to level our skill." "I'm sorry, what?" Oren was sure he had misheard her. He was actually going to get paid for this entire debacle? "I'm sure Kevin has come up with a fair share to put aside for you as the discoverer of this, to be fair, loophole in the system. It is rare, but not unique. There was a skill called Detect a few hundred years back that everyone used until Identify was discovered. Somebody figured out that people with the skill got a boost for using the skill on something new. Like, if they had never used Detect on a fork before, the skill would level a bit faster. He created a zoo, but of just hundreds of normal, unique items. He made lots of money, and people leveled their skills." Skills can be discovered? Oren learned more every day.
When would he stop being surprised? "I'm not sure how I feel about this," Oren muttered. "Oh, he wouldn't try to undersell you." Maddie turned her full attention to Oren.
"If he did, one of the other lords could use it against him. If you are unhappy with the price he offers, just let him know."
"No," Oren waved his hands. "I meant, I don't know how I feel about cornering a market. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to just take the skill normally? Why the need to make this about money?"
"But not everybody can take the skill," Maddie hit her head. "I keep forgetting your class is all over the place. Most people can't just buy the skill. They have to find a skill book." Maddie saw a maid heading down the hall and pulled Oren into a side room. It looked like a storage room for extra chairs and a large chandelier that was half covered by a sheet. "Oren, who do you think is going to buy the most skill books once this becomes common knowledge?"
"The guild? Maybe just random adventurers?" Oren wiped a cobweb off his shoulder.
"The other lords," Maddie whispered. "They'll want to outfit all their knights and maybe more with a 1 in 10 chance of dodging an attack. Do you have any idea of how expensive it is to train up a knight? Or the loss to a house when one dies?"
Oren realized the implications. This would make the houses more powerful. He was at fault for making the rich and powerful more rich and powerful. "So, your dad is going to keep all the power for himself," Oren spat.
"Or charge a pretty penny and allow just enough to the other lords to keep them happy."
"What? No! What kind of person do you think he is?" Maddie asked angrily.
"He's going to get as many of those who can make the skill books and get contracts with them. That way they will be protected. He'll work with them to create a fair market value, so the other lords can't force them to work at outfitting their entire house with the newest skill."
"He's working so hard right now because it is very likely someone in our house has already reported everything to another lord. Those few people in Day who can make this particular skill book, they're in danger right now. I know my father hasn't made the best impression for you, but know that he is working hard to protect the people of Day." Oren felt slightly moved by her speech, but still remembered the way Silas had demanded obedience with his skills just a few days before. Maddie could stick up for her dad all she wanted, but Oren would keep his eye on him all the same. "Let's head back." Maddie peeked out the door.
"Nobody's around."
Oren could tell she was still upset about him insulting her father. "Maddie, I'm sorry. I didn't realize what he was doing. I hope he finds them all. Next time I come up with some way to break the system, I'll be sure to tell him in private." Maddie let out a chuckle.
"Yeah, Oren. If you come up with another system-breaking loophole, please do it only behind closed doors."
They made their way back to the entryway, where Silas was signing papers. Jude and Brant had returned and already given their reports, as they were both chatting away excitedly with Daniel. "Oren!" Daniel waved. "I had a great idea. Come over here." As Oren and Maddie got closer, Oren felt a sense of dread. Daniel was holding a ball. It looked a little bigger than a soccer ball and was a little beaten up. "What's that?" Oren pointed.
I really don't think that's a good idea, Daniel. Daniel tossed the ball up in the air and caught it. While everybody was running around thinking about the skill, I was about to start gathering up more pillows. One of the maids yelled at me for trying to dirty them up. I guess the Catanzanos have good taste, and these are filled with some monster feathers that cost their weight in gold. Maddie ducked her head but didn't rebut what Daniel said. So, naturally, Daniel paused for effect, I thought of dodgeball.
Hours later, and more bruises than Oren could count, he crawled into bed. Despite all his best efforts, the two knights and Daniel had decided that waving pillows around was not manly enough. They had to pelt each other with hard leather balls. At least my skill leveled, he thought. Level 2, 2% chance to evade any attack. 43 out of 200. Oren would admit to himself that playing dodgeball was still better than playing sword dummy for Daniel. He'd never admit it to Daniel, though. That asshole knows how much I hate dodgeball. After Silas had worked out his contracts with the 4 known skill book writers in Day, he'd allowed Jude and Brant to also get the skill. He'd also gotten the skill for the hero as a gift. A few hours of play had resulted in the same results as a few months of dangerous, life-threatening adventuring. Silas had also confirmed Maddie's story. The 4 writers were under his protection and had agreed to exclusively write skill books at a reduced price. Each book would sell for between 70 and 75 gold, depending on other contracts with various bookstores around town. Oren would get 2 gold pieces for every book sold. The information had already hit the streets, and every skill book had already been sold. It took an entire week for a writer to create a book, so Oren wasn't going to be rolling in immediate gold. But Silas said Kevin could invest the steady income and keep him well off. Oren had a question, though. With the price being so high, won't that just mean all the houses are buying the skills? Silas, who had just finished explaining the great deal he'd cut, looked a bit miffed. I believe that for the foreseeable future, yes. The houses of Day will likely purchase the books for their own use. What about the adventurers and normal people this could help? If an adventurer truly desires the skill, there are other ways to get it, Silas said. Or they could try to cut a deal with the house. I cannot control the third-party market. Oren thought and asked, instead of me getting, what would it be, 8 gold a week, could we earmark 1 book every other month to go to the guild? They could sell it to an adventurer only. It would make Day stronger too, right? Because we'd have stronger people to defend the wall? You want to give up 64 gold every 2 months, so a random person the guild picks is able to get a skill book? Oren had never really played poker, but Silas's face was unreadable. I know I wouldn't be paying full price for one of the books, but I think it would help spread the skill a bit more, right? Oren asked hopefully. If Silas turned him down, he could always save the money and do it on his own anyway, if he could find someone to sell him the book. You continued to surprise me, Silas smiled at Oren for the first time with warmth. I'm beginning to see what the hero likes about you. I'll work it out with the guild. I can't promise they won't do something untoward with the skill, but giving the adventurers of Day a chance will be enough. Silas turned his chair around but stopped and turned back. He'd put his hand out to shake Oren's. Oren sighed in his bed. He considered casting Heal Small Wounds, but as it was sitting on the maximum and waiting to be leveled, it wasn't worth the extra mana. Instead, he used his last mana pool of the night, trying to get camouflage higher. When Daniel came to bed a little later, he didn't even see Oren there, hiding in plain sight. There had been no additional sightings of cloud sabers or other high-experience, low-star monsters in the area for several days. The party played dodgeball whenever Jude and Brant weren't on duty. Maddie worked on controlling her spells better, and Oren tried to max out all his spells. He was still waffling on what to work on leveling next. Daniel's growth after hitting level 10 was enormous. He'd stopped worrying about saving his skill points and gone a little overboard with his skills and spells. He'd shared them with Oren the morning after their first dodgeball game. Individual is able to control his body with minute control, 25 AP. The spell was similar to his own, Mind Bastion, but in the physical sense. The description also didn't give the additional text of controlling his mind, so Oren wasn't too worried about him turning into a bigger ass than he already was. Daniel had also bought Gravity Strike, which looked like an upgraded version of Power Strike. Gravity Strike. 4 times damage on your next hit, 20 AP. Error, similar skill, Relief Paint Power Strike for 10 AP. I got an error when I bought that, Daniel had explained. I only had to pay 10 points for it, but I had to give up Power Strike. I had 100 points left and might have wasted it, but this looks upgradable and it doesn't cost any mana, which I definitely need to focus on at level 20. I told you that my 10 stat points could go in any stat block, right? I just chose Strength because— You're rambling, Daniel, Oren interrupted. What did you do? Daniel blushed and threw another box. Home base. Teleport yourself and your party to a destination of your choice. Once set, the destination cannot be changed for 1 week. Uses per month, 1. Negative 100 AP. Upgradable, 200 AP. Space Hero specific. For the first time since landing on this world, Oren couldn't find the skill in his store. I tried to set the destination to Earth, and I felt resistance, Daniel reported. But Oren, I think this is our ticket home. The days began to run together, and before Oren knew it, he'd maxed out Camouflage and all his increase spells, and he'd gotten Sidesteps to level 3. Sidesteps, level 3. 3% chance to evade any attack, 4 out of 300. Oren felt more comfortable with a short sword now. Daniel showed him how to stand and swing, using the knowledge that gave him. Not for the first time, Oren considered getting a level in a weapon skill. First, he would need more levels. They hadn't gone on any more leveling excursions, not because they didn't want to, but because the monsters were unusually quiet. I believe a horde might be attacking the walls soon, Silas mentioned over dinner. I was hoping that a new dungeon would be found, but it seems our luck might run out. I don't believe your party is ready to defeat a dungeon. Neither are you ready to defend the wall to the extent of variable reward warrants. No offense, Daniel started, but I am not sitting on my ass when monsters attack the wall. Silas smirked. I know, Daniel. That's why I'm going to be sending you all to the Aqua Chambers. I've arranged with the Terrace House to allow you all access. The 2 dungeons in the area were the Silver Vaults and the Aqua Chambers. The Silver Vaults had been active for over 150 years, but the Aqua Chambers were only a decade old. Oren asked, What about me? I'm not level 10. Silas waved a hand. It will be fine. I took care of it. But I do suggest you try to get to 10 before going farther than the 1st or 2nd floor. Sir Bennett and Sir de Guy have taken turns going through the chambers, so they will be useful. Maybe you can take a few monsters down on your own before the harder monsters attack. Oren did not feel at ease, but Daniel and Maddie were ecstatic to be getting a chance to go dungeon delving. Please do not get the wrong idea, Silas cut across their chatter. You will be only going to perhaps the first 9 levels. This dungeon has turned back parties at levels in the 30s and 40s. Sir Bennett and Sir de Guy will be under strict orders to return you safely and not go past the 9th level. Daniel nodded along like a good soldier, but Oren saw that glint in his eye. The one that always spoke of one thing: trouble. Chapter 26. Oren spent the morning after Silas's announcement considering his skills and spell. He had assumed they would be able to get in another fight or two, possibly giving him more ability points and more options. But with Silas's plan to send them away to avoid a wall horde, the lack of actionable monster sightings, and Brant's near-constant patrols to get fresh information, Oren decided he was better off spending the points to level an existing ability. Would you like to upgrade, increase strength, 5,000/5,000 for 3 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Would you like to upgrade, increase intelligence, 5,000/5,000 for 3 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Oren decided intelligence would be better to increase, as he could cast it on himself and reduce his MP costs. He'd spend more on himself so that the entire party would benefit. Increase strength, level 3, 0 out of 10,000. Increase target strength by +4 for 20 minutes, 15 MP. Increase intelligence, level 3, 0 out of 10,000. Increase target intelligence by +4 for 20 minutes, 15 MP. Wow. Oren was surprised. The bonus doubled, the time doubled, and the cost only went up by 5 mana. Oren used some scrap paper left over from deciphering the hero book to do math. His will was at 13 and his intelligence was at 11. Increase intelligence should normally give +4, but with his will at 13, the number would actually bump up to 5, and 1.3 times 4 should mean 5.2 increased intelligence. 25 extra intelligence on top of my 11. At 36 intelligence total, any spell would be cast at 3/4 of the normal cost. Oren checked his math again. Base cost of spell times 100 minus 36 minus 10 times 100 equaled base cost times 74%. So, I could cast Ward on everyone before we go into the dungeon for only 75 MP, and cast Utility Ward at level 1 on everyone as well.
I could even give Daniel 20 minutes of +25 strength for only a bit over 55 MP. I need to figure out the math on that. Oren sat with numbers running through his head and sighed. This is too much math without Mind Bastion running. Daniel, who was rereading the hero book on the bed, looked up. What is too much math? I bought level 3 strength and intelligence, but I don't want to do more math to figure out exactly what I could cast. I think I can boost myself to make spells cheaper, get a ward on everyone to give more breathing room in the dungeon, and get a utility ward on us as well. But that about uses my entire pool and only lasts a little bit. Wouldn't it make more sense to cast utility ward on everybody before ward? That way, you would get the will bonus and your MP would be higher, Daniel asked distractedly. That would be genius, actually. Oren threw down the pencil. I hate just waiting around. I want to fight something and try this. Why don't you do something with those gross mushrooms? Daniel waved in the direction of Oren's backpack. They are starting to stink up the room anyways. Oren slapped his head. He'd completely forgotten about the regen potions. You totally forgot about the potions, didn't you? Daniel looked up from his book, grinning. No, Oren responded unconvincingly. He yanked the book out of Daniel's hands. I'll be needing this. Daniel sighed and stood with a stretch. That's fine. I'm so done trying to figure out all the rest of the nonsense they talk about. It's like reading the comments section on a superhero movie review. Everyone is arguing that only they have the best interpretation of what is best. I still can't figure out if I'm supposed to get more upgrades every 10 levels, or if it is just a fluke from a few different hero builds. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Oren said, as he flipped through the pages. Oh, that reminds me. Are you going to share the level 20 quest with Brant?
You want to test out if you'll get something at level 10?
Oren nodded.
If you think it's a good idea, I don't see why not.
Daniel shrugged. Should I try to extort our evil overlord? Maybe give it to Maddie and Jude, too. Oren paused in his reading and looked up.
Maybe just share it with all three of them at once. Do it as a good faith gesture. It's likely they won't get anything at level 20, but it might keep Silas from asking after the reason you are here.
You mean the Demon Lord or the war?
Both,
Oren shrugged.
Eventually, he is going to get pushy. You can show him the war in Odrana Quest when you have to, but to be honest, I have no idea what we could do to stop a war.
Daniel picked up a book from his own stack from the library. Oren had forced him to do more research on anything, but Daniel had not shared any actual useful information yet.
I tried reading through this. Daniel crossed the room and left it on Oren's nightstand. It goes into the politics of the different countries and the race relations between the elves, orcs, dwarves, and humans. I'll be honest, it's dry and totally stilted.
How do you mean? Oren asked, as he picked the book up and read the cover. Beyond Borders, Relationships Between the Races.
The author blames a lot of stuff on the other races. He basically said that anyone can make it in this world with hard work and implies they just don't try as hard. That sounds a bit fucked up.
Oren flipped through the pages. It did look a little dense.
He gives a good overview of relations between each country and the preserves that the main populations of the orcs, dwarves, and elves live on. But when he starts talking about the races individually, big oof. Racist? Yeah, real privileged energy.
Great, Oren said sarcastically and rubbed his eyes.
I'm guessing you found out more about Odrana and this war?
Not directly. Daniel was clasping his armor on. I asked Jude about it. He told me. It fits with a little bit of what's in there, but something is missing. Oren tossed the book back on the nightstand. Can you give me the highlights before you go meet Brant for your daily beatdowns? Ha! Daniel chuckled. I'm taking him out about half the time now.
Odrana? Oren prompted. Odrana is a neighbor of Day. They are actually the only real border country, as the bottom third of Day's lands run up against the forest we arrived in. It's technically the untamed forest, but everyone just calls it the forest. Odrana covers most of the lands east and north, all the way to the sea. It's pretty massive. I got a peek at Silas's map, and Day is about 1/20th the size.
So who are they fighting? The other country, what was it called again?
Veskar? No. They are the other superpower country, but that border is actually pretty secure, according to Jude. Odrana is fighting the elves. The elven nations live in a big forest north of Day and in the top corner of Odrana's lands. Everybody has always considered it a small sovereign nation, but Odrana has been pushing the forests back, I guess. Or the elves attacked first to create more forest. The rumors fly both ways.
So, a human and elf war. That sounds super original, Oren muttered as he picked up the ingredients for the regen potion.
You going to come by and work on your sword skills more later? I still think you should take sword proficiency.
Oren dropped a handful of the mushrooms he bought into his mortar. I'll stop by once I make a few of these potions. I want to see how far I can push myself. Regenerated mana doesn't count as a new pool, so I might be able to increase how many spells I can cast a day. Daniel paused. As long as you don't go and— Yes, Dad, I'll be keeping Mind Bastion off.
Daniel just rolled his eyes and went to find Brant. A few hours later, Oren finished his first batch of regen potion. He had ground the mushrooms into powder, boiled water, and then, using a small sieve he'd borrowed from Silas, run the hot water over the powder. According to the book, this first cleanse would take out all the poison from the mushrooms. For a minute, Oren considered finding a reel in having them make this instead. Ingesting poison mushrooms at the behest of an ancient dead was terrifying.
The book was clear, though. This step, if done correctly, would remove any toxicity from the mushrooms and leave behind the first step to creating regen potions. He had to wait for the powder to dry again over the small candle he had just for this. He kept an eye on the candle to make sure none of the powder burned and was wasted. He moved it in small circles, following the book's recommendation of every 5 minutes for an hour. Finally, the powder turned white again from the wet gray damp it had been. Oren removed the candle. Next, take the white residue and mix with the 10 grams of leaves of a blueberry bush. Crush in the 5 grams of hips from red thorn flowers. Add 5 grams of purified water and mash into a paste. Oren had picked up the different ingredients from 4 different shops, just as the book suggested. This might have been more paranoid than he was. Oren appreciated the thought process as he mixed and crushed the different bits. Spread the paste evenly into 8 10-milliliter bottles. Add an additional 5 grams of purified water to each bottle. Shake. Oren used a tiny spoon, no longer than his finger, to scoop the paste into each bottle, stopping once each was half filled. He topped each bottle off with the large beaker of purified water he had, and shook each little glass vial separately. Now, for the dangerous part. Oren groaned at having to be his own guinea pig.
Daniel and Brant were still going at it when Oren arrived. Brant noticed him first and signaled for Daniel to stop.
"Good afternoon, Oren." Brant was breathing a little heavier than he would have been even a few days ago. "What brings you out today? Want to go a few rounds?" Daniel chuckled and sat heavily on the ground. "Actually, I was hoping to cast a few spells and try out a potion I made." Oren waved the goopy-looking vial. "Sure," Brant answered, confused. "Do you need us?" Oren cracked the fingers on one hand and then the other. "Just get me to a healer if I start shaking." "Wait, what?" Oren chugged the potion and started casting all his most expensive spells. He started with Increase Intelligence Level 3 5 times on himself. Normal cost 15 MP per cast. Total cost 75 MP. But now his intelligence was sitting at 36. MP 155/230. Oren watched as his MP started ticking up, 1 every second. "It works!" He cast Increase Strength Level 3 on Daniel 5 times. Normal cost 15 MP. With his intelligence at 36, he only spent 55 MP. He slapped another 5 Increase Strength spells on Brant, too. Only 10 seconds had passed, and his MP was down to under 100 but swiftly climbing back up. "You're smiling like you found a secret cheat or something," Daniel smirked. Oren smiled and pulled up his status. Time to max out everything he could. Since the potion only lasted 1 hour, Oren planned to use every second. He would keep his own intelligence maxed out the entire time to reduce the actual cost. He should be able to regenerate 3,600 MP. Since casting a spell gave the entire cost as experience for leveling that spell, even when the cost was reduced, he could probably increase the total experience output by 24%. Almost 4,500 points to his spells.
Except Oren had forgotten one thing. He could level, increase strength, and increase intelligence using only the 3 of them. And the spell lasted 20 minutes, so he could only cast a full set 3 times each. He had nothing else to level. Except teleport. "You guys want to go on a trip?" Chapter 27. Brand shook his head. "No way. We can stay here and—" "Yes," Daniel interrupted. "I want to take a look at the pass. How far can you teleport?" Brand looked between the 2 boys with panic. 10 miles per jump, Oren answered. "But with all 3 of us,
I would need a minute or 3 between jumps. Brant stood up and started to walk out. If you really mean to do this, I must report before we go. Lord Catanzano will want to talk before— Brant, if you leave, we will just go alone, Daniel teased the knight. Brant stopped and turned back. His duties conflicted, so he decided to do his best to keep the young alive. Jude said the pass is about 80 miles long. Daniel chatted as he retightened his armor. Do you think we can make it all the way? Oren pulled his armor out of his dimension hole and started pulling it on. We have about 50-ish minutes. If I can get 3 or 4 teleports off every 10 minutes, that's about 15 to 20 jumps. We might be able to make it to the end, especially if I keep my intelligence up. Brant was still floundering. We could always just camp out in the woods overnight if we don't make the full distance, Daniel joked, giving Oren a wink at Brant's unease. Yeah, if we brought Maddie along, we could— No. Brant put his foot down. Lady Madeline will not be coming on this trip. Oren chuckled. It was rare to get Brant so worked up. All right then, let's go do some scouting. Maybe we can find this horde that's supposed to be coming, Daniel said as he strapped his old sword to his back. Gertrude was still too big to carry around for daily use yet. Brant, Daniel, and Oren left the house through the side door. Brant's neck swiveled as they walked through the house trying to find Silas. He had no luck. Once they were outside, Oren cast teleport on all 3 of them and directed his thoughts past the western wall. With no sound, the 3 disappeared.
There was also no sound as they appeared in the tall grass outside the city. Oren could see the wall in the distance.
This isn't 10 miles, Daniel complained. Shit, Oren sputtered as he realized his mistake. I can only teleport to a known point. I think this is as far out as we went last time. Brant had drawn his sword and was watching the nearby forest. Oren reacted quickly and pulled up his map. There's nothing there, Brant, Oren comforted the man. I took a look with map. There are monsters that can hide from scrying spells, Brant said. He didn't lower his sword, but his posture relaxed a little. If we can't teleport to the edge of the pass, want to try and find some monsters to fight? Daniel asked, eager to gain some experience. That is well outside what I agreed to, Brant replied. We should head back now, or go to the untamed forest. That's not a bad idea, Oren admitted. Daniel had other ideas, though. Brant, hey, Brant, look at me. Brant turned his eyes off the forest line and looked at Daniel questioningly. If I share a quest with you, will you be cool? Brant's eyes widened in excitement, then narrowed suspiciously. I won't betray my house, Daniel laughed. I'm not asking you to do that. I just want you to cut loose a bit. Let's kill some monsters and have some fun. If there is anything too crazy, Oren can teleport us away. Brant thought only a moment before giving a curt nod. Daniel flicked his hand and threw his level 20 quest to Brant. This says the reward is unavailable, Brant read aloud. Yeah, I'm hoping the system gives you something anyways, Daniel said, and shrugged. Oren kept his eyes on his map and set a utility ward on them all. He followed up with a personal ward on all 3 of them. As they neared the woods, his MP was almost full again. I've probably got 45 minutes left, he thought. This regen potion is the best.
Ever since finding out the downside to cycling with blood mana and mind bastion, Oren had been bummed. Not being able to use a cheat really grated. A red dot passed by the edge of his map. We got something at the northwest, Oren said, and pointed in the direction. Then he cast camouflage on himself. I hate that spell, Daniel muttered. It gives me a headache trying to keep track of you. Oren whispered directions and stayed between the 2 fighters as they moved in the direction of the red dot. Oren watched his map until he spotted something different. 5 red dots surrounding a white dot, Oren whispered.
about 300 or 400 yards ahead. Daniel and Brant nodded. Oren recast all his highest-level buff spells on each of them, trying to keep his own mana pool at least halfway full. As they crept closer, Oren gagged at the sight in front of them. A body was being pulled apart by large dogs. One arm had already been snapped at the forearm, and two of the dogs were tearing into it with their teeth. One dog shook a leg in its mouth, while the fourth kept a tight grip on the neck. The dog that had led them here was circling the pack. Oren used Identify. Fetid canine, HP 80/80. That poor adventurer, Oren thought. He wondered if he could get a name to report the death back at the guild. He cast Identify again. Elliot Hart, Pathfinder, level 35, HP 3 out of 130, MP 0 out of 150, Strength 14, Constitution 13, Dexterity 19, Will 15, Intelligence 14. "He's alive!" Oren yelled as he cut off Identify before the skills and spells started rolling in. He ran past Daniel and Brant and cast his highest Heal Small Wounds, which dropped his camouflage. "Oren, no!" he heard Daniel yelling behind him. But Oren hadn't been using Mind Bastion for over a week. He hadn't been able to drown out the dead bodies or stop the dreams of the man in the street bleeding out.
I have to save him, Oren thought, his emotions overriding every bit of logic. The dogs gnawing on his extremities let go and sniffed the air, then turned toward Oren. The latest to join the circle was already running his way. Using Inverse through Increased Dexterity 5 times dropped the charging dog's dexterity. With his will and intelligence boosted, the cost was only 35 MP for the actual spells and an extra 17 MP for Inverse. The dog tripped over its own feet. Oren hit it with Light Strike and kept moving. The dog stayed frozen on the ground. Some small, logical part of his brain yelled at him, while another realized his boosted spells had taken away 20 points of dexterity from that dog. I don't have to fight them if they can't move. Oren's grin was feral. In moments, another 3 of the dogs were lying on their sides, whining. Oren's MP was nearing single digit, but quickly ticking back up. The final dog was too close. Oren didn't have time to cast the full 5 inversed dexterity debuffs. He got 1 off before the canine jumped. Sidesteps activated, and the dog sailed past him. "What the?" Brant trailed off as he approached. He swung his sword and took the canine across the face. Another few quick swings, and it was dead. "Are those dead?" "I zeroed out their dexterity," Oren explained. Daniel was only a few seconds behind Brant. He squatted by the first frozen dog. "How long does this last?" "Should be 10 minutes, Oren said, as he plunged his sword into the head of a fetid canine. It died without a sound. Experience gained, 100 XP. "Kill them all," Oren demanded. Daniel shook his head. "This is all your experience. We'll check out the body." "He's alive." Oren didn't argue and stabbed another frozen canine. "I tossed a heal on him." Experience gained, 100 XP. Daniel and Brant knelt near the fallen man while Oren killed another 2 canines. Experience gained, 200 XP, 100 XP times 2. Level 9 obtained, plus 10 AP. Level 9, 50/900 XP. "Hey, Brant," Oren called out. "How close are you to level 20? Brant looked up from the unconscious man. Despite Oren's healing, the man's arm was still shattered, and his legs were cut up something fierce. "A few hundred. Why?" the knight asked. "Just wondering if you completed the quest," Oren answered. He started walking toward the man they'd saved. "I need to heal him up." "Do you have enough mana left?" Daniel asked. You kind of went a little wild there.
Are you okay?
I'm not using Mind Bastion, if that's what you're asking. Daniel put his hand on Oren's shoulder.
No, I'm asking if my friend is okay. You scared me running in like that.
Oren shook himself and took a deep breath. Sorry, I saw him laid out there and I lost it.
More like found another cheat. I didn't know you could just take down an army of monsters,
Daniel said, as he nudged Oren and tried to lighten the mood. If it weren't for the potion, I couldn't have done it. The buffs really start stacking the higher in level I get them. Oren put another 2 heals on the man, and then realized his zeroed-out mana was probably the reason he was unconscious now. Increase will. The man's eyes fluttered, and he let out a long groan.
You're safe.
Oren remembered some of his mom's first aid training. We took care of your wounds, but you shouldn't move yet. Stay still while we... Hart's eyes snapped open, and he tried to sit up. Let me up, the man yelled, as Daniel held him down. I have to get back today. There's a horde coming. A fogbinder is leading a small army of knife runners and fetid canines. What? Brant pushed in closer. Did you say a fogbinder? The man nodded and tried to push Daniel with his broken arm. He let out a pained gasp. You're still not fully healed, Oren tried again. These wounds are closing up slow, and I can't get your bones to set.
Daniel, Oren, we need to get back to the wall, now.
Brant talked over Oren. We just took out those canines, Daniel argued. We've got some time. Just let Oren heal him up. You don't get it, Brant interrupted him again. You just fought fetid canines. They aren't much on their own, but their bites are slow to heal and can spread necrosis if not healed. A knife runner is just a big spider about the size of a horse. Its legs are sharper than swords, and they generally just dash over adventurers, stabbing them multiple times. Brant paused and made sure both were looking at him. Fogbinder is a type of demon class. It means we need a full wall response army set up now. One of those could kill every person in day.
Chapter 28.
Elliot, how far behind is the horde? Oren turned and asked the man. He was still trying to make it to his feet. The canine bites festered and took off a few HP at a time. That must be how he went down, Oren thought. A few bites from a canine, and anyone who can't heal would have to use everything they had to try and make it back for healing before they passed out. How did... Elliot started, but grimaced in pain as his leg slipped out from underneath him. Never mind. I've been running a full 2 days. They had just made it into the pass. I'd guess we have another day or two before they get here. Daniel put Elliot's arm over his neck and hefted the man upright. Oren, we need to teleport back. Oren watched his mana ticking back up. I need another minute max. Elliot looked between the 3 of them as Brant started cutting the tails off the 5 canines. Proof of kills, Brant said to Oren's questioning look. Plus, some ingredient shops will pay a lot for the tails. They can be used to make necrosis resistance potions. As soon as his MP was full, Oren teleported all 4 of them to the Catanzano house. Why back here? Daniel complained. We need to get to the wall and warn them. And tell them that we just popped over for a quick jaunt? Oren asked. I think just telling Silas would be better, don't you? Daniel grunted, but didn't argue. The guards at the front door let them in, and one went running for a healer at Brant's order. Why does he need a healer? Oren asked. Is my healing not enough? I don't know the exact skills, Brant answered as he helped Daniel lower the man onto a couch inside the front door. But something else is needed here. See? The bite and claw marks opened back up after a few minutes to weep. Oren saw what he meant. The bite marks that had closed over with his initial healing spell were breaking open like a popped suture. The couch was already covered in blood and pus.
The sound of wheels on the tiled floor alerted Oren to Silas entering the room behind him.
What happened? Oren could see Silas take in the scene as he put his hand on the man's head and turned to Brant. Found a runner being attacked by fetid canines. He reported more fetids, knife runners, and a fog binder, sir. 24 to 48 hours, Brant reported. Oren would have added a lot more to the story, but quickly realized Brant was a soldier reporting to his superior officer. Details could come later. Sir Bennet, I want you to go straight to Lord Wendell and alert him of the fog binder. The only reports we have so far are of the dogs and spiders. Silas closed his eyes as he touched his other hand to Elliot's head. A long second passed, and Silas's eyes opened. Tell him I've confirmed a fog binder. Then go to the Timpey house. She'll try to resist, but have her evacuate the nearest residence from the western side, or this could be a bloodbath. Dismissed. Brant saluted and ran. You two can tell me more later, Silas said. I'm guessing Brant sent for a healer? Yes, he did, Daniel answered. My healing doesn't do more than put a bandage on the wound for a few minutes, Oren complained. I can top his health off if he needs it, though. Best to wait, Silas said as he put his hand over Elliot's eyes. The man fell back, fast asleep. What? Oren started to ask, but just rolled his eyes. Was that necessary? He's in pain, Silas explained. I simply let him sleep. Now, what were you doing on the wrong side of the wall with my knight? Oren explained what had happened, telling Silas that Daniel had told him about the potion and not giving the full extent of the potion's strength. So, this was just luck? Silas asked doubtingly. You just happen upon a man about to die. A man who has information that will give us enough time to turn back a horde that most likely would have killed hundreds. And you say it was due to testing a potion? Daniel stepped forward a bit. You can believe us or not, but what Oren said is the truth. If it weren't for his, we wouldn't have even found Elliot. Silas sighed and rubbed his eyes. I believe you, but that's the problem. You two seem to have a knack for finding your way into things you should avoid at such a low level. Do you even know what a fog binder is? Oren had already searched the F section of his bestiary and come up empty while he waited for his mana to regenerate in the woods. He shook his head. Daniel did the same. The demon race lives on to the west. The lands dip south to where the demon lords usually lived, but also far to the north as well. Demons roam in droves. Some build cities, but most wander alone. They wander with the monsters. Silas paused. They wander with the monsters and become monsters themselves. A fog binder uses water or wind magic. We don't know for sure, as the class is demon only. They use this magic to control monsters. They can direct them remotely and don't have to even attack themselves. That one is leading a horde down the pass. Silas trailed off. You two and my daughter will take Sir Bennet and Sir Deguy and get out of town tonight. I've already made arrangements with the Terrace family. You will have access to the aqua chambers. Brant knows the way. A woman in her 40s entered through the door. She bowed to Silas and then began moving her hands over the passed-out runner. Silas chatted with her quietly as the man's wounds closed slowly after every pass. This was the first healer that Oren had seen up close. He wondered what other spells she was using. He used Identify. Silas's head swiveled to Oren, and his eyes flashed. Oren's skill failed, and Silas gently shook his head. Oren, we should probably get ready, Daniel said, oblivious to what had just happened. Oren didn't know Identify could be completely rebuffed like that.
Silas hadn't shown that ability when Oren had used it on him. Of course, Silas had also just been hit with a debuff for the first time, so maybe he hadn't reacted quickly enough. Yeah. Oren nodded slightly to Silas and left the room with Daniel. What's wrong?
Daniel asked as soon as they were out of sight. I tried to use identify on her, but Silas stopped it somehow, Oren responded. Daniel hit him upside the head. You did no research on the hospital? Ow! Oren rubbed the back of his head. What the hell? No. I've had more important things to research lately. Why would I care about some healing facility? Daniel opened the door to their room and stepped inside. He started throwing all sorts of items on his bed from the drawers nearby. Ropes, a small axe that Oren recognized from their first days here, and even a rolled-up sleeping bag. The hospital has a monopoly on healing, Daniel explained, as he started shoving the items into his old backpack. You have to work there for a few years before they teach you how to unlock a healing class. Nobody really knows how it works because healers are sworn to secrecy. So if they know I can heal, they'd come after me? Oren asked, suddenly worried about yet another thing. No. Daniel shoved the sleeping bag into the top of his pack and tried closing it. There are other people who occasionally figure out how to heal, but as long as they don't go trying to compete with the hospital, they mostly leave them alone. Maddie said, You got all this information from Maddie? Oren interrupted. The look on Daniel's face shut him up again. Sorry. Like I was saying, Daniel continued as he finally got the top closed. Maddie said that rogue healers work mostly as midwives or triage doctors during wars, but they have other skills they use most of the time. The last time somebody tried creating a competing hospital, everyone was found dead and the building was burned to the ground. Fuck.
Oren whistled. So using identify to figure out their skills would probably be a highly terrible idea. Daniel nodded. Silas probably just saved your life. If that healer had awareness, she would have known you tried to read her. What's awareness? Oren began to ask. Never mind. I can look it up. Oren pulled his store up and searched. Awareness allows you to know when scrying spells and skills are used on you. If used with hide status, allows you to block most scrying spells and skills to a greater extent. -3 AP. That reminds me, Daniel said as he plopped his bag on the ground and sat on his bed. You can see skills already, right, with your identify? Yeah, Oren closed the blue box. Why? Don't share that with people, Daniel warned. Maddie said that identify has some unknown power-ups. After a time, some people can read more than a general class type for people, with a health amount for monsters. But it is rare, and nobody shares how that gets upgraded. I just could see people's stats and skills from the beginning, though, Oren countered. Why would I get an upgraded? He trailed off. I got identify from that first quest I got to save you, remember? Daniel shivered. Don't remind me. I guess saving the hero was worth it. Oren finished packing too. He didn't bring a bag, though. He put a sword and a few knives in his dimension hole, along with his original bedroll. He left everything else in his drawers. Did you have enough time to look into the dungeon at all? Oren asked. Daniel shook his head. No, but Brant has gone in a few times. He said the aqua chambers is mostly ice monsters. People turn back because they get too cold. Fire magic barely works in there. He said every time his party had to turn back because they ran out of supplies. I have 10 points. I could upgrade my dimension hole and carry food and water, Oren suggested. Daniel shrugged. We can ask Brant. I know the general idea for a dungeon is just working our way farther down until we find a core, but I'm not sure how long we should plan to be away. Silas doesn't think we can really finish this dungeon off, but it will be good practice for the party. So you've already given up, Oren chided. What happened to the guy who ran stadiums until he threw up just to prove a point? I did that because Mr. Johnson said I wasn't in good shape anymore because I played basketball the season before. I had to show him that. Daniel trailed off.
You're just trying to rile me up, Oren smiled.
Why would I do that?
You want to defeat this dungeon too, don't you? Daniel smirked. Just imagine the look on Silas's face when we get back and tell him we destroyed the aqua chambers, Oren said, changing the tone of his voice to mock Silas when he named the dungeon. Daniel's eyes twinkled. Oren pulled up his status and selected only his skills and spells with progression. Utility Warder 950/900 XP, AP 10. Skills. Sidesteps, Level 3, 5/300. Dimension Hole, upgradable. Spells. Increase Strength, Level 3, 1530/10,000. Increase Intelligence, Level 3, 1665/10,000. Increase Will, Level 2, 5,000/5,000. Increase Dexterity, Level 2, 5,000/5,000. Teleport, 800/5,000. Heal Small Wounds, Level 2, 5,000/5,000. Camouflage, 9,780 out of 10,000. He also could still buy Utility Ward Level 2 for 10 AP, but it cost 200 MP to use. Merge was too expensive right now at 20 AP. He also had the Camouflage Ward and Light Ward options for 5 AP and 1 AP, respectively.
Hey, Daniel,
Oren called out. Daniel was lying down and reading another book. Actually, it was one Oren had originally grabbed, Spatial Magics. Daniel didn't put down his book.
You said the dungeon is all ice magic, right?
Yep. Oren pulled up the store and searched for ice. Thousands of options scrolled by, the same as normal.
Oren set the filter to show by smallest AP cost. Summon a dagger of hard ice. Does minimal damage, but will not melt in the hottest of fires. Each dagger lasts 1 hour. 1 MP per dagger. -1 AP. Coat your hands in hard ice. Counts as unarmed combat. Adds strength modifier damage to all attacks. 10 MP for 1 hour. -1 AP. Oren scrolled through all the different ice weapon options. Ice sword, ice spear. Who would ever want an ice lance, he thought. Shoots a bolt of ice. Damage scales with will. 50-foot range. 5 MP per bolt. -1 AP. Shaved ice. Creates shaved ice by the gallon. 5 megajoules per gallon of shaved ice. -1 AP. Makes natural ice within 10 feet melt into water. 10 megajoules. -1 AP. The options started getting weirder and weirder. Most seemed to be set to specific jobs and not geared toward adventurers at all. The few that he did find were situational at best. Create layers of ice in front of you to protect from attacks. 20 MP. -1 AP. Let out a shout of frozen icicles that pierce your target. 10 MP. -1 AP. Oren went back and pulled up Ice Bolt and Ice Dagger. Take a look at these, Oren said, and tossed the blue boxes toward Daniel. Daniel read and frowned. Why would you want these? Don't you already have your light strike? I'm testing something, Oren responded. I'm leaning toward Ice Dagger just because I can throw them as knives for really cheap. Throwing knives are not a real thing. First, you have to be amazing at throwing them. Second, you have to be able to compensate and hit a moving target. Third, most knives wouldn't penetrate bone, so the most you do is scratch someone. Or, in your case, yourself. Oren threw a pillow across the room. Daniel didn't move, and the pillow landed by his feet. See?
Fine, but it could be any type of weapon, not just a dagger. Maybe a sword? Oren asked. Daniel put his book down on the nightstand.
What's the play here? Why do you want to waste an ability point so bad? If it doesn't work, I'll feel stupid, Oren admitted. But what if I can unlock an ice ward? Daniel gave it a thought, making Oren feel better that his friend hadn't dismissed the idea outright. That'll work, I'm sure, Daniel responded after a minute. You shouldn't take anything that you'll have to aim. No offense, but with me, Brant, and Jude doing up-close fighting, I don't want us to have to worry about you chucking daggers or throwing spears. Why don't you want to take Ice Bolt? It just seems so lame, Oren admitted. Anything else useful? Oren spent a few minutes reading names off the store list. Although the names appeared, he had to select the name to read a description. Most were pretty easy to guess, though. Daniel chuckled at Ice Scream when Oren read it aloud. Oren hadn't gotten it the first time around. Just take Ice Sword or Ice Bolt, Daniel suggested. It's not like you're planning on actually using this long-term, right? Just to unlock a potential ward? Oren nodded. It doesn't really matter too much then, does it? Oren selected Ice Sword and spent a point, down to 9 ability points. You bought the sword one, didn't you? Daniel smirked. Oren stood up and cast the spell. A short sword appeared in his hand. Although it was made of ice, the handle wasn't slippery or cold. It just felt right in his grip. How'd you know? Oren asked. You really seemed to hate the idea of Ice Bolt, Daniel said, and picked his book back up. A cursor started blinking on his status page. Oren opened it up. Ice Ward creates a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that protects against ice magic for MP maximum. 20 MP minus 1 AP. Oren hit buy right away and smiled. It worked, huh? Daniel was grinning. You really think we are going to take down a dungeon that has stood for decades before you even reach level 10? Oren swung his ice sword around the room. It really was weighted better than his sword that he carried around. Of course we're going to defeat the dungeon, Oren responded smugly. This is the hero's party, after all. Daniel let out a long groan. Chapter 29. When Brant returned, he gave an hour time frame before they would leave. Daniel had a problem. If we're taking horses, I can't bring Gertie, he complained. We can't take a wagon just so you can bring your big sword, Brant retorted. Get stronger for next time. As he walked away, Oren felt bad seeing the dejected look on Daniel's face. I could try to put it in my dimension hole if you want, Oren offered. Daniel looked up with hope. That hope turned to ashes when Oren failed to make the sword disappear. His magical space pocket was too small. Oren looked over his choices and made another one of his spur-of-the-moment decisions. I'm going to really regret not sticking with the plan. Would you like to upgrade Dimension Hole? 3 AP, yes or no? Yes. Gertrude disappeared. Oren was able to put all the rest of his supplies into Dimension Hole as well. What? It didn't work at first. What gives? Daniel queried. Upgraded it. I can try to bring more food, too. According to Daniel, who had actually been doing the research this time around, most dungeon delves failed due to one of 2 main issues. 1, a party member or 2 died. Without a full party, it was pretty much pointless to try defeating a dungeon. 2, the party ran out of food or water. Large packs were hard to carry and slowed an adventurer down. Finding the right balance between bringing enough food to survive while also not weighing yourself down so much that you were vulnerable was a fine line. Water is probably a better idea, Daniel suggested. We can carry lots of jerky, but water is crucial. Isn't the entire dungeon ice? Daniel looked at Oren like he was an idiot. You want to melt and drink magical ice from a magical dungeon that is trying to magical kill you? They went down to the kitchen and borrowed a barrel. Oren could fit either the barrel or Gertrude in his storage. In the end, he used another 3 ability points to increase the size of Dimension Hole again. The skill lost the upgradable tag. With Dimension Hole maxed out in size, Oren had no trouble stuffing in a barrel of water, Gertrude, all his and Daniel's gear, and the 4 roasted chickens sitting out to cool that he eyed nearby. Daniel just shook his head. "You're ridiculous." They made their way to the front of the house. Brant and Jude had finished saddling the horses. Maddie hugged her father and told him in no uncertain terms that he was to behave while she was away. "You know, for someone who tried to kill us, Silas is a softie when it comes to his daughter," Oren said, standing next to Daniel. Daniel readjusted his small sword. "Maddie promised that they had it under control. A healer nearby and everything. They hired some local thugs to rough me up, but they took it too far. Jude backed her up. He was there too." "And you just believe him?" Oren asked incredulously. "I'm all for using the guy to get us some levels, but come on." Daniel fiddled with his guild ring. "I'm on your side. They went too far." He paused. "But I think they didn't mean to, and really regret it. Silas has kept his word so far." Oren sighed. "You are the softie." Daniel pushed Oren. What a few weeks ago would have sent Oren swaying, knocked him to the ground instead. "Watch it, asshole," Oren muttered as he picked himself up. "Shit," Daniel said as he stooped to help Oren up. "Sorry, I'm still adjusting to this new strength." Oren let Daniel help him up. "You know I could just inverse strength on you, knock you over like a kitten." "Knock a lot of kittens over, do you?" Daniel smiled. "Sorry, truly." Oren waved his hand. "I'll just summon an ice sword in your sleeping bag tonight." Daniel chuckled. "You boys ready to go?" Jude asked. "We can make it about halfway before the sun's down." Oren was dreading riding a horse again. He wanted to just teleport them all, but it would require multiple jumps, not to mention he couldn't use another regen potion until tomorrow. "Let's head out then," Daniel answered. With a wave to Silas and the few knights standing guard, they made their way down the street and out of day. The Aqua Chambers was located 30 miles due east. The plan was to travel the main highway that led toward the Kingdom of Odrana. Day's lands extended almost 200 miles from the gates in a semicircle. Odrana covered 2/3 of that border, with the untamed forest covering the bottom third. Trees lined the side of the road. They didn't talk much as they rode. Oren tried not to complain, but the looks of sympathy turned sour after the first hour. "If it hurts, just heal yourself," Maddie finally said. "I should save that for if we need it," Oren snapped back. Daniel pulled his horse back next to Oren. Of course, he had already figured out how to control his horse. "Oh, just do it. We aren't going to go into the dungeon until tomorrow anyways." Oren grumbled, but cast the lowest level healing spell he could. The chafing went away, and he let out a moan of pleasure. "Somebody really likes horse riding through the countryside," Jude joked. The trip didn't last much longer, as once the sun started to sink behind the mountain's peaks at their backs, Brant pulled them off the road. "We will set up camp here," Brant began. 3-shift rotation. Daniel and Jude will take first watch, I will take second, and Maddie and Oren can take third." "Why not Oren and me?" Daniel asked. "Because if we are split up, it's less likely that we kill everybody and try to run away," Oren answered before Brant. Brant shook his head. "I split it this way because I don't know how you two are on watch. I trust Sir de Guy to guard the hero. I also trust Lady Madeline to know how to keep a watch. We will all get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses in the next week, so be patient with each other." "You really think we can defeat the dungeon in a week?" Daniel asked as he jumped off his horse. We won't be going past the 10th floor, Brant answered as he began taking the saddle off his own horse. If we are lucky, we can reach that in 9 to 10 days. Regardless, we will then turn around and come back. Day will need us to help rebuild after the horde. Rebuild? Oren stood bow-legged and tried to squat the kinks out of his thighs. Will it really be that bad? Jude slapped Brant's back as he passed him. No, Brant just likes to be a downer. We have enough notice. They'll put a few hitters out in the woods to take the fogbinder down quick. What if we do defeat the dungeon, though? Daniel asked. My father asked that we not go past the 10th floor, Maddie chimed in. Anything past that would be too dangerous. Not to mention, nobody knows how deep it really goes now. That's true, Jude said, as he began gathering fallen twigs and brush to start a fire. Farthest anyone has gotten in the last decade is, what, floor 27? That sounds about right, Brant replied. But if we get to level 10 before the 7 days, we could keep going, right? Daniel pushed. Brant and Jude shared a look. Jude shrugged and gestured to Brant to answer. We cannot order you, but Sir DeGuy, Maddie, and I will not be going farther. At least not this time. That's bullshit, Daniel argued. What if we hit a great stride and click as a party? Taking out the dungeon would be a great morale boost for the city, right? They'll need something to cheer at after a horde attack. Jude laughed. Silas warned us you were persuasive. Don't worry. It's very unlikely we get past the 10th floor anyways. Why? Oren asked. He began pulling their gear out of Dimension Hole. Because of the floor boss. Every 10 floors has a boss monster.
Something bigger, meaner, and nastier than what you've faced before. Jude smiled as he talked.
In the chambers, it's a frost troll. Ugly thing. Quick, too. Its health regenerates so fast, I've seen it get an arm cut off and just pop it right back on. Truthfully, we probably won't make it in that far on our first run. If we do, Brant and I would take point and just tease it a bit, just to show you what you're up against. Oren was regretting not going full library mode on this dungeon. What's after the 10th floor? He asked. Hell if I know, Jude shrugged. I've never had a party go farther. Brant has, but likely he won't talk about it. People who get farther in keep the secrets to themselves, greedy bastards. Why wouldn't you all share the information? Wouldn't that make it easier to break a dungeon? Daniel asked, as he rolled his sleeping roll out. Of course it would, Jude continued. But then somebody else, other than you, might defeat the dungeon and crush the core. Somebody else would get those extra stat points given to the party who kills the dungeon. Silence surrounded the small party. Jude got a small fire going, and Brant finished with the horses. Enough chatter, Brant broke the stillness. Sleep now. Oren and Lady Catanzano, I'll wake you for your watch. It took Oren less time than he thought to fall asleep. It also took less time than he thought before Maddie was shaking him awake. Oren, she whispered in his ear, our watch. Brant was already lying down, his chest rising and falling slowly. Oren followed Maddie to the edge of the small encampment. They kept their backs to the fire so as not to lose their night vision. How far do you think we'll get? Maddie asked quietly. In the dungeon? If Daniel gets his way, the whole thing. Honestly, though, probably only to level 10. I don't think Jude or Brant will break Silas's orders. They sat in silence for a few minutes. What was it like where you lived? Maddie asked. Shit, Oren thought. How did she figure it out? What should I say? He trailed off. It must be hard having to leave everything you know due to somebody else's war, Maddie continued. I'm sorry for everything you lost. But at least you gained a friend in Daniel. And me, I hope.
Fuck, she meant my fake backstory, Oren realized with relief. He let out a sigh. I am grateful, Oren whispered. Daniel has been a better friend than I've ever deserved. You and Brant and Jude aren't too shabby either. He grinned at her. She smiled back. I'm not ready to talk about home. I hope you understand. Maddie nodded and put a hand on Oren's knee. In the darkness, with the moon above, Oren kept watch and waited for his friends to wake. After a quick breakfast, but no coffee, they saddled back up and started down the road. Seriously, why no coffee? Oren complained to himself. What kind of insanity is that? Riding at a gentle pace, Brant said they had made good time. They pulled off the main road. In the distance, Oren could see a large tent and some movement around it. I will do the talking. Jude rode ahead. He returned a few minutes later and waved them ahead. The tent was situated against a small tumble of rocks. It looked almost like a giant hand had pushed out from the ground, dislodging the earth, and then disappeared. 2 guards stood by the tent entrance. You the party who gets to go for a spin in the chambers? One guard, wearing yellow and silver livery, asked. Yes, Pete, Jude answered. We just went over this. Just doing my job, Jude, the man grinned. He took a knife from his hip and started cleaning his teeth. You know the rules, the other guard stood forward. Once you enter the tent, you have entered the chambers. If you leave, you are done for a month. Multiple entrances might spark an outbreak. He continued. Once you enter the tent, be on your guard.
The first level begins at the entrance. You'll know it when you see it. Once you enter the tent, no other party may enter for 1 day's time. In the unlikely event that you run into another party, you are not, I repeat, are not, to engage with them in any way. Go in opposite directions. No more than 2 parties a week can enter the dungeon at a time. If you find evidence of a party's failure, please bring proof of death, if you can. Once you enter the dungeon, all monsters on previously defeated floors will respawn. Please wait until exactly noon to reset the dungeon, and also be aware of the noon cutoff for yourselves. As for current parties, only 1 party has entered in the last 2 weeks, but has not returned. No other parties are scheduled at this time. The next party is scheduled in 1 week's time. Good luck. With no further fanfare, the first guard spat, sheathed his knife, and stood to the side. Brant stepped through first, followed closely by Maddie. Jude held his arm out. After you 2. Daniel hitched his sword on his shoulder and stepped through the tent flap. Oren followed his friend into their first dungeon, and Jude was on his heels. Inside the tent, the temperature dropped. Maddie and Brant were waiting to the side. In front of them was a set of stairs going down. The first 2 steps looked like stone, but the third was ice. So were the 4th, 5th, and remaining steps that led down into darkness. Can you see down there? Oren asked Daniel. Daniel shook his head. I can't see past the 10th step. Brant spoke up. I'll go first. Jude will take the back. Daniel, you're behind me. Oren and Lady Catan. Brant, I swear to you, if you don't call me Maddie while we're in here, I'll kill you myself. Brant smirked. Oren and Maddie, you'll be in the middle. Heads up at all times. First 2 floors are a gauntlet. Let's go. He stepped on the first step and began to descend. Daniel followed close behind. Oren stepped up next. As his foot touched the 3rd step, the first one that was iced, a prompt hit his eyes. Welcome to the Aqua Chambers.
Chapter 30. Brant put his helmet on and turned back to talk over his shoulder. At the last step down below, the first floor begins. It will look like darkness, but you can step through it. We are going to run. The first floor is a snow-covered plain with nowhere to hide. You will be disoriented. The sky is not real, it's all a magical construct.
It's only 5 miles across in every direction, and there is a room to rest in at the end. Just follow the sun to find it. Ignore the newts. If they get close, don't let them bite your exposed skin. Everybody ready? Maddie and Jude tensed up, ready to follow Brant's orders.
Why are we running? Can we just kill the monsters? Daniel asked.
Brant paused. There are a few hundred of them. Do you really want to get worn down and hurt on the first floor? The newts do not do much damage, but with the number that are on the first floor...
We have Oren to heal us, Daniel said. Plus, didn't you say we aren't here to actually defeat this place? The goal is just to gain some experience, right?
I can't protect you all from that many newts, Brant complained. How about we get to the end, then farm some experience, Oren suggested. We can jump through into the room at the end and defend from there if we need to. The monsters don't follow into the safe rooms, Brant answered. But I like that idea better than having to leave the dungeon because somebody spooked hundreds of tiny monsters into attacking us. Daniel just shrugged.
I'm fine with Oren's idea.
Wait, Oren said. Let me cast a few spells, just in case. Oren didn't wait for an answer and cast Ice Ward on the party. He cast Ward individually on everyone as well. It costs almost an extra 100 MP, but if they were going to be running for an hour anyway, he'd make most of that back. The spell descriptors gave no time limit for Ward and Ice Ward, but Oren was willing to bet it would reset if they fell asleep. Both wards up would give each party member 460 damage resistance if the spells stacked like he hoped they did. He explained what he'd done. Brant and Jude gave him another one of their looks. He was getting used to everyone thinking he was crazy. Brant, if what the kid says is true... Jude partially unstrapped his hammer from his back. Maybe we should just play Smash the Ugly Newt. Brant shook his head. While I do believe him, we don't know what could go wrong. We run to the end. Best case scenario, we can spend the rest of the day killing newts with the safe room at our back. Worst case, we don't have to retreat out of the chambers before a day has passed. We won't be allowed back in. That would defeat Lord Catanzano's entire reason for sending us here. Oren agreed with the logic, but thought Brant was being too safe. He also really didn't want to run 5 miles. Get ready to run, Brant ordered. We go on 3. 1, 2, 3, go! Brant took the last step into the darkness and disappeared. Oren followed Daniel. After going down the dark and icy stairway, Oren blinked at the bright light. He could hear birds singing in the distance. The sky above was bright, like the start of the day. Snow covered the ground all around. It was only a few inches deep, but enough to have to lift his leg to step forward. Maddie and June appeared behind him. Brant was scanning the frozen plains. The sun sat high and slightly in front of them. Everybody here? Good. Move out, Brant ordered and began to jog. His heavy armor helped kick up snow, moving it to the side a bit. With Daniel on his heels, a path was already forming. Oren let out a groan and began running. Why is there so much running involved in this world? Oren kept his map up in front of him as they moved. Cluster of 10 monsters to your right. Brant turned left and kept running. They'd been running in a zigzag for half an hour, and Oren needed a break soon.
Brant was pushing them hard, but being the snowplow for the group had to be taking a toll on him, too. I think if you turn a bit more to the left, we can rest. That group is the nearest right now, Oren got out, between ragged breaths. Oren assumed Brant was feeling it too, because he took his suggestion. They came to a stop after having run probably 2 to 3 miles in the snow. 5 minutes, Brant said, and pulled off his helmet. Sweat had matted his hair to his forehead. He wiped it off and unstrapped one of his many water bottles to take a long drink. How are you doing?
Daniel asked, turning back to Oren. I'm dead, Oren answered. I'm dead, and this is hell. Maddie didn't look much better. She sat on her knees and was taking big breaths of air. Stretch and try to drink some water at least, Daniel suggested. He went to talk with Brant and Jude. Both were looking into the distance. Oren took a gulp of water from his own single water skin and then handed it to Maddie. Daniel says to drink and stretch. He started doing lunge stretches, feeling his muscles burn. Maddie mirrored him after a few seconds. It's incredible we've made it this far so quickly, Maddie breathed out. She sounded winded still. I guess we've made good time, Oren replied. I'm sure Daniel could have run a lot quicker, though. Not without getting into a few fights, Maddie retorted. From the little Brant has let slip to me over the years, it usually takes the entire day to get all the way through the first floor. Fights are common, even when they just try to run through. That makes no sense, Oren stood up and reached toward the fake sky. Why wouldn't they just outrun the newts or bring somebody to use to avoid them? Maddie let out a burst of air that could have been a laugh. Nobody who had would be in a dungeon.
And if you caught the attention of a few newts, it would be better to kill them instead of letting them follow you, making noise and drawing in more. Oren touched his toes, then stood still. I still don't get that. Someone who could map out the dangers would make the floor easier. Someone who could heal would make the danger less permanent. Why does it always need to be 5 people with sharp, pointy things defeating a dungeon? Maddie shrugged. That's the way it has always been, and we haven't seen what else is in store for us. Maybe we do need 5 damage dealers to take down a level. She winced and backtracked. I'm sure we can do it with you, though. Oren waved his hand. Nah, I get it. This is new for me, too. If I'm too much of a burden, you guys could always take someone else for the next dungeon crawl. Maddie hesitated. If you truly mean that, you are a better person than me. I would never give up my spot on this team. I just want to be safe, and for him to be safe, too. Oren nodded his head at where Daniel was pointing toward something in the distance. Jude was covering his eyes with his hand to try to see. And you, and Jude, and Brant, too, of course, Maddie smiled. Let's go keep the hero safe, then. It took another hour to get the final few miles. Most of that was spent with Oren using map to slowly evade the red dots. They still hadn't actually seen a newt. Brant explained that they usually jumped right out of the snow when you got close, then ran along the top, barely touching the icy top layer. They bite with tiny teeth that can't pierce leather, but have an uncommon knack for finding flesh. Even then, the bite only stings a bit, but it causes frostbite. Oren unconsciously pulled the collar of his cloak up higher around his neck. There, Daniel said and pointed. There's a door, right there. Through the haze coming off the snow, Oren could just make out what looked like a door of ice. If he wasn't looking for it, the door might have faded into the snowy background behind it. Oren looked at his map. Nothing was between them and the door. He told them the same. Jude hit Brant on his shoulder. We just made the first ever no-damage run. You owe me a drink. Brant smiled. Gladly. But let's get through the door first. Wait, Daniel said. Let's get close and then earn some experience. Brant's smile faded. Are you sure? They are quick, and the frostbite takes days to heal on its own. It would be safer to, I'm sure, Daniel interjected. Besides, we need the practice, right? Brant didn't argue, but looked less than thrilled as they made their way to the door. Oren's MP was nearly full again, with over 90 minutes past, and Meditate giving him the standard 1 MP back. Are we going to wait in a safe room before going on to the next floor? We can if anyone is hurt, Jude responded as he took his warhammer off his back. I could boost everybody, Or even just the three of you. Get your dexterity up so it's easier to hit the newts, Oren suggested. Could you boost your own will first to max out how much dexterity we get? Daniel asked. Oren started doing math. So much running and math. For whatever reason, casting increase will or increase intelligence didn't stack on their own, but would increase the output of dexterity or strength. If he gave himself 5 boosts of increase will at level 2, he'd get up to 28. With his original will at 13, he'd get 1.3 times the +2 output for each spell, or 2.6. Rounding up to 3, the 5 boosts would increase his will by 15. That would cost him 50 MP, as his intelligence wasn't currently boosted. Casting increased dexterity at level 2 would cost another 50 MP per person, but would increase each person's dexterity by 2.8 times, +2 output, or 5.6. An extra 30 dexterity would make any fighter insanely fast at their current levels. He would only have to wait 3 hours to make most of that back. I can increase your dex, Jude's, and Brant's by 30, but I'd be nearly useless unless I drank a potion. Oren finished the math and reported back.
30, Jude spat. Brant, I want to try this. The kid hasn't been wrong yet.
Brant still looked hesitant, but the entire group was begging for this. Okay, we will set up here. We can bring a few back at a time and try it out. We retreat at my first command. Oren, if you see us running towards you, get... He paused and visibly forced himself to say, Maddie, back through to the safe room. Yes, sir, Oren saluted dramatically. Daniel chuckled. Oren zoomed out on his and pointed. Daniel, Brant, and Jude readied their weapons and crept away. I guess when they get back, just hit the things with any spells you have, Oren said. Maddie nodded and watched. They could see the 3 men in the distance, but it was harder with every minute to make out details. It looked like they were moving around, but Oren couldn't make out any monsters at that distance. Can you see anything? I think they're coming back, Maddie said after a minute. Instead of the slow, careful pace of before, Brant and Daniel sprinted the last few 100 yards, racing like school children. Daniel had a burst of speed at the end and won. Ha! Daniel huffed out a laugh. You guys, that was amazing. Jude came in at a more normal but still fast jog. What happened? Maddie asked. 5 ice newts jumped us before we were ready, Jude answered her. Brant cut 2 in half before they hit the snow, and Daniel here swept the other 3 up before I had a chance to swing my hammer. He looked slightly peeved. You'll get one next time. Daniel smiled. Now do you believe in us? He asked, turning to Brant. Brant turned to Maddie. I think we should have some fun.
Don't forget that spell only lasts 10 minutes, Oren warned.
Brant frowned, but then shrugged. We can just camp out here and wait for you to cast it again, right? Yes, but I want to get some kills, too, Oren replied. I could just let out a gravity well shout, Daniel suggested. Everything within a few 100 yards is supposed to target me. Oren looked at his map and zoomed all the way out. There are about 20-something within that distance. We can take on that many, Daniel smirked. I'm going to do it. No, wait, Brant tried, but it was too late. Daniel had already let out a yell with a small circle of air that forced the ice to push back around him. The sound echoed over the snow. What have you done? They can communicate over short distances. You might have only triggered those closest, but they can call for reinforcements. It's why we don't just run through, letting a band be created. Sorry, Daniel apologized. Maybe it'll be okay and only a few will... Guys, Oren interrupted. We've got about 60 or so red dots moving in fast. Fuck, Daniel grimaced.
Chapter 31. Brant responded immediately.
Okay, everybody through the door, quickly now. No, Daniel answered. There aren't too many of them. I made a mistake, but we can take out a bunch of these monsters. They aren't any bigger than a kitten. Brant turned toward the hero. You want us to take on 60 newts at once? Even with this increased speed, that's a huge risk. What if Oren's buff wears off mid-strike? Then we better get to it. Daniel took off running. Oren could just make out the snow in the distance moving slightly as something zipped underneath it. Brant wasted no time arguing and leaped right into action. Maddie, Oren, jump back through the door as soon as you run out of mana. Jude, we rush them. Fall back before you take too much damage. Go! Brant ran forward, with Jude on his heels. I guess we're doing this, Maddie said, with a twinge of fear in her voice. If you get hit, I can heal you, Oren responded. I don't know how much help I'm going to be here. I really need to get some long-range attacks or multi-target attacks that don't cost as much as Light Strike. Oren looked at his hip and considered his options. I could take an MP potion, but that would only give me 10 or so shots from Light Strike. A regen potion means I can't drink another until we rest for the night, and I'm sure Brant wants to get farther than the first floor before sleeping. With a sigh, Oren took an MP potion out. His damage output wouldn't really be worth much. Wasting his one daily regen wasn't practical when they could all just retreat. He drank the potion and reattached the empty bottle to his belt. His MP had been rising slowly, but the extra 100 gave him a quick boost of confidence. At least he wouldn't be useless now. He started forward, waving Maddie on with him. Let's go do some damage at least. A minute later, they caught up to the three fighters.
Dozens of amphibians the size of small dogs were already in pieces or flattened. The newts were about 2 feet long, off-white in color, and moved across the top of the snow like a water strider. Oren used Identify on one as it popped out of the snow a few feet away. HP 2020. They only have 20 health? Oren drew his sword. Maybe I can get some experience. He swung at the nearest and missed completely. The newt tunneled back into the snow. Get back, Brant yelled. Just tell us what direction they're coming from under the snow. Oren felt useless as he shouted instructions while watching his map. Maddie was able to take down a few newts with her spells and threw colored markers where he pointed out, in between getting all that good experience Oren was missing out on. After another minute or two, the three fighters slowed noticeably. What once was a flash of metal became a slow-moving sword that Oren could follow with his eyes. The newts started pushing harder. More than 2/3 of what had been on Oren's map had been dealt with, but the remaining 20-ish newts struck as one. Jude let out a yell for help as 5 of them swarmed over his body and climbed toward his unprotected face. Oren froze as he watched. One bit Jude's neck, and another slipped around his arm and tried to gnaw on the fingers holding his hammer. Oren had nothing but Light Strike to attack with, and it would take 20 shots to take down one of those newts. Jude started to laugh. They can't do any damage to me, he chuckled. He reached up and grabbed on without hesitation and squeezed. The newt popped as Jude crushed its head in his hand. The kid's wards stop all the damage. It feels like a tickle. After that, Jude started chuckling as he played Whack-A-Newt in the snow. Daniel joined him, stabbing the moving furrows that cropped up. Brant stood near Oren and Maddie. Oren tossed out a few so he wouldn't feel completely useless. Experience gained, 25 XP. He'd shot 5 of the newts before Daniel and Jude finished them off. The two trudged back through the snow. They had left the stomped-down section surrounding the original battleground to chase a few remaining newts down. See? Daniel put his short sword on his shoulder and looked over the carnage. Piece of cake. Jude was grinning like an idiot. Brant, can we do that again? I took out 15 of the slimy bastards by myself.
That adds up really quick when I'm not worrying about my health. I got 20, Daniel bragged, not including the one somebody else hit first. Only 8, Maddie chimed in. Oren was pissed. I got 5, but only half credit for them. Brant looked exasperated. Sure, that was fun. I even got enough experience to level, but you guys, that was dangerous. And level 20? Daniel cut him off. Yes. The quest? Daniel asked. I haven't had time to look at my messages, Brant said. Oren will tell us if anything approaches. Daniel was bouncing from foot to foot in excitement. We can talk about how to do this better next time, but check that quest. Brant shook his head, and his eyes unfocused as he read his own blue boxes. Well? Oren asked. The quest is completed, but it just says, reward not available, Brant answered finally. Oren's heart sank. He'd been hoping that the quests would let him get something. Even just one level of sword proficiency would make him worth more in a battle. Sorry, Daniel. Brant put his sword back in its sheath. I know you were hoping that it would still reward me. Daniel shrugged. Can't win them all, I guess. Now, how about we take advantage of this place and farm some more experience? Brant sighed at the looks on their faces. I can't say no, can I? Jude picked up his hammer off the ground and twirled it. This is going to be fun.
There were exactly 200 ice newts on the first floor. Oren kept track. He was in charge of map, leading the group back over the grounds they had covered. With the wards working as well as they did, Brant eventually began to loosen up and started a wager with Jude and Daniel on who could kill the most. Obviously, Daniel won. The final count was Oren with 14, but he only got half experience for each one. Maddie killed 23, and Jude took out 30. Brant and Daniel were tied at 32 when Daniel took the last 3 down using his Windblades skill to take the lead. Experience gained, 70 XP, 5 XP times 14. Oren slumped into the snow. Utility Warder 145/900 XP AP, 2. Useless, Oren thought to himself. I barely got any experience. Hey, Brant! Daniel caught the knight's attention as they used snow to clean the blood and gore off their blades. Are these things edible, or is there anything we should harvest from them to sell? Eating monsters in a dungeon will kill you, Brant responded. While they are still in the dungeon, they are tied to the magic creating the dungeon. Think of them as more mana constructs. Something happens to them when there is a dungeon break. That's what drives them to run from the dungeon in the first place. Outside, you can cook anything you want. Brant kicked the newt with his toe. Although, why anyone would want to try with one of these is beyond me. So that's why bringing your own supplies is so important, Jude said, as he joined them. He had splattered a newt with a stomp of his boot. The mess had gone up his pant leg, and he'd had to go off a distance to wash the pants off a bit. The left side of his pants still looked wet. Good thing we've got Oren, then. Daniel sat down next to him. We really loaded up before we left, huh? Maddie, Brant, and Jude looked confused. Because of his storage, Daniel elaborated. He brought nothing but a water bottle, Maddie pointed out. Oren stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out one of the roasted chickens he'd swiped from the Capanzano kitchen. Steam was still rising from the meat. What? How? Where? Brant's eyes were wide. I thought you guys knew, Oren said with a shrug. I've got dimensional storage. Jude started laughing again. I'm never going on another dungeon delve without him. Maddie's eyes narrowed, and she looked at the chicken. Did you steal a Vescarian game hen from the kitchen? She asked incredulously. That is for a state dinner my father is throwing. Daniel joined in on Jude's laughter. He took all 4. Daniel wiped his eyes. Anyone hungry? After eating 2 of the chickens, which Maddie explained were an imported delicacy, they made their way back to the door. Just step through and wait, Jude said. We can rest up a bit more and then try for floor 2 before we call it a day. What's on floor 2? Oren asked. They'd spent almost an hour lounging about, but his MP was still lower than he felt comfortable with. He'd taken a look with Identify, and Daniel, Jude, and Brant still had over half of their ice ward running, and the full ward. Still, each had suffered almost 100 points of damage from the newts. No wonder people usually just run for it. Frost apes, Brant answered from behind him. But this one we really do have to run for. We don't have the ranged attacks necessary to take them down. Get inside and I'll explain. Oren pushed against the door and stepped through. Inside was a 20 by 20-foot square room of ice. Ice floors, ice walls, and another ice door on the opposite side of where he entered. Don't stand in the doorway, O. Daniel pushed him into the room. Oren took a step and slowly slid across the ice skating rink-like floor. So, this is weird, Oren said as he stopped his momentum against the far wall.
Maddie and Jude entered, with Brant following behind. He dragged a few of the dead newts in with him. Set up some blankets against the wall there, Brant said, and pointed. I'll get a fire going.
In this small room? Oren asked. Won't that kill us? He had paid enough attention in chemistry to understand carbon dioxide. Or was it carbon monoxide? Or both? No. I'm gonna need more of an answer than that, Oren retorted, as the group started laying their sleeping rolls out on the ice. In the center of the room, Brant had knelt down and was running his hand over the ice. He drew a small knife and slammed the butt into the ground. Something in the dungeon allows the smoke to escape, he explained, as he started crushing a small circle. I just need to get to the floor. There. Brant finished shattering the layers of ice and pulled the chunks out. Only an inch down was a layer of rock or marble, Oren couldn't tell. Brant tossed the 4 newts into the small depression and started using a flint to make small sparks. Don't you need wood to... Oren's question stopped in his mouth as the fire caught and the newts went up in a blaze. Brant grinned. The upside to all these ice monsters is they all burn rather easily. We should get an hour from these few bodies. The bones take a long time to burn out completely. Daniel leaned in close to Oren. Magic fuckery. After the fire was flickering brightly, Brant sat down on the bedrolls laid out. This will be our routine, he explained. Get to a safe room and rest, even if it's just for Oren and Maddie to get their mana back. There is no reason to rush. I'll do my best to bring a body or 2, but some floors are going to be cold. It's why we brought these. He patted the makeshift bedding they all sat on. It'll keep the worst of the cold away. Oren, how much food did you actually bring? And water? Brant asked.
I've got another 2 chickens. Sorry, game hens, he answered, while getting a quiet glare from Maddie.
I also have a barrel of water and... A barrel? Jude asked. Just how big is your storage? I've only heard of small legerdemain skills. Jude, let him finish, Brant demanded. However, he looked stunned too. What's a legerdemain skill? Daniel asked. I've seen that somewhere. As Jude and Daniel started talking, Oren barreled on. I also stocked up on jerky, like you suggested. I put in a few fruits that I saw at the market. I also have Daniel's sword, but honestly, he can't use it unless I've buffed his strength all the way up. Maddie let out a sigh. You brought that hunk of metal in here? Daniel turned from his conversation with Jude. Gertie is not a hunk. Anyways, Brant cut off that conversation before it started. That much preparation could get us well past level 10. But you knew we aren't going farther in than that. Why bring so much? To be prepared, Oren responded, and gave Brant the Boy Scout salute. Brant blinked in confusion, and Daniel stifled a laugh. Seriously, though? I just didn't want to have to turn back because of food or water. Let's push until we have to turn back, you know? Brant nodded a bit. How much longer do you need before you can cast more spells? I mean, I can cast spells now, but if you were asking how long until I'm topped off, Oren checked his status. 2 hours. Recast Ice Ward on us then, Brant suggested. You said that was the only thing that took damage, right? Yeah, Oren cast it right away. We'll have to wait an extra 20 minutes, but you all took about 80 to 90 points of damage, especially Daniel. He took 120. Because I was in the thick of the battle, Daniel said, and raised his fist in victory. Because you were arrogant and didn't trust your party, Brant retorted. Daniel lowered his head.
In a fight, we should be standing close and covering each other's blind spots. Next fight, we do better. Floor 2 won't know what hit it, Daniel promised. Jude just shook his head. You want to tell him, or should I? Brant's smile came back. No fighting on floor 2. The apes stay up in the hills. We have to run through a valley to the door on the other end. It's only 2 miles long, but they throw blocks of ice that hit hard and knock you backward. If you go down, get up quick. If someone else goes down, get them up. A fallen target stirs them up into a frenzy. They'll target that person. Can't we just go up the hill to them? Daniel asked. If you want to try and climb up a sheer 200-foot cliff while dozens of large balls of jagged ice shatter on your back. You can just say no, Daniel muttered. No, Brant continued. We run. Like I said, it's only 2 miles. There isn't much snow, so it won't be as hard. But watch out for the black ice. Some parts of the trail are slick. Again, remember to get up as fast as you can. We need to try to stick as close to each other as possible. Should we go in the same order as before? Oren asked. I'm not too sure Maddie or I should be in the back. I can't lift you in all that armor. That's a good point, Jude answered. Send those 2 up front to pick the path. The 3 of us can run right behind them. Brant pursed his lips together, but didn't argue. Wisely, as Maddie was glaring at him, as if daring him not to treat her as a normal part of the party. Everyone rest up then, Brant laid back. We'll start when Oren is ready. Chapter 32. Once Oren gave the go-ahead, the party lined up in front of the second ice door. Why are they called floors? He asked, as Maddie got into position next to him. Sometimes the doors actually lead down, Brant answered, as he readjusted his helmet. Daniel and Jude both strapped their weapons to their backs. Ready? Oren held his hand out. Ladies first. Scared of getting hit? Maddie stuck her tongue out and hit the door with her shoulder, bouncing inside at a run. Oren took off after her. At level 10, I should put some points into Constitution. Or would it be Dexterity? I need to ask which one makes running easier. Just as Brant had described, they ran through a valley. Large cliffs seemed to swallow up the ground, rising into the air on either side. The lightly snow-dusted grass had craters the size of basketballs, pockmarking the otherwise serene view ahead. Maddie was already a few dozen yards ahead and running hard. Oren started jogging and pulled up his map. He saw red dots on the cliffs ahead, but the first was almost a quarter-mile away. They ran for a few minutes before the red dot nearest on the map moved a little. Get ready, Oren yelled, and not a moment too soon. A chunk of ice the size of a football fell from the cliff on the right at high speed. At the front, Maddie was the first target. She moved to the side and dodged. The spray of dirt from the impact went up into the air. If Oren had been closer, he would have taken the shrapnel in the face.
More red dots started to move slowly, and Oren dropped to concentrate on running. If Oren hadn't been forced to play dodgeball so much in the past few weeks, he would have been taken out by the first missile that targeted him. With all that practice, he calculated the distance and where it would hit, naturally avoiding the projectile. At least, that's what he had hoped would happen. The block of ice clipped his thigh.
Luckily, his ice took the brunt of the damage. The attack most definitely did not tickle, as Jude had described the newt's attacks. He stumbled and almost fell. "The attacks still count as ice magic," he shouted over his shoulder. He didn't look back and prayed the others could hear him. Oren ran and dodged. He watched Maddie deftly maneuver over the snowy terrain. She occasionally stepped on spots of ice and would skid for a moment before catching herself. Oren considered casting a few buffs on himself or Maddie, but with how much the first hit had taken off his, he wanted to save his mana. 145/230. 230/230. His quick check of his status was a mistake. A block of ice hit his right shoulder, and Oren spun before bouncing on the ground. He scrambled back up and started running. "What are you doing?" Daniel was in front of him, running at him. "What are you doing?" Oren yelled. "When did you get ahead of me?" "You got up after getting hit and are running the wrong way." Daniel was closing in fast. "Turn around!" Oren could have hit himself. He dug his foot down and pivoted. Maddie was a speck in the distance. "I can't be a burden again," he thought. Level 2 by 5. The extra 15 points of dexterity hit his legs, and Oren almost went down again. He adjusted and began to lope along faster and faster. The apes missed every shot by larger margins. The wind was singing in his ears as, for the first time in his life, Oren enjoyed running. He caught up to his previous position behind Maddie. He could just make out the ice door at the end. They would make it there in just another minute, and nothing could stop it. Two apes on opposite sides of the ravine threw perfectly timed shots at Maddie. If there was only one, she could have dodged to the side. With two, she hesitated and took a hit to her leg and chest.
Oren watched as she flipped head over heels and landed on her face. He was only 4 steps away. He could pick her up and... As Maddie lay stunned, with dirt up her nose, 4 apes let out a wild howl and let loose. Oren was 3 steps away when 4 more missiles fell from the sky. He pumped his legs harder than he had ever run before. 2 steps away. 1. The first ape had thrown too fast. The ice block hit Maddie in the head. Her face slapped back into the ground, and she let out a cry. Oren slid and grabbed her, wrapping his arms around her and casting another ward on Maddie and ice ward on the party, or anyone within 50 feet. "Can you?" he started to ask, but got hit by the other 3 blocks of ice. Ice ward 0/230. Ward 20/230. Direct hits do a lot more damage. Oren put another ice ward and ward up. He didn't wait to see if Maddie was ready. He yanked on her arm and half-dragged her to her feet. "Run!" They stumbled together for a few feet. Maddie mumbled and tried to talk, but Oren concentrated on the door just 50 to 60 yards ahead of them. Maddie hit a slick of ice, and her feet went out from under her. "Fuck!" Oren tried holding her weight, but started to go down. "Increase strength. Level 2, X5. He picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder. The half-spear strapped on her hip dug into his neck. Ice boulders continued to rain down around them. Oren slammed into the door and hit the safe room's ice floor. Seconds later, Brant burst into the room. "Madeline!" he bellowed, and took her weight off Oren. Daniel and Jude entered behind and stood to the side. "She took a few hits, but I put new war—" "Heal her! Now!" Brant shouted.
His helmet had been tossed to the floor, and his brown hair stood up from the sweat. Oren looked at Maddie and choked back vomit. One of the ice projectiles had scraped her face raw. Teeth were missing, and an ear was hanging on by a small flap of skin.
She looked dazed and uncertain of where she was. Oren pulled up his status to check his own mana, MP 54/230. Then he used Identify on Maddie, cutting off to only the important bits. Madeline Cottonzano, Prism Conjurer, level 14, HP 26/110. Oren started stacking Heal Small Wounds, level 2, on Maddie, healing over 20 HP for each cast. He got 4 off before his own MP was too low to push farther. Even with her health at full, the damage to her face was slow to heal. Should I keep healing her? She's at full health now, but her face...
Oren watched as the skin of her ear slowly grew back together. Brant gently held it in place.
It'll come back slowly, Brant whispered as Maddie moaned.
Thankfully, she had passed out.
Overhealing would fix it faster, but you don't have to.
Oren chugged another mana potion and threw more magic at the problem. Teeth grew back, and skin scabbed over into fresh flesh. The bruising reduced, and Maddie's moans of pain turned into the heavy breathing of a deep sleep.
"Thank you,"
Brant said as he looked up at Oren.
"I saw you carry her. You took the brunt of those hits. You picked her up and saved her life."
"How did she get so hurt?" Daniel asked from behind. He'd been quiet and waiting, but took his chance.
"We all took 1 or 2 hits, but nothing like that." "I didn't see what happened."
Brant looked to Oren.
"Did you?"
"She got clobbered by 2 at once and ate it hard," Oren explained. 4 more snowballs came in fast, but I blocked 3 of them. 1 hit her head before I...
"Shit,"
Jude cut in. "A direct hit to her head? A critical hit?" "What's a critical hit?" Daniel turned to Jude.
"A natural 20, Oren said.
Brant gave Oren another look. Jude continued talking as if Oren hadn't interrupted. "A critical hit is when you target a monster or person's weakest spot. For a magic user like Maddie, her head..."
There is no hard and fast rule, but a critical hit can do anything from double damage to instant death. It's why most people don't start fights, even with a much lower level person. Anyone can get lucky. Or unlucky, he said as he waved a hand at Maddie's form.
"But she'll be okay?" Oren asked uncertainly. A blow to the head that hard.
"She'll be back up and being a pain in my ass soon enough," Brant smiled.
"Get some rest. You earned it." "Anyone else need healing?"
Oren looked around. The 3 fighters shook their heads.
"I guess my wards did a good job."
Oren helped Jude put down the blankets. He noticed Brant hadn't tried to start a fire, so he pulled 2 torches out of his.
"It's not much, but they'll give off some heat, right?"
Brant gave Oren a hug and then turned back to keep Maddie warm with the small flames. Jude walked up and put his arm around Oren's shoulder.
"I think you just made a friend for life."
Oren watched Brant tenderly tilt Maddie's head and splash a small stream of water on her lips, which he dabbed with the corner of the blanket.
2 torches for a friend, Oren replied. "Not a bad deal."
Even fully healed, or overhealed, Maddie wasn't back to herself for 4 hours. She thanked Oren for his help. "And, of course, I'll reimburse you for the mana potion you had to use," she finished.
"Shut up," Oren retorted.
"We're a team. I'm sure you'll have to save my ass a few times before we leave. And I'm not taking anything from you. I was happy to help." They chewed jerky and drank water, waiting for Brant to give the final okay.
"First, this party has made it farther in than a lot of teams, so be proud," Brant started.
"The gauntlet turns back a lot of parties, but the next level requires patience and teamwork." "And hopefully killing something?" Daniel asked.
"Don't be so experience hungry," Oren joked.
Yes, we will encounter monsters, Brant said.
This next section is actually Jude's favorite, so he waved the conversation to Jude.
I'm flattered that you remembered.
Jude took off a small knife from his hip and drew 2 long lines on the ice floor.
The 3rd floor is a frozen river. It's a mile wide at all points, or at least it is as far up or downstream as anyone has ever reported. All we have to do is get to the other side, and the door will appear.
I could teleport us all across, Oren suggested.
Damn, I could have done that back in the last room, too.
Teleport doesn't work in dungeons, Brant said.
Good idea, though, Jude continued. So, to get across the frozen ice, we just have to test each step in front of us for weakness. If it can hold the weight of my hammer, we can walk on it. Follow the footsteps of the person in front of you, and we can make it all the way across.
You said monsters, Daniel reminded nobody.
If my hammer breaks the ice, frozen carp will jump out and try to pull you back into the freezing water to either drown or be eaten by their razor-sharp teeth.
Okay, I vote no getting eaten, Daniel shook his head.
Same, Oren said. We can pull the fish out of the water and beat them to death on the solid ice, Jude said. It's all really just a puzzle or maze of where you can stand out there. The fish themselves aren't a problem if you don't get pulled under the water. If you do go under, you are on your own, because nobody is jumping in after you.
Why? Oren asked.
Once you go under, it's impossible to find where you are or know how many enemies are under the ice, Brant said.
It's suicide.
But I have map. Couldn't I just point out how many fish are down below and follow where the person who fell in went? Brant and Jude whispered to each other. What if it's you that falls in? We still won't know where you are. But if anyone else does, we can use that to our advantage, Jude answered.
After this floor, we'll hole up for the night in the next safe room. Brant slapped his hands on his knees and stood straight. Let's go. Chapter 33. The party entered the 3rd floor without concern. Brant and Jude had been in the aqua chambers a couple of times each. The river was a few hundred yards from the door. No enemies would attack until they reached the water. Brant had returned the torches to Oren with another round of thanks. Oren was just glad Maddie seemed to be back to normal, though he did see her flinch a bit as the doors opened and light spilled into the safe room. Oren pulled up his map and scanned ahead. He stopped walking at what he saw. The path ahead was covered in randomly placed yellow squares. Red dots, obviously showing the fish monsters underneath, swarmed around each square. The ice is all a trap, he realized as he zoomed in and out, double-checking to confirm what his brain was telling him. Trap view lets me see the path across. Hey, my map is a cheat sheet. What do you mean? Brant turned back from the water's edge, or the ice's edge, Oren thought. I see yellow squares across the river, with red dots circling each one. That sounds like how they usually set up, Jude said. Where's the closet one? Oren pointed off to the side. The nearest yellow square was only 10 feet past the shoreline. Right there, 10 feet in. Jude walked over and hit the ice with his hammer. Nothing happened. A little farther, but that was almost the edge of... Jude struck again, and the entire yellow section on Oren's blinked out. The ice shattered and fell into the rushing water of the river below. Jude made his way back with a giant grin on his face. Daniel shook his head. Damn it, Oren. I wanted to kill some monsters. We still can, Oren said. Hell, we can clear the entire floor if we want. There's a pretty rambling path if we do this. Oren used his sword to draw a rough maze in the snow. He pointed out where each trap of thin ice would be and counted off the fish. There's 2 to 3 fish on each square, and I'm not going to sit here counting them all. But there's at least 100 or so. Brant threw his hands in the air. We can't kill every monster in the whole dungeon, that's not the point.
We should just push ahead and bypass the entire floor. Maddie crossed her arms over her chest. Just because you hit level 20 doesn't mean the rest of us are satisfied. I seem to remember the whole point of this dungeon run was to get me safely away from the wall. Brant looked at Maddie guiltily. You did hear us talking then, huh? Maddie walked through the group to stand right in front of Brant, her small frame dwarfed by his armored mass. Yes, I heard him. I heard you agreeing as well. I'm not a child, Sir Bennet, and you and my father better get that through your heads. Daniel stepped closer to Oren. Any idea what's going on? The young lady obviously overheard our marching orders from her father, Jude whispered. You being the hero and this whole quest business is just an excuse to keep Maddie away from a horde attack. But why? Oren asked as Maddie continued to poke her finger against Brant and call him names. He's a lord of the city. Couldn't he just lock her up or something if he didn't want her fighting? Jude shook his head. She's an adult. She's over level 10 and she's part of the guild. If he tried something like that. Well, honestly, I have no idea what the fallout would be, but it would be bad. Maddie finished telling Brant off and rejoined the rest of the party. She was breathing hard. Brant looked away for a minute and slowly moved closer to Oren's crudely drawn map. We can probably get some fishing done, but only in spaces where we have enough room to move freely. Oren, are there any large areas near the other side that seem good? Oren took another look and picked a long stretch near the other side of the river that seemed a likely candidate. He nodded and drew it out on his snow map. Good. Brant seemed subdued, like a puppy that had been yelled at. We will make our way across, and then pull a fish or two out to kill. Crossing the river took 20 minutes. They had to go slowly as the ice was still slick, but Jude complained the entire time. This is usually my favorite floor, he grumbled. I get to hit the ice with my hammer, and if I can't break it, it's safe to go across. You can still hit that section to your right, Oren said without looking up from his map. It should be thin, and it doesn't have any red dots around it right now. It's not the same, Jude mumbled. When they got to the other side, Oren led them to a spot a few hundred yards farther to the right of the original door entrance. The new door to the next safe room had appeared behind them as soon as Brant's foot had hit the riverbank. There are about 10 yellow squares that should be only 5 or 6 feet wide in diameter, from there to there, he pointed. We'll need to mark them off somehow. Daniel glanced around. I don't want to go swimming in this cold. Oren put his hand out, and a sword of ice grew in his palm. Leave that to me. I'll stake it all out. Oren's idea would have been perfect, except he couldn't plunge the swords in the ice deep enough to stick. In the end, he had to enlist Jude's help to hammer the ice of his sword handle, turning the entire endeavor into a construction exercise. Jude, on the other hand, loved using his hammer. So, right beyond these swords will be the carp? Yep. Actually, all the hammering seems to be drawing even more over here, too, Oren answered, after checking his map again. They spent 10 minutes slowly and carefully marking a safe area. Then Brant had the party line up. Frozen carp are about the size of wagon wheel and weigh about 200 pounds each. They will bite anything that touches the water, so make sure to wait for me or Jude to pull one out. How will you do that? Daniel had his old short sword out. He'd begged Oren to increase his strength so he could pull out Gertrude, but Oren had just ignored him until he went away. I'll just put my hammer in the water and drag them out. Brant can try fishing with a rope. Like he said, they bite down and don't let go, so it's actually really easy to drag them out of the water. As long as it's not you they're biting, Jude answered, with a twirl of his hammer. Could you use Maddie's spear? Oren asked. Just retract it to make the magic do the work, instead of hauling 200 pounds of fish, Maddie smirked. I can pull a fish out too, then.
No, Brant said sternly. I'll use your spear to pull them out and then hand it back to you. Jude and I can just pull out a few at a time while you three get your fill of monster kills. Then we can go rest, safe and sound. Jude went first. He stepped just beyond Oren's ice sword and brought his hammer down in a double-handed overhead swing. A perfect replica of the yellow trap on Oren's map exploded into small pieces of ice, swiftly carried away by the current. A dark blue fin crested the top of the water. Jude lowered his hammer into the path of the fish. Oren had never been into fishing, but the thing that appeared did not look like what he'd thought a carp would look like. In fact, it looked more like a goldfish. A goldfish that had grown 50 times bigger, was dark blue, and had literal ice all over it. The carp's mouth opened, and teeth out of a horror movie appeared before it chomped down on Jude's weapon. "Got one!" Jude yelled in joy and pulled. He dug his heels in and walked backward, dragging the fish out of the water. It stubbornly would not let go. Once Jude cleared the row of ice swords, Oren, Daniel, and Maddie fell on it.
Brant had already told them the monsters were near immobile out of water, so they hacked and slashed away. Oren had little trouble sticking the pointy end of his sword into the large, fleshy fish. After less than a minute, they'd killed the first monster of Floor 3. Experience gained, 30 XP. "Only 30?" Daniel complained. "I need to hit 1,000 to get to the next level. This is going to take forever." "I need nearly 3,000 more," Maddie chimed in. "I'm only halfway to the next level right now." Oren saw the future slew of experience grinding and sighed internally. "I only need a few hundred to hit level 10. "How much?" Daniel turned and asked. Maddie handed her spear to Brant as Jude sat on his heels and caught his breath. "I'm at 175 of 900. Daniel looked at Maddie, who nodded. She turned and yelled to Brant, "We need to get about 10 of these for just Oren. He's nearing level 10. Brant nodded back. "All yours, buddy." Daniel took a step back. "Wait, what? I'm not taking all these kills myself." Oren tried to step back too. Daniel gently pushed him forward. "You are the weakest link. Let's see what level 10 does for you." "But we can both do it," Oren tried again. "You can't be too far off from what I need. We can just—" Daniel shook his head. "It's time for you to catch up. You aren't technically supposed to be in here, right?" Oren looked around. Jude and Maddie were smiling at him. "Traitors! You're all traitors!" It took 5 minutes for Oren to do enough damage to kill a frozen carp on his own. Experience gained, 90 XP. By the time he killed 7 more, he was out of breath, his ice swords had disappeared, and his arms felt heavy. Experience gained, 630 XP, 90 XP times 7. Oren pulled up his status. Oren, Utility Warder level 9, 895 out of 900. "I only need one more, but I don't need to do all the damage," Oren shouted to the rest of the party. Brant was taking a break, and Jude was standing near the edge of the churning water. Jude nodded and pulled another carp up. He dragged it back and waited. "Go ahead, hit it once." Oren slashed the carp. "Now back up," Jude instructed. Oren moved back to the group, sitting along the edge of the frozen river. Jude grunted and picked his hammer up. The fish was still lashed to the head. As Jude straightened his arms, the fish came off the ground, rising slowly into the air until it floated vertically above Jude's head. He let out a yell and brought the hammer down. The fish exploded on impact. Experience gained, 45 XP. Level 10 obtained, plus 10 AP. A second box appeared under the first. "Congratulations on obtaining level 10. 10 stat points have been awarded. Usable stats for Utility Warder, Strength, Constitution, Dexterity, Will,
Intelligence.
Holy shit, Oren thought to himself. That's just as many as Daniel.
A third box blinked to life under that one. Quest complete. Obtain level 10 reward. Hero kit level 2. Unavailable reward.
Just the same as Brant.
I had kind of hoped that error. Quest reward unavailable. Debug. Debug error administrator access override error. Reward runtime error. Reward list. Debug rebooting. Select your reward. What the fuck?
Chapter 34. Oren watched the blinking cursor. Select your reward. Oren, you okay? Daniel spoke from behind him. Give me a second, Oren responded and concentrated. What kind of reward can I ask for? He thought. Maybe a way home? Nothing changed on the prompt. The system had always seemed to respond to his thoughts before. How about a skill or spell upgrade for free? More ability or stat points? A list began to appear. Upgrade one spell or skill. Increase strength stat +5. Increase constitution stat +5. Increase dexterity stat +5. Increase will stat +5. Increase intelligence stat +5 +10 ability points. Daniel, we need to chat, Oren called over his shoulder. Alone, please.
What's the matter? Maddie stepped forward. Are you all right? You two don't have to plan every step alone, you know. Jude also walked back, having dunked his hammer in the water to clean the fish guts off.
We are a party, after all, Oren considered it.
Maddie, Jude, and Brant would have more information about this world and the possible rewards for a quest than Daniel. But telling them would let them know something was weird with his system.
This is the second time I've seen this administrator access line. Did I somehow tap into the system when we came through?
Oren tried thinking about an ability to go home. He thought as hard as he could about magical gateways and even an automobile with a terrible driver. Nothing happened.
Maybe. Thanks, guys, he finally responded to Maddie and Jude. But I think I really need Daniel.
They grumbled, but moved away as Daniel got close.
Did it ask you for a moniker too? Daniel asked gently.
What? The question was so unexpected that Oren started to laugh.
You think, he said between laughter, I'm a hero?
Daniel frowned a bit.
I was kind of hoping yes.
Oren stopped laughing at the suddenly haggard look on Daniel's face.
You don't have to shoulder all the pressure, even if I'm not a hero. But we'll talk about that later. Look.
He waved the third message with the errors to Daniel, except it didn't budge.
What are you trying to show me? Is it the map? That doesn't work, remember?
No. Oren tried again. It still didn't work.
Piece of shit system. I unlocked a reward for the 10th level quest. Some kind of administrator access error popped up and now it's letting me pick a reward.
Daniel was silent, then asked,
What?
Exactly. Oren waved his hands around. This happened when we got here the first time, but I forgot between surviving and the tree vine monster thing and saving you. But this time, he trailed off.
Can you get it to change your class to hero, too?
What kind of dumb idea? Change class to hero. Notice, administrator access is denied to hero class. Administrator access will be rescinded. What the fuck is going on? Oren almost screamed. Daniel waved back Jude and Brant, who had started to walk back toward them.
What happened? Daniel asked, as Oren started walking in circles.
You put the idea in my head, and now I can change to a hero, but I'll lose administrator access, whatever that is. Daniel's face lit up, but then he frowned again.
I wonder what that admin access is.
Do you think you could override Brant's quest, too? Make all of us heroes?
I don't know, Daniel. Oren wanted to pull his hair out. I don't know what any of this means.
Should we ask them? Daniel nodded over his shoulder. Oren looked at the rest of the party, waiting patiently by the ice door. Brant and Jude were trying to act like they were having a conversation, but both were casting surreptitious glances their way. Maddie wasn't trying to hide it and was staring them down.
I don't know. What if they want to kill me because it's something like blood magic again?
Oren was spiraling. Oren, you're losing it, man. Cast that anti-anxiety spell on yourself. Oren took a deep breath and cast Calm Mind.
Okay. I can create a reward. Daniel got about 100 ability points worth of skill upgrades as his reward at level 10, and I can get 10. That's fine, but stats outweigh ability points in rarity, so ability points are out. Skill upgrades I can buy with ability points, which I've already ruled out. I'm not going to change to another class. I kind of like my class. Maybe I wish I had something that did more damage or targeted more monsters at once, but... Upgrade Light Strike to Light Strikes cast unerring beams of light that hits multiple targets, up to 5, for 10 HP damage. 5 megapixel. Good to know that exists. Thanks, Oren said to a patiently waiting Daniel. That helped. Of course. Daniel punched his friend in the arm. I was thinking, if you can do this, what else could you do? Like what? Oren rubbed his arm. I don't know, like hack the system and get us home? Daniel asked expectantly. Nothing comes up for that. Oren shook his head. And I've tried before, searching everything for a way home. Still nothing. But it did just tell me about a better targeting spell. I can hit multiple targets and deal more damage. Not worth it, Daniel said. You are a buffer and healer. You start slinging spells around and you might as well be any other mage. Better to stick with what you are. You make everyone around you better and keep them going. Oren felt himself blush at Daniel's words. So, stat points then? I was thinking more ability points. You could get more spells to the next level. Imagine if you could cast Utility Ward at 3rd level. Daniel's eyes twinkled at the prospect of wielding Gertrude unhindered. Don't be selfish. More will means more mana. I can just cast Strength on you then. Sold. Daniel almost jumped up and down. Oren went back over his options. He tried to think of anything else that he could pick, but the big-ticket item of going home wasn't giving any results. Increase will stat +5. Oren felt his mana pool grow, a small warmth growing in his chest before the feeling dissipated. Should I put my extra points into will or intelligence? He wondered aloud. Strength all the way, Daniel joked. But shouldn't you spread it out a bit? Oren thought back to all the fights they'd been in so far. He had the regen and mana potions. He also had blood cycling in an emergency, although that would likely knock him out. I think full will for now, he decided. If I don't run out of mana, then it doesn't matter how much the spells cost, right? Before he could question himself further, he threw all 10 stat points into will. Name, Oren. Class, Utility Warder. Level 10, 40 out of 1,000. Ability points, 12. HP, 90. MP, 380. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Dexterity, 9. Will, 28. Intelligence, 11. That should help a bit, he said with a smirk. How many points did you get for level 10? Daniel asked as they looked over at the rest of the group. 10. Daniel punched him again. You fucking cheat. What should we tell them? Oren worried as he saw Maddie standing with her hand on one hip.
Maddie was pissed. She'd respected her party members' request for some privacy, but she was furious at being excluded. As soon as a smiling Daniel and Oren joined them at the door, she demanded an explanation. "We shouldn't have secrets in here," she started, "especially since we have to watch each other's backs. I get level 10 is a big deal, but we've been pretty open and—" Oren cut her off. "You're right. Sorry. I just freaked out a bit because something happened." "Are you going to tell us or claim it's another hero-only thing? Because the hero's party is supposed to be a team." "My class unlocked other rewards for the level 10 quest," Oren said. He'd argued that keeping the reward skill tied to his unknown class would make the most sense.
Daniel had been all for telling them all about the administrator access part, but Oren had wanted to wait. He'd research himself first.
"How is that possible?"
Jude stepped forward curiously.
"I've never heard of anything like that. Although, to be fair, I've never heard of a locked reward before either. It said something about utility warder unlocked rewards, and I got to choose," Oren lied. "But Daniel had the thought that maybe Brant could share his blue quest box with me and maybe I could do it again." Brant raised his eyebrows in disbelief. "I'll show it to you to sate your curiosity. But I would like to get into the next safe room before too long. It's been a long day." "We could kill some more carp first," Daniel chimed in. "No, we got Oren to level 10. There will be more enemies and experience in the next room." Brant waved his hand around and then held it out to Oren. "Here's the completed quest." Oren opened Brant's quest. Quest complete. Obtain level 20 reward. Hero kit level 3. Unavailable reward. Unlock other rewards? He thought uncertainly. Unlocking limited reward set for non-administrator. Increase strength stat +3. Increase constitution stat +3. Increase dexterity stat +3 +5 ability points. Holy fuck, it worked, Oren thought. Fuck, he did it, Brant echoed. He looked up with near glistening eyes. Stat increases? Thank you. Oren shrugged. Daniel was already sharing the level 20 quest with Jude and Maddie. I'm guessing it gives you the option of half a normal level of ability points or half a stat increase, Oren explained. I got some other weird options, but ended up just increasing my will. You really should keep that kind of information more private, Jude admonished. You never know who could use that kind of stuff against you. Oren felt touched that Jude was giving him reconnoitering advice. Let's get off this floor, Daniel suggested.
Jude grabbed half a fish carcass and dragged it along. They made their way inside the door and began to set up camp. This would be their first night actually sleeping in the aqua chambers. Brant still demanded a watch rotation. Although nobody is supposed to be allowed inside, it does happen that people can slip in. Monsters never enter the safe rooms, though, unless it's a dungeon break. The guard said nobody was supposed to enter for a week, Daniel argued. Do they let people in, or are we talking about thieves and the like? No sanctioned group will enter for a week, but they also said a group had been in here for 2 weeks. Likely they are near level 10. That's the normal time frame. Honestly, the fact that we are at the 3rd safe room on the first day is astounding. The fastest run I've ever been on. The 4th and 5th floors are mostly unavoidable fights, but the 6th floor is a long one. I'll explain more about that later. But to answer your question, Daniel, yes, guards will let in assassins for a price. It's actually common for a party to go missing in a dungeon, and for families to point fingers at each other over old grudges. But actual assassinations in the dungeons are rare. Why? Oren asked. He was pulling apart one of the chickens and making a stew out of it, much to Maddie's dismay. Imagine trying to get through the first 2 or 3 floors alone, Brant smirked. Then he frowned. Well, I guess you wouldn't have a hard time. I'm sure some families would pay a lot of gold for you to lead a killer into a dungeon. No thanks, Oren chuckled. I don't need that kind of guilt on my conscience.
Jude gave Oren a serious nod. So, what's on the next floor? Daniel asked. It's a hallway with multiple doors, Brant explained, with large rooms beyond every set of doors. If you open a door, you get pulled into a fight. If you win, the door disappears. You win 3 times, and the safe room door appears at the end of the hall. Any traps or ways I can cheat it? Oren asked. Not that I know of, Brant replied, but I'm sure you'll figure out a way to surprise us. Oren handed out the stew. He also pulled a loaf of bread out, and Jude moaned. I could kiss you. He dug the bread slice into his stew. So, Oren, Daniel started after he finished eating. I totally didn't listen to you the first time around when you explained all the math for your spells and stuff. But doesn't increasing your will make your spells hit harder? Oren nodded. If you don't want to do more math and figure out how high your buffs work now, I'll happily take a few practice swings with Gertie before bed. Oren chuckled and obliged his friend. His mana would reset after he slept anyway. Increase strength, level 3 times 5. Oren, my strength just went up by 55 points. Brant dropped his bowl. What? Chapter 35. Jude immediately demanded a turn with maximum strength in the next fight. That's not how this team works, Brant cut him off. He turned back to Daniel. Are you sure? It's not just a false notification? We don't get notifications from his buffs, you know that. Daniel gestured at Oren with a give me motion. I checked my status, and my strength is up by 55. I know Oren can increase our stats, but 55 is more points than most people will get in their entire lives. More than most top adventurers have in any one stat. Only monsters and orcs have that much strength. Oren listened to Brant's disbelief as he put his hand into his cloak pocket and pulled the handle of Gertie to the surface. The weight wouldn't hit him until it was all the way out, but he'd already learned his lesson. Gertie was heavy with a capital H. He just wasn't strong enough to pick up Daniel's sword. He held the cloak out with Gertrude sticking halfway out. Daniel smiled and pulled the massive sword out the rest of the way. With his last attempt, he'd still struggled with the weight. Now, Daniel hefted his sword like it was a cosplay prop. He twirled it in one hand and changed it to his other. He spun and let the tip drag along the ice wall, creating a shallow scratch. Daniel kept playing with his giant sword as Maddie scooted closer to Oren. You realize that spell could change everything. You can use Inverse and your strength buff to make the floor 10 boss so weak we don't even have to fight him. Oren felt odd being the center of attention. Jude was laughing as Daniel tried to roll the massive sword over his back and dropped it. Brant was staring at him again. Brant turned to Jude. Can you imagine what he could do against a fog binder? They are mostly intelligence-based. If he dropped the stat by 55, even a child could take it out. Should we head back today? Jude approached, leaving Daniel to his swordplay. We could probably get back before too much fighting starts. Faster if the kid would teleport a few times. Brant was lost in thought for only a moment. No. Lord Catanzano gave us our orders. He looked sheepishly at Maddie. We stay for a week, or until the 10th floor, and then turn back. What if we beat the 10th floor? Daniel came up from behind and asked. Couldn't we just keep going? How great would that be for Day? The whole town is down, and we come back after defeating the entire dungeon. Jude's eyes lit up, but Brant was already shaking his head again. Nice try. Again. But the troll is more than capable of taking us all out. Even if Oren can drop his strength, it's one of those monsters that is just beastly. What if I dropped its dexterity and strength? Oren asked. You could try, but it also has a cartload of health and regenerates. I've only gotten past it twice, and once cost 2 lives. I'm all for showing you the level of monster you are itching to fight, but then we are going to retreat to the safe room and get out. Could we try a few different strategies out before leaving? We can just pop in and out until we find once you re-enter a safe room you left, you appear outside the dungeon, Brant injected. You get one chance, and honestly, you 3 will wait by the door. Maddie and Daniel grumbled a bit, but let the issue drop for now. Daniel had hacked up the ground enough practicing that Brant had no problem starting a fire with the fish remains. Something about the magic in the monsters let it burn brightly for them. Daniel and Oren took first watch. Brant was trusting them more. "You're totally going to fight the troll, aren't you?" Oren asked. He created an ice sword and turned it over the fire. It didn't melt at all. "Of course," Daniel chuckled. "With an extra dose of strength from you." "Yeah, making you all stronger. The only thing I'm actually good for around here."
Daniel reached over and flicked Oren between the eyes. "Ouch! What the hell was that for?" Daniel put a finger up in front of Oren's face.
Listen, we wouldn't have survived this long without you. You led us around the entire first floor without one battle. You saved Maddie's life. You got us across the river and even killed some monsters. Why are you being so down on yourself?" When Daniel put it like that, Oren sounded pretty badass. However, you all can fight. Maddie can cast actual offensive spells. I have to use Light Strike to do 1 damage point. Sure, I can boost you guys, but is it really helpful in a fight? You didn't really need my boosts against the newts. I was able to take out a carp once we got them out of water. Brant has taken down the troll before with a normal group. What if we get into more fights and you guys realize you don't actually need my spells?" Daniel laughed. "You idiot." He wiped his eyes. "You haven't used strength or dexterity boosts on yourself in a fight, have you? You make the fights easier. You don't need to do damage except to get the experience. But if I don't contribute, then how will—" "Do you remember when we were at Finn's house playing that fighter game he liked so much?" Daniel spoke over him. "Yeah, but what is that? And his little brother wanted a turn?" Oren just nodded. "Do you remember how you felt playing against him? He was like 4. He didn't even know what buttons to push, and I just jumped around him. It was one-sided." Daniel bobbed his head as Oren spoke. "Exactly. That's what it feels like to fight with my dexterity and strength increased by you." The newts wouldn't have been hard to kill. Annoying, yes. But Jude said most parties make it through to the 2nd floor without major problems. But they have to rest to recover health. That's more time wasted, more time that they have to dig into their supplies to survive.
"We didn't have to do that because of you and your wards." Daniel leaned back from the fire. "Same with the 3rd floor. It's a slow-going process. Jude thought we'd make it halfway in 1 day and have to camp out on the far shore." Oren was quiet as the fish bones in the fire popped. "You think you don't contribute, Oren? We have a chance to defeat this entire dungeon because of you. Now stop moping and hand me some more of that bread. I'm hungry." Oren handed over a loaf and stared at the floor. He moved his foot to gather some of the ice bits that Daniel had made when he dug out the fire pit. The fire didn't melt the broken shards of ice that littered the ground. The dark blue ice glittered with the reflection of the fire. It reminded him of a night sky filled with bright stars. "On a brighter note, what spells are you buying?" Oren smiled. "I'm going back and forth. Part of me wants to upgrade Dex and Will. I was also thinking of just getting the 2nd level utility ward, but that's 10 points. Which one makes me stronger?" Oren threw another piece of bread at Daniel. He caught it and ate it. "Don't waste food." "I guess utility ward would help the group more right now." Daniel put a fist out for Oren to bump. "That's right. Get me stronger." Oren rolled his eyes.
He spent the 10 AP. Utility Ward, Level 2. Maximum possible Level 2 strength, dexterity, will, and intelligence increase on yourself and your party within 100 feet. 200 MP minus 10 AP. Oren woke when Maddie gently shook him. "Time to get up," she whispered gently. "Floor 4 awaits." Oren groaned and rolled over. Everybody else was up and getting dressed. "Thanks," he mumbled, and started pulling on his armor. Then he yelled over to Brant. "Do we have time for me to get some wards up on everybody? If we could wait a bit, I could also do a utility ward, but I don't want to go into a fight without a full mana pool." Brant nodded.
We'll take a long breakfast and start when Oren gives the okay. Oren used Utility Ward first to get the boost to his own intelligence. The less everything cost, the better. His intelligence went up by 30 points. All of his stats went up by 30 points. Will is definitely my favorite stat, he thought. At 41 intelligence, his spells would cost only 69% the normal cost. He chuckled at his math. Get it together. He cast Ice Ward on everybody for only 14 MP. 5 wards cost another 70 MP. The Utility Ward had cost 198 MP. MP 397/680. Wait 4.5 hours, or pop a mana potion and wait 3 hours. Hey, Brant, is 4 hours too long? Brant and Jude were staring at their status screens, mouths open. Kid, take all the time you need. 4 hours later, Brant and Jude were sweating slightly. They had spent the time having an impromptu training lesson with Daniel, using their boosted stats in an attempt to get used to the increased speed and strength. Maddie had just chatted with Oren. He'd tried to explain the calculations he'd figured out for his stats and what they did to different spells. She'd eaten it up. Most mage classes didn't share much information unless they were part of a sect or cabal. Oren's mana was still not full, but it was close enough. Brant wiped the sweat off his head and walked over to the door. Today, we work as a team in monster fights. We already have some experience in that, but remember that Maddie and Oren will call the shots. If they say jump, we jump. Protect each other this time. We need more practice working in tandem. We've both been through the next floor, Jude said, and what we can agree on is that nothing is ever the same. I've never seen the same monster twice, nor has anything I've seen matched up with Brant's fights. It might be one big guy or a bunch of tiny beasties. Stay on your toes.
Everybody nodded, and with that, the party entered the 4th floor. Just as advertised, Oren thought. A long hallway full of doors. It looks like a Scooby-Doo episode. The hall was still covered with ice, but a faint carpet runner went down the middle just under the frozen water. A door was situated every 10 feet or so at alternating intervals as far as they could see. Daniel could see the farthest and reported, "I don't see an end." "The end appears after 3 doors are opened and the rooms cleared," Brant said, and unstrapped his sword. "There's no difference between the doors. Might as well pick any one of them." "Wait, please," Oren said. "I'm going to check map." That was a bust. Oren's map showed nothing. No red dots behind the door, and no end to the hallway a mile out. Shit, nothing. "Can't win them all," Daniel said, and slapped his back. He was holding Gertie on his shoulder. The increased strength gave him just enough to carry his sword around freely. He still moved a bit slower than with his short sword, but promised he'd drop the big sword if needed. "So, which door?" Maddie asked. Daniel shrugged. "Just point one out. Jude and I will rush in." Oren shook his head and walked forward a bit. "If it doesn't matter, let's just do the first 3. Why waste the stamina?" Everyone agreed, and Brant put his hand on the handle of the first door. "Let's do this."
Daniel hyped himself up. Jude was holding his hammer over his head, ready to run in. Brant opened the door, and the party surged inside.
Chapter 36. As planned, Jude and Daniel went in first. Brant followed closely behind, with Maddie and Oren taking up the rear. The rooms were supposed to be large on the other side, about 200 yards back, the same width and vaulted ceilings that you could just make out. The room they entered was significantly larger. Oren could barely make out the back wall through all the snow, and he could not see the ceiling. It looked like a sky, but had the same tint of dark blue the safe room floors usually had. Ice? He thought briefly. He couldn't figure out how high up it was. None of that mattered compared to the monsters they saw up ahead, though, shambling along slowly toward the party. Two colossal behemoths of ice. The humanoid shapes stepped forward in near sync. A frozen leg broke as it left the ground behind it and regrew before planting itself on the ground in front, each step leaving a 5-foot-tall column of ice. The ground was littered with the ice trees. Oren used Identify. Ice Elemental, HP 400/400. Ice Elemental, 400 health. Maddie, hit the one on the left and blind it. Everyone else, attack the one on the right, Oren yelled, and proactively hit both with a light strike. He stood by the door and pulled out his bestiary. "What are you doing?" Maddie screamed at him as she ran forward to cast her spell. "This is no time for reading." "Knowledge is power," he replied, already flipping through the pages. "There you are." Ice elementals are formed from cores of wild ice magic. Attacks against the ice body are meaningless, and adventurers should take care to retreat if confronted, as damaging the core is mostly luck. Each elemental keeps the core in a different part of its icy body, which can be regenerated at will. The height of an elemental displays its strength, with anything taller than 5 feet being a 5-star monster. "Don't waste your time attacking the body. It won't do any good." Oren trailed off. Nobody was listening to him. Daniel and Jude were hacking the legs off the right elemental, while Brant was trying to flank it. The one on the left was walking in slightly larger circles. Maddie had already hit it with Shimmer Sight. Oren ran forward and slid to a stop next to Maddie. "They're doing no damage to it." "Are you kidding? Look at Jude. He just took off half its thigh with one hit." Oren pulled up an Identify box on the elemental being attacked and threw it to Maddie. "See?" She gasped and then started winding up another spell. "I'll blind it. You pull them back and get them to listen." Oren moved closer but kept his distance. The elemental was taking large, unwieldy swings with its arms at the much smaller fighters. It had to be 15 to 20 feet tall. "Daniel, Jude, retreat," he ordered, waving his hands to try and get their attention. Jude listened and fell back, but Daniel swung twice more at the legs. Gertrude flew through the first leg, but got stuck in the second. The mass of ice creaked and began to tilt back, its balance gone. "Brant, get out of the way!" Oren screamed. The knight held his shield up in front of him as small chips of ice began to fall. He ran sideways and barely missed being crushed beneath the ice elemental's body. The monster shivered on the ground, the ice pulling into a vaguely rectangular shape and then pushing back up into its previous form. "It's like the fucking metal guy from Terminator." Daniel appeared next to Oren. "Asshole, listen to your overwatch." Oren pushed Daniel. He actually teetered for a second. This extra 30 stat points is no joke. The elemental was back on its feet and took a step forward. Then Maddie's spell hit the lumbering beast. Daniel looked sheepish for only a second. "Sorry, but did you see how much damage I'm doing?" Oren gave him a dead face and threw the same box as earlier to the hero. "Absolutely nothing." Brant made it back. Maddie and Jude ran up as well. With both elementals blinded by Maddie, they had a few minutes. The party crept closer to the door again.
One of the monsters was walking away from them, while the recently knocked down one stood still.
"What gives?" Jude prompted. "We were doing all right. Why pull us out?" "And please be more careful, Daniel." Brant used his sword to dislodge some slivers of ice stuck to his shield. "I'd rather not become a smear on the ground." "You were doing no damage. These things have a core in them somewhere. Only that takes damage. The rest of it is like a big rechargeable armor piece," Oren explained. "Have either of you encountered something like that?" Brant and Jude shook their heads. "Could I just crush the entire thing?" Daniel asked. "You saw how it got right back up, right?" Maddie commented. "You took off a leg and a half and it was walking in seconds." The party was quiet as they all thought. "So what do we do?" Daniel looked to Oren. Oren shrugged. "Dude, I don't have the answer every time." Brant took his helmet off. "Damn, this thing gets hot. What if we attack together? Everybody take a limb. Jude takes the head or center mass. Oren can let us know if anyone hits it." "It has 400 health," Oren countered. "That's going to take forever," Jude smiled. "So, like a normal dungeon delve without our solution kit here," he jostled into Oren. "Time for us old-timers to show you kids how it's done." "Old-timers? They can't be out of their early 20s. Oren just shook his head as the fighters started strategizing. "I could cast a few light beams," Maddie supplied. "I'll hit an arm with light strike," Oren said. Might as well waste the mana. The second elemental was far in the distance now. The first was standing with its side to the party. They moved around into position. "Attack!" Daniel whisper shouted. Daniel swung for the upper leg again, intending to cleave the limb off.
Brant stabbed at the ice of the other leg. Maddie and Oren hit the two arms. Nothing changed on his identify box. Jude wound his hammer over his head and jumped from behind, bringing the metal down on what would have been the neck. The ice groaned and cracked, a fault line appearing down the middle of the chest.
"Still no damage,"
Oren yelled.
Daniel shoved Gertrude into the crack and wedged the sword deep. Then he hauled the handle to the side. He let out a roar of a yell, and the elemental split in two pieces. The side of the body to Oren's right melted down into water and then flowed across the ground toward the still frozen left side. "There!" Brant yelled, and struck something only he could see. Ice elemental HP 348 out of 400. "You did 52 damage!" Oren yelled out. "Again, quick!" Brant struck, but not quickly enough. The ice reformed around the core and pushed down, creating new legs. In seconds, the outer shell body stood tall. It took a step toward the party. "Shit!" Maddie started winding up another spell. "When it reforms, it must have shaken my shimmer." She hit the slow-moving target again. "Having this much intelligence is paying off. I can totally see your math adding up, Oren. My spells cost so much less." Oren just nodded. "Same plan?" This time, Daniel took the center and used gravity strike to cut the elemental in two. The top half stayed solid and landed on the slush that had been legs and hips a moment before. Brant and Jude went wild. "Over here!" Brant pointed and began to hack. "Move!" Jude held his hammer high and brought it down in a fallen star attack. Ice P, 83 out of 400. "It's down to 83, Oren yelled out. The rectangle of icy doom formed again. As the elemental fully formed, Brant let out his own power strike, carving a swath of ice from the elemental's side. The chunk of ice stayed solid. Brant quickly struck it with his shield as hard as he could.
A small, soft ball of deep blue ice, with flickering, lighter blue veins, rolled to a stop near Oren's feet. Maddie hit it with a before Oren moved. He swung his sword, completely forgotten until this point, and hit the core. It shattered, and the lights inside dimmed.
The small ball of ice lay inert at his feet, the cracks letting off a final glimmer before going dark. Experience gained, 200 XP. Nice! Daniel ran and slid to a stop. And we have one more. I got a level, Maddie said, her eyes already flickering over her invisible boxes. I only need a moment. Better make it quick, Jude answered. I think your original spell wore off. The other elemental was heading back. Oren's sword fell from his grip and he sat hard on the ground. Fucking elementals. The second monster had been slightly bigger than the first. They'd had to cut it down 3 times before they got the first hit on the core. After that, Brant and Daniel made sure to keep an eye on where it was. The monster didn't move it around too much during its rebuilding phase. Experience gained, 200 XP. All in all, they'd been fighting for only 30 or 40 minutes, but it was a lot of spell slinging and even more physical exertion. Fighting the thing in cycles had been the smart play, but it took so long. Oren had tried casting an inverse buff on the elemental, but nothing happened. Maybe I needed to target the core, he muttered to himself. Stop overthinking. Daniel plopped down beside him. Enjoy the victory for a minute. Strategize later. You did amazing. Maddie sat down too. He's right, you know. We would have wasted who knows how long figuring out that fight. Smart to bring a bestiary. I'm just surprised Brant didn't know what it was. Jude leaned on his hammer haft, digging the head into the dirt under the snow for balance. Aren't you always yelling at the recruits about being prepared? Brant's helmet was off again, his hair a matted mess.
Oh, shut up, Jude. I can't know every monster backward and forward.
The kid did, Jude countered. I cheated. Oren held up the bestiary, and then slipped it back into his dimension hole. Might not have the time if the second door is something too fast. We'll deal with that tomorrow, Brant said. We can go back into the hallway and start camp. No, we can go more, Maddie argued. You used how much mana? Brant asked. I know I used so many skills that I'm going to feel it in my bones, and there is no rush. Oren, you'll wake up early tomorrow to cast those spells again. I want to start earlier, but only 1 door a day. Let's not push too hard. Maddie grumbled as they made their way back to the hallway. Brant carried the cores of both elementals in the crook of his arm. Even though it was still early in the day, Oren had to admit he felt tired. The fights he'd been in up to this point with monsters had all been relatively quick. The constant repositioning and few spells he'd had to cast hadn't worn him out, but the loss of the adrenaline of the fight left him weary. We did better today, Brant said over more soup. Working as a team and responding to Oren and Maddie's plan. Let's keep that up tomorrow. Most of us anyways, Oren said with a look at Daniel. Daniel tilted his cup of soup back and then sighed. I said sorry, I was just in the zone. You have to be better. Brant could have gotten hurt. All right. I promise to listen better, Maddie laughed. You two are like an old married couple. Daniel and Oren scowled at her. Okay, Oren and Maddie, last watch. Wake us up whenever. Your utility ward stops when we sleep, right? Brant asked. Yeah, I think that was the trigger for it to reset last time. Then I'll take middle watch again, and you took it last time, Daniel interjected. You and Jude get some uninterrupted sleep tonight. Let me take middle watch. For my fuck-up. Brant smiled. I won't turn down the offer. I'll wake you in a few hours. Oren crawled into his sleeping mat and fell asleep quickly. It felt like seconds later that Daniel was shaking him awake. Oren, something's wrong with Jude and Brant. Wake up. You need to heal them, now. Chapter 37. Huh? Oren sat up slowly. How long was I asleep? Get up, Daniel demanded, pulling Oren's arm and dragging him out of his sleeping mat.
I was just coming to get you for your shift. I passed the guys and heard Jude crying in his sleep. Look. Oren stumbled and righted himself. He followed Daniel the few steps away to where Jude and Brant were tossing in their sleep. What's wrong with them? I don't know, Daniel said with agitation. He ran his hands through his hair. I was hoping you could identify them. I couldn't get Jude to wake when I shook him. Is Maddie all right? Oren squatted down and tried shaking Jude. He just moaned and rolled farther into his blanket. I'll check. Daniel moved to the other side of the room. Oren cast Identify on Jude. Jude, DeGeese, Bruiser, level 16. Status: fatigued, dizzy, brain fog, nauseous. HP 130, MP 100. Strength 19. Constitution 13. Dexterity 14. Will 10. Intelligence 10. What the hell? Oren ignored all of Jude's spells and skills. Where did all those status effects come from? Oren! Maddie is shaking too! Are they sick? Oren turned his Identify to Brant, who had the same odd statuses. He ran over to Maddie. She was the same. They all have status effects. Fatigue, brain fog, dizzy, and things like that, Oren explained. How do you feel? Daniel put his hands up in the air and stretched down. I don't feel bad at all. A little weak after I woke up. Your utility ward wore off when I was asleep, but I figured that was just me getting used to my normal stat build. Shit. Do you think it's my buffs? Oren felt terrible. If he'd hurt the party... I mean, we all ate the same food, Daniel said. But then you and I should feel it too, right? I have no idea. Oren went back over the Brant and tried waking him again. Brant! Brant! Oren slapped his cheek lightly. Brant's eyes fluttered open. What do you need? Brant's voice was low and slurred. Everybody's sick. How are you feeling? Can you remember your name? Oren asked. Thank God for all Mom's hospital stories, Oren thought. He could just remember basic concussion protocols. I feel heavy. Brant tried to sit up, and his eyes rolled back. He fell with a loud thump. Ow! Stay with me. Oren snapped his fingers over Brant's face until he opened his eyes again. What is your name? Brant Bennett. Good. Do you know where you are? Brant paused. A long few seconds passed. No. Brant's voice was small and afraid. Can you tell me how you feel? What do you remember? Oren asked as Daniel brought a water skin over. Thanks, Daniel. Oren took the water and wet Brant's lips. Then he pointed to Jude and Maddie. Daniel nodded and went to keep them hydrated. I feel heavy. Yes. Anything else? Does your head hurt? Do you feel any nausea or tingling? Oren wished he had listened better to the symptoms of a concussion. It wasn't the problem here, but would have given him more to work with. Head hurts, yes. Dizzy when I sit up. Hard to think. Can I sleep now? Brant's normal demeanor was shattered. He talked to Oren like a small child with his first flu. Yes, you did great, Brant. Get some sleep. Oren stood and joined Daniel. He was just finishing giving Jude something to drink. Jude hadn't even come fully awake. So? Daniel asked as he stood. What's going on? I have no idea. Oren took the water from Daniel and walked to Maddie. Maybe she'll be able to talk better. Maddie roused easier than the men had, but she could barely move her body. Ugh, my head is pounding. What happened? Maddie asked, as she stayed very still. We don't know, Daniel offered. I think it's Oren's buff. Side effects, maybe? My body feels like Brant threw me through his night workout again. She tried to push herself up and fell to her side. Oh, that's embarrassing. Just let us help, Oren said.
He and Daniel sat her upright in the corner. Maddie kept shaking her head sporadically.
I feel weird. My head isn't doing what I wanted to, she said as she shook her head again.
I'm going to try to heal you, okay? Oren said. Let me know if you feel any different.
Sure. You're much kinder than we thought, you know.
Maddie smiled wide.
I'm really sorry you got hurt.
She started to cry. Oren cast Heal Small Wounds on Maddie. Anything?
No. I still feel off.
She tilted on the wall, and Daniel reached out to straighten her.
I'm cold. Can you pull that blanket up?
Oren looked to Daniel. Can you pull her closer to the fire? It's dark in here anyways. I want to—
I can help with that,
Maddie interrupted, and pointed her finger to the ceiling.
I can make pretty butterflies.
She cast her spell and immediately threw up on Daniel.
Come on.
Daniel let her fall to the ground and shook his hands. Oren quickly backed away.
Shuri,
a muffled voice moaned. Maddie's face had landed in the blankets, and she didn't have the strength to move. At least the lights let us see a bit better, Oren smirked. I'm going to use your sleeping bag to wipe this off, Daniel huffed. Oren laughed and poured some water out over Daniel's arms. Then he knelt and washed Maddie's mouth off. Okay, so no more spells, Oren instructed Maddie as they worked together to pull her around. He turned to look at Daniel. We need to keep them hydrated and feed them small meals so they can keep it down easier. I have no idea what is going on, but concussion protocols shouldn't hurt at least. Whatever you say. Daniel helped prop one of the bags on its side, letting Maddie sit up a little in front of the fire. The ice cores were still burning away merrily. How long do these things burn for? Oren looked at the fire and felt a pit in his stomach. If the fire goes out, we can only feed them jerky, bread, and water. I shouldn't have turned all the rest of the chicken into soup.
Hen,
Maddie murmured. She was slowly losing consciousness again. Oren turned and saw Brant and Jude were already out, tossing in their blanket rolls. We could pull them back. If we retreat to the safe room instead of sitting in this hallway, we can get those guards to help, he suggested. I could go defeat a room and get more monster corpse to burn, Daniel offered. More monster corpse to burn. That's a fun sentence I never thought I'd have to say in my life.
We are not going into another room. That would just be stupid.
Oren tilted Maddie's body so she could rest comfortably, but wouldn't roll into the fire. We can wait a few hours. Maybe this is just temporary, whatever it is.
You sure?
Daniel stood and looked down the hall. You put one boost on me and I could have taken out those elementals. I just didn't want to show off. You? Not show off? Please. Oren picked up a small piece of ice and threw it at his friend. I need your help taking care of them. With Maddie, I can move her. I'm not sure about Brant or Jude. Boost your strength. That might be the problem. What if I fall sick too? Jude moaned loudly. I'll stay and help, of course. Daniel picked up a second water skin and moved toward the knights. I'll keep them watered and fed. Let them sleep a few hours in between. Daniel waved over his head. Now we wait, Oren thought. Stuck in a dungeon with over half the party down. This isn't looking good. The next few hours were drudgery. Feeding the trio, then getting them water, was boring and thankless work. Oren and Daniel moved the other two closer to the fire after Daniel discovered Brant's hands were cold as, well, ice. Daniel was able to manhandle them over with ease, and Oren set up a circle of all their packs,
taking his and Daniel's out of his dimension hole to finish the circuit.
It's like a campout, but with dead bodies, Daniel said grimly.
They aren't dead. Brant just drank half that water. Oren had taken the barrel of water out of his storage and was currently refilling all their water skins.
I'll take some more of that,
a small voice drifted over. Oren almost dropped the water and hurried to the fire.
Brant?
Hi, kid. What happened? The knight tried to sit up and managed to get into a half-sitting, half-bent position over his own pack. We don't know for sure, but my money is on Oren's buffs. Daniel appeared next to Oren.
Here, eat something.
Brant took the bread with a shaky hand.
I feel like I was beaten all over.
And you were having trouble talking earlier, all three of you, Oren said, and waved to the other two sleeping teammates. He looked closer. Maddie and Jude were both snoring with a gentler ease than before.
Thanks for not leaving us,
Brant said between bites.
You two really are honorable.
Leave you? I just suggested taking your room out without you guys, but Oren had to be all strict and logical, Daniel quipped.
I'm not sure I can finish this bread,
Brant said, and then handed the bread over quickly.
I feel so wrong.
Try to get some more sleep, Oren ordered. You'll feel better when you wake up. Brant nodded gently and passed out with his body still leaning over the bags. Daniel sighed and got him situated back on the ground.
They're getting better, Daniel nodded. But the fire is starting to sputter.
That's fine. We don't need it to last forever. A little cold won't kill us, and we can always use the torches I brought. Daniel slapped his head.
Thank God.
I forgot about the torches. I really thought I'd have to sneak off and kill a monster. Oren paused. You are joking, right? You weren't about to go off on your own after I specifically told you not to. Daniel smirked at him. I mean, I would have asked for a strength buff first. Dumbass.
By the afternoon, Maddie and Jude had both come around as well. Maddie was able to stay awake and talk, although she could move her body less than either night.
It has to be the utility ward buffs, she agreed with Daniel. Nothing else would make sense.
But why would it not affect you both?
Well, I'm a hero, Daniel said as he puffed up.
So, no little stat boost is going to stop me. And it's my own spells. It would be weird if it brought me down, right? Oren offered.
This sucks. We were making such good time.
Brant is going to make us turn back as soon as he can get up, she complained. The three sat in silence, listening to Jude's snores. Oren summoned an ice sword and used it to move the broken ice cores around. The giant marbles had remained after the fire had guttered out. 5 torches now lined the group, sunk into the ground where Daniel had stabbed the hard floor with his short sword.
Maddie, what do you want to do after you beat a dungeon? Oren asked.
She watched him move the cores in circles for a moment before she answered.
Well, defeating a dungeon is good for day and makes the world safer. The extra stats are also amazing. But truly, she looked at Daniel, I want to follow the hero.
Oren kept moving the sword round and round.
Why?
Because I'm fucking awesome, Daniel put in. He leaned back and put his hands behind his head. I've been kind of going non-stop for a while now. Today is the first time that I was able to really be alone with my thoughts. I mean, Daniel was here, but he's an idiot. Oren smiled at his friend. Daniel flipped him off.
What I mean is, what's in it for you?
Maddie frowned.
You still don't trust me.
She threw an arm over the bag she was leaning on and grunted in pain as she pulled herself upright.
Let me tell you something about myself. My father has never allowed me in a dungeon. I'm not sure he ever would have either. My mom was a part-time adventurer.
She was damn good, too. Until she wasn't. She died repelling a dungeon break from the Silver Vaults when I was 8. Ever since then,
It has been my dream to defeat one. I read all the stories as a little girl, Elizabeth and the Fallen Crater, Denna and the Sandy Dunes. The children's stories of great adventurers who overcame the odds to shatter dungeon cores and lead nations. She used the back of her arm to push tears away from her eyes. But after my mom died, I became the cloistered princess instead, begging lessons off Brant when he could escape his squire training, reading everything I could so that I could unlock a different class than my father, because he wants me to be the same as him. Facades and manipulation. But I want to be like Denna and help push my party to the top of that final dune. I want to help they complete his main quest, even if you never share it with me, Daniel. You ask what I want to do after we defeat this dungeon? I want to defeat every single dungeon in this world, so nobody ever has to die from one again.
Chapter 38. Oren sat in silence against the door they'd cleared, watching Maddie and the knights sleep. Maddie's little speech had taken it out of her, and she'd gone back under quickly. Oren threw a identify on her sleeping form. Madeline Catanzano Prism, Conjurer, level 14. Status, fatigued, dizzy. HP, 110. MP, 170. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Dexterity, 10. Will, 17. Intelligence, 16. Move over. Daniel kicked Oren's leg. He sat down and pulled the blanket up over them. It's fucking freezing in here. Oren nodded. Yeah, it is. 2 of the abnormal statuses on Maddie have disappeared. Daniel moved around until he was comfortable. That's great news, he sighed as he settled down. So, are you going to tell me? Tell you what? Oren had to move again. His back was in the door jamb now. Why you're being a dick to Maddie again? I thought you two made up. Oren turned to make sure Daniel was joking. He wasn't. You really think I can forget getting stabbed because her father wanted to test if you were a hero? Or that right after we saved her from those bandits, she threatened to kill us? She's a little trigger-happy, don't you think? Daniel let the blanket drop to put his hands up defensively. Oh, I'm on your side. Don't bite my head off. I know you hold a grudge. I'm not surprised. I just wanted to know, why now? We're kind of up the creek. Oren mulled it over. How do you tell someone you are just pissed? Pissed that none of your spells work like you want them to. Pissed that you spend all your time in the back. Pissed that you just almost killed all your new friends, even if one of them is totally a spy and the other is a two-faced bitch who would likely push you off a cliff if she could get away with it. Can I just call it a bad day? You can. Daniel put his arm around Oren's neck. I won't believe you, though. I will drop it if I'm being a dick, though. Just remember, she tried to have me killed, too. I have every reason to not trust her as well. But strangely, I do. Of course you do. Oren shrugged his arm off. They never would have actually killed you. You're the prized ass. I'm just the problem they haven't been able to solve yet. Daniel got quiet. You know, I was serious when I threatened them. If they try anything, ever again, I'll find a way to reduce that house to the ground with them in it. Oren stood and let the blanket fall. If you have to do that, I'm probably dead. I'll play nice, though. She hasn't done anything to break her promise so far. But I'm waiting. Should we have a safe word? What? You know, like if we need to get out of town quick. We could figure out a place to meet, even plan different routes if we get separated. Oren stared at Daniel. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not a bad idea. I know, Oren responded. It's actually a good idea.
which is why I'm surprised. Daniel stood and slugged Oren in the arm. Jerk. Idiot. They chuckled. How about television, or just TV? And just how do you think you could use that word in a normal sentence on this world? Oren asked. That's got to be the dumbest. You know, all this reminds me of a TV show I watched once, Daniel cut in. That's not too bad, actually, Oren admitted. But I can't exactly go saying that, can I? I'm a local. Shit, I forgot. I don't know. Oren thought for a minute. What about just mentioning that tree? The one you hollowed out our first night here. It's innocent enough that you could just be telling a story. Same for me. But we'll know. Okay. So, like, hey, this hallway smells worse than that big tree we spent the night in. Perfect. Oren laughed. And if we need to communicate in a hurry, just yell, TV. If we need to run, who cares if they know I'm from the same planet as you? I'm not sure you actually are from Earth, Daniel said, and dodged Oren's attempted hit.
Oren leaned back on the wall. Thanks for not giving me too much shit. If she's for real, maybe I'll come around. No, you won't, Daniel said as he rolled the blanket up into a ball. You still haven't forgiven me for breaking your Spider-Man toy when we were, like, 7. It wasn't a toy. It was a collectible. Yeah. Come on. Let's go check on the kids. Daniel put the wadded-up blanket under his arm and trudged off to check on Maddie. Oren moved toward the guys. Brant was snoring again, but sounded much better. Cleaner, somehow. Jude turned when Oren got close. You awake? Jude turned over and blinked his eyes. I think so. Oren grabbed a water and handed it to him. Drink while you can. You guys have been sweating a lot, even in this cold. Jude took it and drank greedily. Thanks. He huffed a few breaths. I feel a lot better. How long were we out? It's almost night. Daniel and I can take watch and let you guys sleep. Tomorrow we can figure out what to do. Maddie thinks Brant will demand we return. Mysterious illness in the middle of the dungeon? Yeah, he's going to be a stick in the mud. Sorry. Oren took the water back and set it against the bags. Another quick identify on Jude showed the fatigued and dizzy statuses were gone. The words brain fog were fading, but nauseous was still there. It's not your fault, kid, even if it is. We all accepted the risks. New magic is dangerous. That's why so many people stick with the tried and true methods. But hey, we survived. That's how you get better. How are you feeling? Most of your statuses are gone, but it still says nauseous and brain fog. Jude closed his eyes to concentrate as he spoke. Sometimes I feel like I'm about to lose the word I'm trying to say, but then I catch it. Closing my eyes helps. I don't really feel nauseous, though. Maddie upchucked on Daniel earlier. You're not feeling queasy? No, not at all. Mostly just exhausted and wrung out.
Jude chatted a bit more with Oren before saying he felt like he'd been up all night and wanted to sleep more. His soft snores joined the chorus around the hallway before long. Oren still felt jittery, and Daniel hadn't slept much the night before, so Oren took first watch.
Why would my spell affect them like that? It was my first time using the level 2 utility ward. I guess my stats had also increased, so it was a much bigger jump. Why did Maddie throw up when she cast that spell? I'm never going to figure this out. He tried to let Daniel sleep through again, just like their first night, but Daniel woke himself up and told him off. After checking on everybody and making sure they seemed okay, Oren fell back on his blanket and slept. Morning, sunshine. A voice penetrated his lovely dream of flying over the ocean. He'd been like a bird, huge wings, and he lost it. Ugh. Brant busted out a small can of coffee beans he brought. The voice tempted him. Coffee, Oren murmured. Give me. He's awake. Footsteps drifted, and Oren opened his eyes. Jude was stretching in the corner. Maddie was huddled with a blanket over her, but sitting upright. Brant held a small pot over a torch, heating something inside. I told you he'd get up for coffee, Daniel, the voice that had woken him up, said to Brant. We all deserve it, even if it's supposed to be for emergencies only. Coffee is always an emergency. Oren crawled his way out of his blanket and made his way over to the godly smell of beans with hints of chocolate. You were holding out on me? Brant shook his head and poured a small amount of the black brew into a cup with a makeshift filter. Oren watched it with greedy eyes. We bring a little in dungeons, in case we need it on another floor. Staying awake while on watch is important. He took the filter out and handed the small cup to Oren. For keeping us safe.
If that's all it costs, I'll make sure to keep you all in tip-top shape. Oren drank and sighed.
Yum, Maddie giggled. How can you drink that without cream or sugar? Like this. Oren sipped again. Heaven. Now that we're all awake, Brant started, it's time to pack up and head back. Boos and no's echoed from every direction. Jude even threw a piece of jerky at Brant. But you all seem better, Daniel argued. Sure, Maddie might need a piggyback ride. Ouch! Don't throw food at me. While Daniel argued, Oren used Identify to go over everyone. Maddie still had a blinking, fatigued marker, but every other member of the party was clear. Maddie's fatigue should pass soon, I think, Oren chimed in. Not arguing to keep going, just pointing it out. Brant looked at her. She said she felt better. It's just a little stiffness, Maddie played it off. I'll be fine. Let's at least take a look in the next room. More information for next time, right? Brant seemed torn between wanting to carry her out himself and granting her wish to stay. We can look, but then we go home today. It's been at least 2 days since the horde reached the wall. It should be taken care of now. Do you think a lot of people got hurt? Oren asked. He'd been low-key worried the entire dungeon trip that they'd show back up and everyone would be dead. Brant had painted a pretty grim picture before. No, the guard would have mobilized a full response team. Specific traps and surprises would have been set. Some people probably got hurt trying to play the hero. No offense, Daniel, but overall the extra time we had to prepare most likely made all the difference. Oren let out a sigh he hadn't realized he was holding in. That's good. Daniel slapped a hand on Oren's back. Time for some buffs. Everyone took a step back. Just for me, Daniel said with a smile. I'm going to hold off. We can experiment when we get back to day and figure out what happened.
But until then, no. Oren put his hands in his pockets.
But I didn't get sick,
Daniel whined. Fuck. Oren watched as Brant and Jude moved around gingerly. He pushed a sword over to clatter on the ice and watched them both wince at the sound. Sorry, it slipped. Hangover-like effects. Maddie tried to put her pack on her shoulder and almost toppled over. She's lifting that like she did a full body workout yesterday. A bunch of little things started to add up, and Oren began to form an idea of what happened and a plan to confirm. But not now. Get in, see the monster, run away. The only person who seemed excited to dash back into danger was Daniel. He was already posted up for first spot by the next door. I'm ready whenever you guys are. Daniel, we are going to look and leave. Please do not run in. Jude rubbed his temples. You guys are no fun. Can I at least hit it around a bit if it's small? No. 3 different voices echoed. Brant opened the door and looked inside. Clear so far. Go ahead and enter. Oren went in last this time. As he walked through the doorframe, the landscape in front of him spread into the distance again.
The room was at least as big as the elemental room, but the floor was rolling blue sand with a gently blazing sun in the sky above. "It's pretty, but I don't see any monsters," Daniel griped. Oren pulled up his map. One red dot circled just at the edge, but then disappeared. "There is something over that way," he pointed. They took a few steps into the sand. Oren knelt and scooped a handful of the blue stuff. "Hey guys, this is ice. Tiny, tiny ice." He went back to watching his blue box. Whatever was in here was shy, or didn't know they were here. Brant and Jude stood on point on either side, with Daniel taking the center. Maddie and Oren stood in the center of them all. "Should I do a gravity well shout?" Daniel suggested. "Let's move back to the door."
"Then go for it," Brant said as he started walking backward. "The door is right there." Daniel complained and waved his sword. Oren agreed that they could probably make a jump for the door before anything could sneak up on him, but kept his mouth shut. "Fine. I want to get going." Brant stood with his arms crossed. Daniel let out a yell that pulled the sand around him like a magnet. The echoes vibrated and twisted on the ice sand, and, a second later, screeching in the distance let them know something was coming. "Here they come. 5, no, 6 dots moving in fast from over there," Oren pointed. "Get a look with Identify if you can, and then we leave." They watched in the direction he had pointed. Oren kept his eyes glued to his blue box. "They're close. I don't want to look away in case they circle to the sides. Anyone have eyes on?" "Nothing," Daniel said. Oren frowned. "Shit. They must be underground," Jude speculated. "Get back. Not worth a fight." Oren and Maddie turned and ran out. Jude followed behind them. Brant had to drag Daniel a little, but he accepted defeat with some grace. "We could have taken whatever it was, but probably not smart to fight something that can pop up from underground," he said, but he still looked glum. "Thanks for listening better, though," Oren joked. "Brant only had to pull your ear a little this time." Daniel smirked. "I did say I would try." "All right," Brant cut in. "Let's head back home." They made their way back to the safe room ice door they'd come through. Brant pulled it open. It looked like the safe room they'd left the day before. Or was it 2 days now? "See you guys out there." He stepped across the threshold, and a flash of bright light hit Oren's eyes. Brant had disappeared. "Magic fuckery," Daniel muttered. He stepped across too. Jude followed. Maddie turned back to Oren. "You coming?" "Yep. Just enjoying the light show." Maddie smiled. "It is pretty."
I wouldn't have noticed. "See you on the other side." She stepped through. Oren looked around at the remnants of the camp they'd set up. "I won't miss this place," he said to the empty hallway. Then he stepped forward and left the dungeon. Chapter 39. Dust. From inside the tent swirled and entered Oren's nose as he stepped out of the dungeon. "Achoo!" "Bless you," Daniel said from in front of him. The rest of the party was turned toward him, backs to the flap of the tent. "Shouldn't we have come out down there?" Oren turned and pointed to the stairs they'd climbed down when entering the aqua chambers. "No, this is the entrance," Jude said. "Could you imagine how cramped the stairs would be if a few parties left at the same time?" A voice from outside echoed into the tent. "Are you back already, Brant? That was a quick little jaunt. Could the kids not make it past the big bad monkeys?" Laughter sounded from the other guard. Daniel opened his mouth, probably to say something stupid. Jude put a hand up to stall him. "Don't respond. They'll just be wanting to report back to the other lords." Daniel closed his mouth, but grumbled as they left the tent. The same 2 guards as before were standing on either side of the entrance.
Oren noticed a small one-man lean-to that he had missed off the one side. How long do they stay out here? You two are still here? What, is this a punishment detail? Daniel asked in a chipper voice. The guard that had spoken, Pete, stepped up toward Daniel. Are you the reason your party is back already? Pissed yourself when you saw the big rock-throwing apes, huh? Had to come crawling home? Oren watched Daniel closely. Back home, Daniel was not used to taking insults from anyone. Thankfully, he only smiled broader as the man strewed spittle on him. So it is a punishment detail. Good to know. Daniel smiled and wiped his cheek. Keep up the good work, Jude smirked as they left. Pete was huffing in indignation as they saddled the horses, still picketed a few yards away. Within a few minutes, they were traveling back down the road toward day. Jude leaned over on his horse. Kid, I've got to know.
How did you know how to handle Pete? He's a right asshole and always down to fight, but you just ignoring his bravado confused him something fierce. Daniel shrugged as he readjusted in the saddle. Just didn't seem like it would be a good idea to knock out the guard of another lord. Silas would probably want to give me a talking to. Jude and Brant laughed. Even Maddie had to hide a smile. How long are they out there, though? Oren asked. Alone in the middle of nowhere? That has got to suck. Daniel hit it and won. It's a punishment. Usually for falling asleep at your post, getting into a fight, or pissing off the wrong higher-up. Most of the time it's only for a week or two. The guard sends a few supplies, and they always have 2 people out there. Brant smirked. But it is the most boring thing I've ever had to do. What did you do to get in trouble? Daniel asked eagerly. Brant blushed, and Oren caught the glance toward Maddie. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Maddie chuckled evilly. Do you want to know? I was there. Lady Madeline, please, Brant begged. Maddie's eyes flashed. I thought I told you. We are no longer in the dungeon, Brant pointed out quickly. Decorum dictates that He got caught putting fire snaps in my father's clothing, Maddie rushed to speak over Brant. He spent a month on the dungeon watch. Jude was laughing, but Oren asked, What's a fire snap? A red flower. It looks like a little fireball when they release their pollen, Maddie explained, with a satisfied look on her face. Brant's head was hung in shame. If you grind up the petals, it can cause a prickly burning sensation on the skin. Children use it to prank their parents and friends. It doesn't really hurt, just aggravates you for about an hour. Oren smiled at the image of Brant putting itching powder in Silas's clothes. Oh, that is funny. Brant mumbled something about lookout and rode his horse forward, away from the group. How did he get caught? Daniel asked as they watched him ride ahead to scout the road.
A maid reported she'd seen him leaving the Lord's wing afterward, Maddie said. Afterward? Wait, he actually pulled it off? Daniel turned on his horse. Yes, my father was scratching his back and chest during an audience with some elven emissaries. He had to send them away and take a bath to soothe the burning. Maddie was laughing. Who knew he had it in him? Daniel looked back at the small figure in the distance with pride. Sir Bennet, the prank master. They made camp near the end of the day. Brant kept mostly away for the first half, but then sent Jude to scout too. Daniel said he could just make out day in the distance, and Oren had to agree. He could just see some lights. Oren had a sudden thought a little later after they'd mostly finished setting up camp. Hey, Daniel, come over here. Oren waved his friend to the fallen logs Jude had rolled out of the underbrush. Not too thick, they offered just a little reprieve from the dewy ground. Yeah? Daniel left the fire alone and sat down. What's up? Oren turned his camo on. Then he slapped Daniel upside the head. His spell ended. Nice, it works. What the hell? Daniel rubbed his head. What did I do? Nothing. I'm just going to power level my camo before I go to sleep. Oren turned back on and punched his friend in the arm. "Damn it, Oren, quit it!" Jude and Maddie chuckled. "I only have to do it like 20 more times. Can you at least hit me easier?" Oren did not hit him easier. 10,000/10,000. Nice. Oren bent over his blue box and opened the prompt. Unlocked, melt into your surroundings. Increase ability to remain undetected. 10 minutes. 10 MP, 0 out of 10,000, minus 2 AP. Damn, it just doubles the length of time. Oren pouted and showed the box to Daniel. He had held his hand out to see what was worth getting hit for.
It doesn't say attack damage breaks the spell, though, Daniel countered.
Shit, that actually is better. I was hoping for straight invisibility, but I guess staying hard to see after attacking would be better. Invisible murder bot, Daniel commented. Oren scrolled through his store, searching for anything else that might be worth his remaining 2 ability points. He scrolled over the tabbed spells he'd saved for later, but everything cost too much. He still needed to get Increase Dexterity and Increase Will to level 3, get Heal Small Wounds to level 3, figure out how to get Light Strikes, and buy Merge. He scrolled back over Alchemy in the Skills tab. Alchemy. Learn the basics of alchemy, minus 12 AP. Expensive, he thought. But then maybe it'll increase my potion's effectiveness or something. Oren also pulled up something that every member of his party already had. A weapon proficiency. Sword proficiency, level 1. You are adept at using swords. Minus 10 AP. Oren sighed and bought Camouflage 2. At the least, it will make you guys not have to worry about me getting hit. You got it? Daniel was still rubbing his arm. Oren threw a heel on his friend. Yep, probably should have gotten it in the dungeon, but leveling it kind of slipped my mind. Brant returned from gathering firewood. He fed some to the fire and put the rest nearby. Okay, Daniel and Oren, get some sleep. You get last shift tonight, he said, and shouted down their arguments. No, you two have babied us long enough. We'll get back early tomorrow. There will be a lot of work to do, I'm sure. Rest up. Oren didn't protest. He was too tired. He curled up in his blankets and fell asleep. Where's all the traffic? Daniel asked as they neared the city walls. The road was abandoned. The horde should have hit 3 days ago at the latest, Brant responded, standing up in his stirrups to see farther ahead. Some normalcy should have returned by now.
Jude spurred his horse ahead. I'll check it out. Wait here. Brant pulled his horse in front of the others and stared after Jude anxiously. They had more than enough time to set up the defenses, Maddie said to herself. We should be able to see merchants moving again. People should be out and about. Oren pulled up his map. They were only a mile out from the wall. There's nothing on my map, but we can move closer to. We wait for Sir de Guy, Brant interrupted. The finality in his voice was a stark difference from the Brant in the dungeon. They waited 15 minutes before Daniel pointed out the dust storm that was Jude. Jude pulled his horse up short. His normal, affable smile was drawn tight. There was a second fog binder. They just pushed it back this morning. There is no final count on injuries and deaths. Just pushed it back? What happened? Brant signaled for them to start riding. Jude turned around and rode close to Brant. I only got a small debrief. We're expected back by Lord Catanzano as soon as possible. Dragoon team is being sent to hunt it down. We're to relieve the wall guard until the all-clear is given. The first fogbinder fell into the traps, but when our men were sent to kill it, the second one appeared. It turned into a bloodbath. At least 2,000 dead. Sir Dommel died, and Sir Sinduk lost both arms. Shit. Who's leading Chimera? They continued to speak of parties and names foreign to Oren as they neared the gates. A single guard waved them in. How can we help? Daniel asked.
Can we help hunt the fogbinder? No, Brant said emphatically. We would be of little use in that fight. Leave it to those with more levels. A retreating fogbinder is a worst-case scenario. If you want to help, go see if the hospital will let Oren heal some people. I'm sure there will be a lot of injuries. I want to help. Brant turned his horse in front of Daniel's. Listen closely. You are still a secret.
This is a tragedy, but Day has seen its fair share of days like this. Pull it together and be the man I think you can be. He turned to Maddie. Lady Catanzano, I leave these two in your charge. We ride ahead for your father. Jude and Brant left without another word. Maddie ushered them back to her house, leaving the horses with a young stable girl.
If you want, I can show you to where the injured would be taken.
Oren nodded. I'll just be here. I can't do anything to help, Daniel said, and started to stomp off. Just being there would help, Oren called after him. There's bound to be a lot of small tasks you can help with, too. Come. Daniel didn't turn, but paused.
No. You go and help them. I need some time to... Tell me where it is. I might come later.
Maddie gave instructions. Daniel went inside.
He gets like that when he feels out of control,
Oren explained. Maddie stared at the closed door for a moment more, then turned.
Let's go. You might need to talk with someone from the hospital, but I'm sure they'll let you help.
Even if they say no, I'll be healing. Oren swore. He finally felt a purpose, something he could actually do to help.
No.
Maddie pulled him along side streets back toward the center of Day.
If you do unregistered healing, they can bring a petition to the Lords, if they don't try to take you themselves.
I'd like to see them try, Oren said. He was getting upset at the idea of a group of healers who wouldn't let him heal.
Not take you out. Take you.
Maddie turned down another street.
Young healers disappear for a time and come back different, more accepting of the hospital's teachings. I don't want Daniel crashing down the hospital doors because you couldn't wait for an official okay.
I'll be patient and understanding, Maddie. Oren fingered one of the regen potions on his hip. But I'm going to help any injured people I find. She sighed and turned back on a main street. If the roads aren't too clogged, they should be bringing people here. She trailed off at the sight in front of them. A large building, Oren guessed the hospital itself, dominated the square. Oren would have described it as a church, but he hadn't seen or heard any mention of gods so far in this world. In front of the ornate building was a large grassy field with a beautiful fountain, benches, and a few small gazebos. A perfect place for a fair or picnic, or to store dead and dying people. The grass was stained with the rust color of dried blood. The benches had been turned into makeshift surgery stations. Cries and screams came from every direction. Oren, wait here, and I'll get permission for you to work on some people. Just enough healing for someone else to come along and finish. What does that mean? I can heal a sword through my chest. Why can't I heal these people? He waved his arm across the field. There had to be 500 or 600 civilians here. These were not guards. The poison from the fetid canines needs a different type of healing. That's not my expertise. Lost limbs and deep enough cuts into the organs take too much mana to waste on saving one person. It's a game of saving the most lives. Just be practical, and we can do some good. Oren felt rage bubbling inside. He had listened to his mom's complaints of hospital administration and budget cuts for years. He'd seen her come home wrecked after not being able to save someone. He felt powerless at the sight of all the hurt in front of him, and terrified that somebody was going to get in his way. Maddie, do me a favor. Oren rolled his sleeves up and started walking toward the people in pain. If you meant anything of what you've said to me, if you really want to be part of Daniel's party and be my friend, get every person you can to remove the poison from everyone on this field and just keep people alive long enough for me to get to them. Oren, number.
What are you doing? You can't heal everybody here.
If I can't, tell Daniel it was fun. Oren, they'll stop you. I'll help you however I can, but they'll stop you. Oren smiled. A healing angel walking toward a crowd in need of healing. Not if they can't see me. Oren cast camouflage too. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, Daniel, he whispered. Oren turned on Mind Bastion. He drank a regen potion, and he started blood cycling.
Chapter 40. Oren analyzed the situation in front of him.
He was invisible, with an endless amount of mana. He knew that he'd pay for it after, but what were a few days passed out in his own sick compared with helping these people? He was going to heal these people, no matter the consequence. New quest: heal 200 people of day, time limit, 2 hours. Reward, variable. Failure, loss of heal small wounds. Oren waved the screen away. I don't need an incentive to do the right thing, he thought angrily at the system. He approached a body lying near the edge of the green. Identify told him she was already dead. The girl next to her was bleeding from multiple cuts on her arms and scalp, as if someone taller had slashed down at her with a knife. She wasn't in immediate danger, but Oren pumped heal small wounds into her until the cuts scabbed over. He moved to the next. He worked tirelessly, body after body. 1 in 10 was dead when he reached them. After finding a mother crying over a boy no older than 8 with a torn open stomach, Oren spent 3 pools of mana knitting together the boy's wound. Oren smiled for the first time when the boy hugged his mother, tears of joy streaming down her face. That smile was wiped away when he saw a group of men yelling at Maddie just a few dozen yards away. Telling you in the name of the Catanzano house to only focus on healing the fetid poison. A member of my house will heal everybody. Young Madeline, a pious-sounding man with an attractive face and small circular glasses, said to her, talking down to the child as he said it. We do not take our orders from you. The people here will be seen at our discretion, based on what is best for everyone. Oren growled, but left it to Maddie. He would do what he could. He moved to another crying man, holding a limp body in his arms. The body was male and nearly gone, the fetid poison keeping his wounds seeping.
Oren cast several times until the man's health was better.
Take him to the group over there. Ask them to rid him of the poison and he'll be fine. The man looked around frantically at the voice that had spoken to him. He focused his eyes near Oren's shoulder. They said he's too weak to move. Please. The man held out a bag with silver spilling out. Please, I have more at home. Just help him. Oren felt disgust well up in him, even over calming presence. The man had the same knife cuts on his arms. They healed up with only 2 quick heals. Save the money. Ask for Maddie. Go before he bleeds out again. The man looked at his arms and scrabbled to pick the man up. He struggled for a minute before Oren cast the smallest he could on the man. Oren worked on the next person while watching the scene unfold. Maddie waved her hands around, yelling. The group of healers moved as a group to different people at random. Small bags exchanged hands, and people who were nearly dead seemed only half dead. Oren cursed. I'm sorry, sir. No need to waste your time with me. Please help my granddaughter. The woman under him had white hair and wrinkles so deep he struggled to tell where the cuts were. Luckily, he didn't need to. I just did. She'll be fine. You will be too. Talk to me. What's your name? Oren turned on the same voice he'd heard his mom use when he was younger, and she'd brought him to visit the terminally ill and elderly. Most times, people just want to have someone to listen to them. His mom's voice echoed in his ears. I'm Marine, young lord. Blessings upon you. The man carrying the one he'd healed had reached the group of healers. Oren could hear Maddie yelling at them. I'm not a lord, Oren responded. I may not be able to see you through that spell, but you are a lord to be helping us, she responded. It is odd, though.
I know you were there, but my eyes slide off you like hot oil on a pan. Oren finished healing the old woman.
You should be fine now. Just move easily for a bit.
Here's your granddaughter.
The tiny girl he'd healed a moment before leaped at her grandma.
Oren caught her and set her down. Her eyes were wide. Gran, a ghost just grabbed me. He's no ghost. Hush and sit. Oren moved on, healing person after person. Maddie convinced the healers to look at the man at their feet, and after a moment, he stood. The two men embraced and pointed in Oren's direction. They'd probably been asked who healed them. Shit. Oren finished healing a man who had been bitten so many times up his legs that they looked like a sieve. He walked to the edge of the grass and then ran all the way around to the other side. He might miss somebody, but the crowds of people were already starting to thin around him. As they were healed, they wandered about to find family and friends. Some started crying louder than they had while cut to pieces when they found the unmoving bodies of their loved ones. At the corner farthest from the hospital steps, Oren paused for only a moment when he spotted a stout man sitting on a bench, his legs dangling from the low seat. A dwarf. Oren shook his head and continued. The man's arm was mangled. Blood dripped slowly down to his fist, pooling under the bench. The meat of his arm had been sliced to the bone in multiple places, and Oren could see where entire chunks had been ripped out. Quite the injury, Oren whispered as he started pushing healing magic into the dwarf. Who's there? What's going on? The diminutive man's eyes moved around before settling in Oren's direction. What's an elven doing this far out from the forests? And how are you healing me? The man's questions were rapid fire and brash. Oren smiled behind his cane.
The man's certainty that Oren would answer his questions reminded him of Daniel. Not an elf, and I'm healing you because you're bleeding out here. Oren checked his identify again. The dwarf's health was climbing slowly, much slower than anyone else's. You best stop wasting your mana. Your elders are going to have your hide for trying to use magic on a dwarf. Just give me some clean cloth and I'll bandage myself up. Oren didn't stop. Health points didn't equate exactly to full health. One boy had only 80 points, a small enough number that only 2 or 3 casts of Heal Small Wounds should have been enough to heal him. Oren had spent nearly 100 mana to heal about 500 actual health. Each injury had an underlying amount of health that needed to be healed before the person's HP would stabilize. He'd been averaging 2 pools of healing magic per person. He was on his 5th pool, and only now was seeing the cuts on the dwarf's arm start to close up. Stone and veins! What kind of monster are you? The dwarf stared at his arm in awe as the skin grew slowly back over itself. All in all, it had taken Oren more mana to heal the dwarf than the last 4 people combined. He started to move on, but felt a hand on his arm. How did you see me? Oren quickly checked to make sure camouflage was still working. It was. Just listened to the ground, the man said, brushing off the question. Thank you. My name is Brodag Ironspine. If you ever need anything, I'm in your debt. I've never seen anything like that. It was just some healing, no debt needed. Just don't make a scene when you leave the square. Oren tried to pull away again, but Brodag's grip was a vice on his elbow. Just some healing? Child, you just healed a dwarf. My constitution is over 50, and you over-healed me. I won't even have scars from those knife runners. His constitution is over 50? He must be a high level, Oren thought to himself. He looked around, but nobody was paying attention to the two of them. Brodag couldn't make out his face. Of that, Oren was sure. He'd heard Daniel complain enough about it. I'm new to healing. Is it normally that hard to heal such a high-level person? Oren tried to keep his voice quiet. There still were a lot of people moaning all around. High level? No, I'm level 22, but I am pretty young still. Just had my 82nd birthday. It was hard for you to heal me because I'm a dwarf. My constitution is higher than a human's, so I would have had a lot of resistance to your spells. Do they not teach that at the hospital? That makes sense. Constitution helps resists magic, not just increases your hit points. I must have only been getting a few points of healing through each on him. I'm still new. Maybe I skipped that class. Please don't tell anyone we talked, though. I've got to go. More people to heal. Brodag raised an eyebrow. You're healing against their wishes? Oren didn't answer. He tried to pull his arm away again, and Brodag noticed he was still holding fast. He looked up and saw the group of healers looking around for the invisible healer that was creating a stir. Brodag released Oren's arm. I'll go point them in the opposite direction. Don't spend all that mana now. You must be part elf to have that much mana. Good luck, friend to the dwarves. Brodag hopped off the bench and began to make his way in the opposite direction of the healers. Oren hoped he wouldn't regret talking with the man. But I learned a few more things. I really need to spend another week just holed up in Silas's library. Oren continued on his way, healing everyone he could. The dead started to be the only ones not moving about, as the gasps of feeling healing magic flowing through them alerted others of a nearby healer. People began to push close and beg. Help me, please! I can pay! Hugh, my girl, she's nearly gone. Do you know who I am? I demand— Oren finished healing a pregnant woman with cuts on her back and slipped between the yells to search for people who couldn't move. He double-checked the new quest, not because he cared about the reward, but because now he had a time limit before he would lose his spell. Quest: heal 200 people of day, 179 out of 200. Time limit: 32 minutes. Reward: variable. Failure: loss of heal small wounds. Oren's regen potion had worn off. All that meant to him was more cycling. The cold, logical part of Mind Bastion told him that he'd spent more mana already than he had in those first few days before meeting Tony and going through hell. He knew he couldn't push himself too much more. He'd been spending more time dodging the group of healers who had recently split into two lines. They slowly moved along the field, healing a few small wounds here and there. They have to act like this is their doing, he realized. Oren didn't care about the credit. He just wanted to save as many lives as possible. He heard the soft ding of the blue box telling him the quest was complete a few minutes before the time was to run out. Oren kept moving along. There was only a handful of people he hadn't gotten to, but the hospital was out in force now. Oren saw a few healers pass out from mana overuse and be taken back inside on stretchers. He knelt down by a boy about his age, maybe a year or two older, and used Identify. He was surprised to see his health was nearly full, but his mana was at 0. Oren almost moved on, but turned back at the last moment. He knew how much that feeling sucked, and without Mind Bastion and Blood mana,
he'd have probably ended up passed out in pain a lot more, too. He cast a quick increase will, level 1. The boy's eyes flickered open. Ugh, he moaned. Just relax a minute and you'll be fine. It's probably best to get a mana potion or go get some sleep.
You only have about 5 minutes before that wears off. I have one here, if you can drink another today, Oren explained gently. He looked around and spotted the next person to heal. He put the small vial in the boy's hand, but before he moved, another healer hurried up and squatted by the woman he'd targeted.
What? What's going on? Did we heal them all, sir? The boy tried to sit up, but Oren held him down by the shoulder. Heal? Oren pulled his identify box back up. Shit. Amir Falah healer, acolyte, level 8. HP 98 out of 100. MP 30 out of 140. Strength 12. Constitution 10. Dexterity 13. Will 11. Intelligence 11. He'd just accidentally healed one of the hospital workers. The other healer nearby looked up and began walking toward Oren and Amir. Shit, Oren whispered and looked around for a quick escape. The grassy plaza was thinning out. Maddie was still following along behind a middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge. He almost teleported away when the nearby healer spoke in a voice of disgust. Amir, you idiot. Did you try healing without permission? You look like you overdrew. Amir's eyes focused into clarity, and he looked around. He ducked his head when he saw the other healer. Teacher Do, I tried to save a life but passed out due to my inexperience. I must have regained some mana while sleeping. Well, I knew it couldn't have been you healing everyone. Principal Mangan noticed you were absent from the count. Lucky for you, I found you sleeping, so you won't be punished too severely. Oren didn't miss the glimmer of joy at the prospect of punishment in Do's eyes. Amir's eyes passed over the shimmer of Oren's camouflage. Someone has been healing against Principal Mangan's orders? Everyone, you say? Enough people that we will have to come out in force. We can't have some other healers showing up the hospital, can we? I suggest you stick close to me. I'll teach you the proper protocols as we work.
Amir mouthed, "Go," as Do turned his back. He downed the mana potion and left the empty vial on the ground behind him. Oren grabbed it and crept slowly backward. Once he was out of range, he looked around and saw that what Do said was true. More healers were flowing out of the hospital, and even the few targets that Oren had set for himself now had a healer or two around them. He sneaked up behind Maddie and tugged on her sleeve. She jumped, but excused herself from the man Amir had called Principal Mangan. I will see myself back to my house now, Principal, Maddie said, with the slightest tilt of her head. I will send someone to your home later for your report, the man said, without looking at her. You will tell me who this healer is that destroyed so much work today. If you mean the person who obviously saved lives that the hospital was willing to sacrifice, then I'm sure I have no idea who that healer is, Maddie responded, with the same slick attitude that Oren had seen her father use. Good luck with your teachings. The man grunted and left. Maddie hurried away, with Oren on her heels. They rounded the corner, and Oren, not wanting to wait any longer to get away from the increasing number of eyes of hospital healers, teleported them across town to the Catanzano house. Chapter 41. Oren and Maddie appeared near the front gate of her house. Almost nobody was around, just one guard he didn't even recognize. I guess this is as close as I can get us with your dad's teleport block up, Oren mused as a single guard opened the door for them. I should probably tell Daniel I'll be gone for a few days. He's going to be pissed. Maddie dropped her short spear off in a circular grate that Oren had taken for a trash can, but saw was actually for quick storage of weapons.
Sort of like an umbrella stand, he thought. Practical. Why? Where are you going? Maddie asked, as they headed up the stairs. We should really all stick around until my father returns from dealing with the fog binder. I'm using a skill that has really bad backlash, Oren explained. I'm probably going to be out sick. Like, incapacitated for a few days. Sorry, I won't be able to help much with reconstruction. But if anyone needs healing before I go, I could probably just push it a bit more. Maddie frowned a bit. Is this related to your... She lowered her voice to a whisper. Blood magic? A bit, Oren hedged. He really didn't want to share much with Maddie. She had come through for him in the hospital's field, and from what he'd heard of the conversations between the healers and her, she'd put herself in the line of fire for him. But one good deed was not going to make up for what she and her father had done to him and Daniel. Not by a long shot. Okay, I won't pry, Maddie said with a forced smile. Daniel said he would be in his room, so let's find him and tell him how you single-handedly healed half the workforce of Day. It was only 200-ish people. I'm sure Day has way more people than that. Maddie shook her head and pushed Oren ahead of her. You idiot. You healed about how many people a single good healer can take care of in a year. You took care of the people so hurt that their families brought them out during a lockdown.
Anyone else who needs help will get it now, because you took care of the worst of it.
Oren pushed the door to his room open and stepped inside. Yeah, well, I'm a cheater. He yelled into the room. Daniel! No response. Nobody was in the room. That stupid piece of shit. Oren kicked a bundle of clothes on the floor. He pulled up his map as Maddie walked in. Where is he? She looked around the mess as if expecting to see his dark curls pop up from under a book. He said he'd be here waiting for us. Nothing on the map, Oren thought. He definitely went after the fog binder, but I have no idea where that would be located. Maybe we can find Brant or even Silas. They'd know. Maddie, where would your father be located, or Brant? They'd be at the wall, the westernmost one, overlooking the pass. Oren, what is going on? Oren sighed. Daniel went out to play hero. Their run through the streets was vastly different from Oren's last time through the city. Day was deserted. Doors to shops and homes were closed tight, windows were shuttered, and even the homeless had found somewhere else to be. However, the biggest differences were the smell and the blood. Small splashes against a wall told the story of a quick attack. The small drops that trailed to a closed door meant the person probably got away. A pool of congealing gore near another door, with bloody fist prints by the knocker, told a gloomier story. Oren spotted telltale signs of assaults, death, and the occasional escape as they ran. Where are all the bodies? Civilians will bring people inside once they can. Bodies piling up would bring more monsters inside the walls, Maddie said, between deep breaths. They'd stopped near a leatherworking shop to catch their breath. They made it to the wall in short order. I'm getting better at these terrible runs, at least, Oren thought.
The guards at the first wall were watching the pass and didn't try to stop two armored people from running into the fray. Oren suddenly remembered the guild required members to fight in horde attacks. Did your father take care of the guild when we ran too? What? Guild members are supposed to help fight in a horde attack, right? Are we going to be kicked out? Oren huffed out the question. He's taken care of it. Also, attacking a dungeon counts as our monthly quest, so we should be good for a few weeks. Oren had completely forgotten about the monthly quest requirement, too. Maybe, after he saved Daniel's bacon again and spent a few days convalescing at Tony's place, he'd go check out that quest board. He really needed to plan out more spells and skills to buy.
Stop it, Oren told himself. He noticed that while using Mind Bastion, he had a tendency to spend a lot of time planning his theoretical future actions. Just get through today alive. As they got closer to the final wall, Oren turned them south. The main gate is where my father will likely be. Maddie pointed back north. Brant is down here, Oren said as he ran. He never left the party. Why would he leave the party? I don't know how fighting a horde works, Oren yelled over his shoulder. I'm just glad he'll be easy to find. Oren and Maddie stopped near a smaller gate about a half-mile south of the main gate. A door on the inside of the wall was propped open with a tight stairwell circling up. This should lead to the top, Maddie said as she got in front of Oren. Let me go first. Someone should recognize me. Oren didn't argue. Soon, his legs were burning from climbing stairs after running so much. I'm buying Trackstar as soon as I can find it. At the top of the stairs, another door opened to a beautiful view of the pass. Oren could see the forest spread out in front of him, with the sun beating down against the mountains on either side. Stop!
You shouldn't be up here, a voice demanded from the side. I'm Lady Catanzano, looking for Sir Bennett. Bring me to him, Maddie demanded with authority in her voice. Glad I brought you along, Oren joked. The young guard brought Brant back less than a minute later. Met Lady Catanzano? What are you doing on the wall? It isn't safe here. Brant pushed them back into the small stairwell. We think Daniel went after the fogbinder. He's not at the house, Maddie explained quickly. Have you seen him? I haven't, Brant said with a frown. Are you sure he went after it? Dragoon team should have reached it by now. They had quite the head start. He's not showing up on my map. How far out is that team? Oren asked. I don't know specifics. The only thing I was told was it was a few miles out. Damn it, I really need to upgrade to see farther out. Oren realized he had never checked the blinking blue box icon for his healing quest. Quest complete. Heal 200 people of day. Reward, heal small wounds, level 3. Heal up to 40 HP. 20 megapixel. Useless. Oren discarded the box. Would you be able to check who passed the gates? Oren asked without hope. I can ask, but command structure is pretty shot right now. Give me a few minutes. Brant stopped as he turned to leave. Oren, if he did go out there, he might not come back. The lowest ranked member of Dragoon team is about 39 or 40 in level. They have 10 people, and the brass are already talking as if they're all dead. Oren paused as he processed that information. He'll be fine. I hope you're right, for all our sakes. As Brant left to investigate, Oren sat against the wall and closed his eyes. He still felt fine, but he'd gone through more mana pools this morning than in the few days before his first crash. Are you going to be all right? Maddie asked, as she sat down next to him. Yeah. You really think Daniel will be okay? Oren let out a dry laugh.
That asshole has more luck than anyone I've ever met. He'll get into trouble and find some way out of it.
Maddie sat quietly next to him as they waited. Someone at the main gate matching his description passed through an hour ago, Brant said as he rounded the corner at a run. Maddie, your father has demanded you return home with Oren. He's sending a team out to find him. Sorry, no. I'm going after him. I can teleport him back. Oren stood up and squinted against the sun. Lord Catanzano sent a flyer out for reconnaissance. We'll be able to send out a mage with teleport and grab him. Don't worry, just go back. Brant, point me in the right direction. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. I'm going to go find him, and then I'm going to kick his ass all the way back to the wall. He lied to us and did something stupid again. And so will you be, Maddie cut in. If you go out there alone, you'll be killed. You just spent so much mana healing all those people. Let's go rest and let the guard do its job. Oren felt Mind Bastion taking the rational parts of her argument and agreeing. The more time he spent pushing off the effects of his huge mana usage, the worse the backlash would be. But another part of him was remembering one of their first conversations after reaching Day. We start with 3 simple rules. 1. Survive. 2. We're a team. 3. Find a way home. You really make it hard to survive when you run off alone. Oren frowned as he readied himself to teleport away. "Wait!" Brant yelled and grabbed his arm. "Don't jump away. If you were going to leave anyway." He turned, still holding Oren's arm in a vice grip. He pointed to the southern ridgeline of the pass. "The fog binder is sticking to the bottom of the pass. There are a few caves and forested areas that way. It still has a few hundred fetid canines and knife runners with it that it didn't try to send over the walls. Just get in and out."
Don't try taking that thing on. Dragoon team is out to keep track of the demon. It'll try to circle back, and they're giving their lives to keep pressure on it until we can regroup and get another strategy in place to deal with it. Promise me, Oren, get the hero back safely, and don't engage. I'm not the idiot that went out after it, Oren muttered. I promise, in and out. I'll keep camouflage up the entire time. Brant nodded as he finally released Oren's arm. I'd go with you, but you have to stay here. Figure out a way to take it down when it comes back. I understand. Maddie's hand gripped the same spot Brant had just released.